if it was quite noisy. Strange sounds were heard, which made the hero open his eyes after sleeping. The first thing he saw was a bonfire and people dancing around it. According to the guy's first opinion, people had a party, which actually pleased him at first, because there was delicious food and beautiful girls. He smelled the smell of roast mutton. His eyes lit up, and the guy wanted to get up and run towards the food, but it was not there. He immediately landed face down. As soon as he got up, the guy shifted his gaze to why he can't move freely. It turns out that he was bound with strong ropes. Suddenly, a table appeared in front of his surprise gaze on which his main task is written to survive. The task is that primitive people will have to hunt him for 12 hours as well as a reward in the form of special glasses and a survival gift package. There were less than 2 minutes left from the countdown of this task. The guy continues to stare at this system, and meanwhile, primitive people with clubs made of bones approach him. The prisoner begins to justify that some mistake has occurred, and he should not be here now. He tries to find out where he is at the moment, but these people completely ignore him. Primitive people begin to stretch their hands to this guy, and he in turn begs them to stop as suddenly he remembers something. A dinosaur flies over the heroes in the sky and a question is asked that has not been answered. Where is this hole located? We are going back 12 hours to the wild lands. The mirror-clear water splashes in the pond, and the rays of the bright summer sun are reflected in it. The red-haired guy on his knees gets to the water, clears his throat and picks up a small amount of liquid. While he is washing his face, his brain gradually comes to a state of awareness of the situation. The guy remembers that last night he kept Mrs Jiang company while she was shopping and choosing expensive jewelry for herself. He remembers that he fell asleep and woke up here today. Looking around, the red-haired guy couldn't believe how he ended up here, thinking that he got this punishment from God because he was a gigolo. The guy did not consider it a crime, so he immediately dismissed this idea about punishment for Alfonso. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by 3 people who were mumbling something and heading in his direction. At first, the redhead thought it was some kind of prank, and tried to ask these guys for advice on how to get out of this place. But these primitive people did not even think to listen to a naive person and ran with their homemade weapons. At one of the trio threw a sharpened bone which wounded the face of the last guy. The redhead immediately realized that these people were not coming with good intentions and rushed away from these robbers as fast as he could. He shouted to stop being so serious and let him go, but primitive people shouted something in their own language and also rushed with all their legs to catch up with the fleeing men. Surprisingly, the red-haired guy was able to break away from primitive people. It turns out that he was pretty good at running and ordinary people couldn't outrun him, especially the boy who threw the bone. While he was confidently running away from the trio, one of them successfully launched some kind of weapon once again, which again slightly hurt the fleeing one. Now it has already dawned on the redhead that this is not a prank at all, and everything is serious here. Suddenly, a red alert panel appeared which informed that the main task to survive had started. The guy on the run looks at this inscription with surprise and does not understand what it is. Now his main task is already highlighted, which states that primitive people will hunt him for 12 hours and the reward will be special glasses and a gift bag for survival. The countdown starts at 12 o'clock. The redhead assumes that this is some kind of system and he got into another world. While the guy was talking on the run and did not pay much attention to what was happening behind him, the primitive man threw his spirit, the fleeing one again, which hit exactly the target. The red-haired guy had tears in his eyes and his body flew to the ground, losing its balance. He understands that he has come to the end, because he was wounded. The guy loses consciousness and his eyes close, plunging his mind into pitch darkness. We return again to the present moment where the red hat is sitting tied up and sadly looks at the bonfire with primitive people around. That very minute has passed and a new notification has come to the red notification. The red hat is happy to see the inscription and believes that he still has every chance of salvation. The guy was congratulated on completing the survival task for 12 hours by primitive people. For this he receives a survival gift bag and special glasses. The last prize is asked to be distributed manually. The guy studies his own indicators. His name is Chen Li. Physical strength, dexterity, strength are equal to 1 point. The other indicators are at 0. Authority, technology and ownership. Chen notices the advantages next to the indicators and suggests that these figures can be increased in the future. Li draws an analogy of this system with computer games and thinks that he got into the game world. The system offers to open a survival gift bag and the guy agrees. Congratulations come because Chen has acquired an initial command of the language and a survival guide for beginners, but universal map has also been activated, which will display the areas that he has visited. He can independently indicate the name of these places. The system offers the guide to get a battle axe, also notifying that all items cannot be returned to their storage location after they are removed. Now the mod of survival is written in Chen's head, as well as the mod of the basics of medicine. When Li turned his gaze to the primitive people around the campfire, he saw that with a new look and the sounds that people made no longer look like some kind of incomprehensible babble. Now the guy hears the same people bragging about their abilities. He can understand primitive language. This is quite an ancient world when culture has not yet been born, and everything is at the stage of development. Li's goal in this game is to survive and create a civilization close to the modern one. He assumes that this is an open-world strategy game. Chen decides to start by getting resources and adds points to strength, and also gets a battle axe which is hidden behind his back in his hands. The guy rather abruptly cuts the ropes that once bound him and gets to his feet. He is shocked that only 1 point to strength could increase his power so much. Meanwhile, primitive people turn their gaze to the prisoner and order their own to immediately capture him, not allowing him to escape. The opponents are advancing on red, trying to threaten, but Li is now completely confident in his abilities and pulls his weapon forward. In response, Chen begins to threaten primitive people in their own language, saying that they are a bunch of ignorant savages who dared to threaten God. The savage does not understand what God is, so Li begins to explain to him. He claims that he is now an authority among this bunch of primitive people as well as a leader because he was exiled by heaven itself in order to control the savages. But since they insulted the redhead, they will be immediately punished for their disobedience. The savage looked furiously at the audacious prisoner and rushed at him, raising his gun, and Chen still stands still. The main quest was activated. Get back on your feet. The goal to intimidate primitive people, subdue them, and become a local leader. The reward for completing this task will be special glasses and 3 band-aids. In case of defeat, Chen will be deprived of the battle axe. The guy looks very carefully at the new conditions in which he is dissatisfied with the loss of the battle axe. He is angry because without this tool, he will not be able to survive in the society of primitive people. One way out is to win and complete a new task. Li responds to the swing of the savage huge bone with his axe, not letting himself be hit. A serious fight with very strong opponents began at the place of the battle. A rather large pit was formed from the huge strength of the combatants. Chen did not expect that the opponent would be so strong, but Li has no less strength. They collide nose to nose, trying to overcome each other. But the angry look of the redhead and the confused savage show who will win today and become the ruler here. The savage gun flies away from another chin blow. Everyone attentively and silently looks at what happened at the flying boom. Li has a bad feeling about this. The savage shouts at the red-haired guy in indignation that he dared to break his weapon. Primitive man orders to attack this insolent man and tear him to shreds for what he has done. Chen in a panic starts running again, shouting that this is a scam because they were going to fight one-on-one. Li runs away and keeps shouting that it's not normal for a 24-year-old boy to be attacked by so many people. One of the savages on the run from the side tries to attack the fleeing red-haired guy, but he answers him with his battle axe with all his mind. The savage falls, and surprised at the strength of the enemy, Chen stops and asks him about the fact that it will never end these persecutions from a crowd of savages. The defeated man stretches out his hand and a sign not to attack. Meanwhile, Li continues his speech, saying that he does not want to fight them, but since they have cornered him, he will spare their colleague if he has released. The guy's look is quite serious, strong and formidable. He tells the savages to surrender. They stopped and look at the redhead with the same rage and dislike. Chen does not take his eyes off the people, and he thinks that his bluff was successful, because if the savages had not run after him, they would not have had to explain themselves now. Suddenly, the women begin to scream and run away in fear in different directions, and after them, the others pull up. Li does not understand what is happening and looks at the picture in surprise. Chen with a serious face thinks about what could frighten primitive people so much since they screamed and ran away like that. But meanwhile, a huge silhouette of an animal with burning eyes formed behind his back. Suddenly a new notification came from the system. A side mission to expel the saber-toothed tiger has been activated. Goal to help primitive people get rid of the saber-toothed tiger. The reward will be 2 special points in the sympathy of primitive people. This mission is automatically accepted and it is impossible to refuse it. The mission has begun. While the guy was looking at the new message and thought the saber-toothed tiger hovered over him wanting to attack, the tiger roared and Chen realized that it was a real saber-toothed tiger that would tear him apart right now. The guy rushed away as far and as fast as possible. The animal raced after the redhead, growling and waving its powerful claws. While he was running away, he realized that this was too much and it was not normal, because everyone wanted to devour him here. He runs away and realizes that if everything continues like this, then he will have very little left to live. The watches the rushing animal out of the corner of his eye and suddenly can't stand. The guy does not understand where this side mission came from at all, and how he should drive away the saber-toothed tiger if he completely swallows the hero in one bite. While Chen hesitated, the tiger jumped on him, grazing his back. The guy flies off on his side. It becomes very painful for him and death seems very fast and very close. Li realizes that his luck has turned against him. He gets to his feet and gradually moves away from the oncoming beast, realizing that he will not be able to run further. It doesn't make sense to go ahead. There is one way out, and that is to try it out with the saber-toothed tiger. Li tries to use his brain and suggests what can be used against the saber-tooth hunter. Suddenly it comes to the hero when he sees smoke in the middle of the forest that an animal is in front of him and he is afraid of fire. The guy only has one chance. He decides to use his glancing blow on the seal and flies under it. He flies away from surprise and is distracted for a few seconds, which allows the guy to rush to the campfire in the forest. The trick that the guy used was from the movies, and after this experience, he doesn't want want to repeat it anymore. Chen understands that all cats are disgusting because they like to play with prey. Ahead were plants that should help to break away from the predatory beasts. Li knew that if he got to the campfire, he would immediately win his victory. In the forest, the tiger aggressively swings its powerful claws trying to touch its victim. Still in shock from everything that is happening, the guy tries to break away. Ahead, he already sees the long-awaited bonfire and rushes to it as fast as he can. On the way he stumbles and flies head over heels to the fire. But this does not prevent him from quickly getting up and grabbing a burning club from the fire. Chen waves in front of the saber-toothed tiger which gets burned and abruptly turns around and runs away from the men with fire. The hopes for the wild animals retreat, but he continues to stand in an aggressive stance. Suddenly, a strange sound is heard from above, which seems to Chen scarier and bigger than a saber-toothed tiger. The frightening sounds continued to resound in the sky, and for a while the battle between Li and the saber-toothed tiger stopped. Both opponents listened attentively to the sounds above. The predator looked at the sky with horror in his eyes, growled and rushed away from this place. Chen looked at the fleeing animal and reproached him for challenging him, and the saber-toothed tiger ran away. The notification came again. Chen completed a side mission to expel the saber-toothed tiger. With this he was congratulated, providing the promised glasses and the appreciation of primitive people. The guy was distracted by the very sound that was getting closer. He decided to leave here as soon as possible in order to stay alive. While he was running away, he was adding new points to strengthen agility. His gaze became even more furious and purposeful. He raced very fast because the speed became higher. The guy easily jumped over different roots of huge trees. On the cliff, Chen stopped when he saw the primitive people hiding and trembling. They were surprised to see the guy alive. The same savage who challenged the redhead decided to ask a question that worries everyone. How was Chen able to stay alive and why wasn't eaten by a saber-toothed tiger? Chen Li chuckled and raised his weapon. He shouted to everyone that insignificant saber-toothed tiger was nothing more to him than a big cat, because as soon as he attacked, the predator immediately took to flight. Primitive people looked at the impudent red-haired guy in surprise, and he in turn told them all to bow before him. But the people did not obey, which made Chen a little worried, asking them again if everyone had heard him. Suddenly, a girl flies up to the guy and wholeheartedly thanks the benefactor who sleeps their souls. Chen was at a loss for some time from this behavior. The rest of the primitive people joined in the universal gratitude for saving their lives from the saber-toothed tiger. Savages are asked to accept their gratitude and become their leader, because this way, they will no longer have to fear the saber-toothed tiger. All the primitive people knelt down worshipping the red-haired guy. Shan reflected on the fact that apparently this is the reward for the task, the sympathy of the primitive inhabitants. He clearly didn't expect this sympathy to be like this. The guy cleared his throat and told everyone to get up first, because they are so welcoming, and now he can't let them down. The savages began to shout in joy as the redhead agreed not only to live with them, but also to become their leader. It was very touching for people that saw him burst into tears, and the same opponent of Qian from the savages recognized the true power of the latter. In his heart, Lai was very happy because he so easily became the new emperor whom hundreds of people worship. Now the guy told everyone to get off their knees and proclaimed himself the new king. People looked at their leader in delight. Chen successfully joined the nameless tribe, so the main quest to get back on his feet was completed. Li received 3 band-aids and special glasses which the guy added to his physical form. Any improvement in abilities leads to qualitative development. The more points Chen adds, the easier it will be to complete the tasks. Li requires the system to open the inventory, where he sees a patch in an effective medicine with various herbs that stops bleeding and promotes healing. Unfortunately, this miracle drug has only 1 day expiration date. Chen was clearly surprised by such facts and a little disappointed, because if he pulls out this medicine, it will simply need to be used within 1 day. Otherwise it will just need to be thrown out, since the expiration date will expire and it will be unusable. The guy decides to take one such medicine and use it on the wound on his back, which he received after a battle with a saber-toothed tiger. This wonderful medicine instantly moved from the hands of the red-haired guy to his wounded back and immediately began to heal the open places. Surprisingly, this medicine turned out to be a good thing at a critical moment. It can really save Li's life. Shocked primitive people looked at the miracle happening to the leader's back. The red-haired guy looks at this savage former rival and offers this medicine if one of them is injured. The shot savage is confirmed in the thought that their lord is almighty and thanks him from the bottom of his heart for his good nature. Chen just smiles at this and says that this is how he can protect his people. The guy thinks about it and declares since he is now their king, he needs to get to know everyone better. Chen decides to start with the same savage who challenged him not so long ago and tried to catch up to kill him. It turns out that his name is Sheik, and before Chen's arrival, he was the boss here as well as the best in combat. The next little savage was called Agan, and he was good at hunting. The third was called Wolfbone, and he could growl loudly to scare wild animals away from the shelter. The fourth was called Hiwangechi, and he was the strongest among the rest of the primitive people. Queuing, she is stopped from behind by a woman's hand denying the words he said. The girl claims that she is the sister of Hearing Chi and that she is the strongest here. The girl comes out of the shadow of the others and Chen's eyes have become like Kopecks from her muscles. Sister Healing She turns to the leader to introduce herself. Her name is Shama, but the king can call her just Yes. Yes. The girl can throw huge stones thanks to her physique. Chen wonders if this Chongling is the hidden boss of the game, because she is so big and powerful. He looks at her suspiciously. The next savage whose name is Sha Sha is coming up, and she can safely climb trees in order to collect fruit from them. Chen notes the thinness of this girl and the fact that she looks like an ordinary person more than anyone here, which of course cannot but rejoice. Suddenly the king was hit on the head and immediately apologized. Li turned at the sound of a woman's voice. The blonde girl was smiling and introduced herself as I. The king greeted her too. I shifted her gaze and pointed her finger at the two little savages who turned out to be her sons, although she had not yet managed to come up with names for them. After greeting the children, the king plunged into his strange thoughts, but he didn't manage to stay there for long because another savage introduced himself to him. It was Hunter Chang. He didn't have any special skills, but he had good eyesight and hearing, so he could find any road. This Chin could be very useful as a scout for Chen in the future. The king himself introduced himself next. He has Chen Li, boss, king, brother, leader for primitive people. Reed knows everything about civilization. That's why he came here to pass on his knowledge to the savages. From his words, many questions arose among primitive people, to which Chin smiled and promised to teach everyone a lot later so that they would change. Simply put, the king guaranteed the savages to eat meat every day. Those in surprise and anticipation hung a little, and then began to shout in praise of his majesty. Suddenly, the system notification appeared again. The host consciousness was discovered. A new subtle quest has been activated ahead of schedule, and the content of the quest was that Chen had to help primitive people build dwellings, officially create a tribe and increase the number of people to 50 people. The deadline for everything about everything was given in 15 days, but since the quest was launched ahead of schedule, then 18 whole days were given. The reward for this task will be 3 special points in a large treasure chest. Chen read the terms of another basic test and looked around. Even if you count these guys, there are only 15 of them now, and in just 18 days, you need to expand the tribe by as many as 50 people. After thinking about it, the guy realized that this would happen only by joining other tribes. It looks like these 18 days will not be the happiest, and you will have to try your best. After taking another look at the reward, Chen hoped that he would not be deceived and was looking forward to waiting for the task to expire. The weather was clear, there was a full moon, and under it on the ground lay primitive people and their new king. They were all resting after a hard day. Chen sat up abruptly because he was tired of lying on the bare ground, which makes him unable to sleep because this lawn rubs everything for him. So also his stomach gave signs of life, talking about the desire to eat something. The guy got to his feet and assessed the situation. Primitive people are so simple-minded because they didn't even leave a sentry for protection. In his hunger pangs, Chen wondered where he could get food here. Suddenly, his brain was visited by pleasant memories from the battle with the saber-toothed tiger. When he was at the campfire, he saw a lot of fried meat there. The guy hoped that no one had eaten him yet. However, Chen was also scared that that giant beast capable of scaring off even a saber-toothed tiger might still be wandering around somewhere nearby. Li was torn between two evils he wanted to eat, but he was also afraid of running into a scary beast. As a result, he decided that it was much worse to wait for starvation. So he went in search of that meat. Chen decides to reassure himself that the chances of meeting that monster are pretty low, and everything will be fine. When he takes his battle axe and rushes towards the campfire and the former place of carnage, the guy looks out from behind the bushes. The meat is still there, and the fire is still burning. Chen comes closer and sees that there is another prey left here since he is now the king. He can't take care of himself because he still has many subordinates of primitive people. The guy grabs the remaining loot and decides to take it to the guys. He was running through the woods when he suddenly noticed something was wrong. The terrain began to change, at least Jen stopped recognizing it. He abruptly fell into a large pit and immediately drew attention to some strange shadow. After all, there is no moonlight in this jungle, therefore there should not be a shadow, but there is one. Chen turns around and sees this very moon, and he also understands that he is not just in a huge pit, but in a huge footprint of a large predator. It was this beast that broke down the trees, allowing the moonlight to reach the hero. At first, the guy suggested that it was a huge ostrich, but then he realized that there are no such big ones. He looked at the trail with horror, and then realized how stupid he was because he had seen a saber-toothed tiger and should have guessed. This is not just the era of wild animals, because these are the most terrible creatures of antiquity, so you need to find a safe place as soon as possible and settle there. The new king cannot delay a minute because it is unknown how his long thoughts will. Then he rushed to his people. The sun was already rising. After the king brought the meat, a small division began for him, from which Chen ordered everyone to stop fighting for food. The primitive people stopped and looked at their leader in surprise. Looking at his people, Chen understood that these guys do not know how to make a fire, do not know politeness and economy rules, so they will need to learn a lot. Standing in the center, Chen began to explain to everyone that today's food would primarily go to those who would go hunting with the king. Here she enters into the conversation, notifying that they used to hunt in turn. Yesterday they had Sheik himself Agon and Huang Shi on the hunt, and today it's the turn of Liu Tang Hazyutu and Wolfbone. She also added that since the king is with them today, everyone wants to go hunting. The other savages approached and also began to confirm Sheik's words. From all these words, Chen blushed a little and saw that one kid was probably afraid of the king, because he thought that he held a grudge against him for yesterday's capture. The guy decides to figure out how to cheer up this brooding savage. Since everyone has decided to go hunting with the new king, he decides to announce the plan for today's hunt. Shan wants to find a place for the whole family to build a new house for housing there. The king immediately received questions about what a family is. He also began to explain to them a family is a phenomenon when a person and all his close people live together in one place. Just like the roots of a tree, they go deep underground, providing the whole family with food and security. Everyone looked at the king in amazement as they would be able to live with their king, which made them happy. Chen confirmed this idea because they really will live together now. She designs to get down to business by asking pressing questions about the place where the king wants to settle. Chen calls the savages to him in order to communicate important information. The guy takes a stick and starts drawing. First of all, they need a large flat plot of land, so a plain will be best. And in the north there are mountains, and in the south there is a river. Shan looks at his drawing and goes on to say that this will not only make it easier for them to extract drinking water, irrigate fields, extract firewood and minerals, but also provide a safe closed area to reduce the risk of attack. There should be a forest on the other side of the river, firstly for hunting and gathering, and secondly, in order to find seeds and wood for agriculture and building houses. The guy continues to draw and misunderstandings continue to form in the minds of savages. Also, it would be best for them to be near the sea, and the delta of the river can provide fertile land and a favorable environment for further training and swimming skills. After all the arguments of the king, the same kid turns to him saying that he knows where the place that the Lord is talking about is located. Chin flies up to him admiringly and asks him to take them all there as soon as possible. If he does leave, promise to elevate the kid to first minister. It turns out that this place is not far to the east, but it is better not to go there because there is a herd of wild bulls that it is better not to mess with. But from the boy's words, Chenza only one perspective. After all, bulls should not be afraid. It is even better if they have a herd of cattle, as it will provide them with a large amount of good meat and savages will acquire herding skills. Li was pleased their current praise a herd of calves. He asked the savages to pick up their weapons and go to meet the new house. The weather was clear and sunny. The atmosphere was quite normal and calm, as was the smell. A hunter kid wearing a chicken headband on his head. As a cover looks around the territory, Chen asks you not to worry so much. Who is peeking out of the bushes trying to prevent any danger? The king convinces his people that if he scared off the saber-toothed tiger, then he will be able to protect them from other troubles, so do not worry. Shane decides to agree with his king and points to the top from which the gathering place of the herd of bulls will be visible. Sai Auction is now leading the king and the rest of the hunters. They quickly got up, after which the kid asked everyone to duck for safety, but Chin decided that she was making a big deal out of a molehill and there was no danger. My approach is Saya thinking about the possibility of the existence of other animals besides a herd of bulls. Suddenly his attention is attracted by the pleasant smell of the sea, which he immediately recognizes. Shen asks the system to open the card and it follows the guy's orders. Looking at this place on the mat, we was convinced that it was really ideal for the construction of the first city because on three sides there are mountains, on one side there is the sea. Everything is as he said. Then in the forest, suddenly she pulls on the king, demanding that he not speak so loudly because the black bulls could hear them. Chin watches carefully and promises as to be more careful in the future. The guy starts using the basic survival guide and starts looking for illustration. The result of the skin showed the presence of 3 plants and 2 animals. Green sunflower is an herbaceous plant. The root can be used as a medicine to relieve abdominal pain. The dragon's whiskers are a vine. The juice is poisonous, can paralyze a person. The longevity tree is a deciduous tree, high quality wood growing for about 100 years. But gray squirrel feeds on nuts. Its meat is juicy and tender. The wasp bite is toxic. 5 such bites can be fatal. After analyzing the terrain, Chen turns to XYO with a question about the whereabouts of those black bulls. The hunter claims that they are right behind that grove where there is a big bend in the river and he can take everyone there. Chen agrees and asks everyone to be as attentive as possible. Half an hour passes. A group of hunters make their way through the natural landscapes of nature, trying to do it as quickly as possible. And now the heroes are already there and Lai immediately notices the deep silence of this place and does not understand what is so terrible about these black bulls, since King is so afraid of them. A new notification has been sent from the system about updating the directory, which contains 3 plants and 1 small animal. The guy exhales easily. Sean is worried that there may be more terrifying monsters here since there is not even a single calf nearby. She could not be mistaken. Only the guy wanted to make sure of the correctness of the play section. As he was ahead of him and pointed to some huge shadow in the forest thicket, the little hunter immediately shouts about the height of this creature coming out of the forest, and Li looks at him in disbelief. And only after a few seconds does the king realize what a deplorable situation they are in now and who is in front of them. Indeed, a huge black bull is making its way through the trees of the forest. The black horn bull is a mammal already arctictiles, a subfamilia of cattle, mainly herbivores with a strong territorial awareness. Chen clearly did not expect to see such a huge bull, and the rest of the hunters are afraid to make sure from their king that they will really hunt this huge one. Li confirms his intention, tells everyone to sit quietly, and he goes to investigate the rest of the circumstances. He very much does not want his Lila to die in vain, and now the guy can only count on his 2 abilities. He approaches the black bulls with his battle axe, and realizes that they are 3 times taller and bigger than him. It's better to find a calf to train on it. This black bull looks really scary. As a result, Chen finds the smallest of all the bulls and wants to try to negotiate first, hoping for their complacent nature, because then he will not have to risk his life. While the bull was eating grass, Li greeted him, putting his weapon behind his back. The guy was laughing nervously when the bull turned his attention to him. Distracted from eating delicious green grass, Chen sincerely hopes that this bull will not get angry at him and will not rush, but unfortunately, his dreams and desires were not destined to come true. All the bulls, including the little one, rushed at once at the king. The guy is trying to recover by the fact that he only asked, and therefore there is no need to attack everyone at once at him, but no one has heard. When it dawned on him that they were not heading in his direction with good intentions, the guy ran as fast as he could in the opposite direction. Chen ran across the clearing, swam along the river, but the bulls followed the guy all the time, not allowing themselves to lose sight of him. Meanwhile, in the bushes, the remaining hunters watched the scene from top to bottom. They admired and were once again convinced of the merits of the king, because he decided to provoke the whole herd. He is not afraid of anything, but they would have known that it was not done on purpose at all. The king reached a high wall and there was a dead end. Someone assumed that the king was trying to surround the bulls, but in fact, Chen was just rushing wherever his eyes looked just to get away from these ferocious beasts. Using all his agility, he began to climb in order to climb this wall, and he succeeded. Chen climbed onto one of the ledges while the bull ran away and crashed into the wall, not having time to stop. Feeling confident in his abilities, the king decides to tease the uncomprehending bulls and threatens to knock them all out. The rock will not withstand the weight of these animals, so they will not climb it. The king is safe for now. Chen decides that when he returns today, he will tell all the hunters about it and give them weapons. But now the main thing is to understand how to get down from this cliff, because these rabid bulls are waiting below. Chen decides to continue climbing up and take a detour while recording the view from above in his map. Climbing up, the king meets a magnificent scenic view. He looks admiringly at this place and loudly says that he chooses this place to found a tribe, create a city and an entire empire. That guy confidently looks ahead with burning eyes and anticipation, because this game is just beginning. Those hunters who went with the king are now worried about him, trying to find him with their eyes among the herd of bulls. Someone assumes that he could have been trampled, and she wants to find a way to take the king's ex, so he climbs higher and higher up the tree. Suddenly just the same ex arrives and Chica, and the king notes his bravery and his outrage that the hunter wants him dead. Everyone begins to rejoice at the appearance of Li. She tries to seduce and asks about how everything went and how strong those terrible bulls are. Shin shuts him up and tells him that he is going to eat beef to replenish his strength, after which he offers to join him. XYO asks to forget about these bulls as they are not strong enough for them, and the redhead looks at him in surprise. The king begins to get angry and demands to answer only one of 2 words, yes or no. Seeing the anger of his master, the hunters immediately began to agree with his proposal, and Chen immediately became kinder and calmed down, pulling his axe out of the tree. From today, the king decided to teach his people to create powerful weapons and use an advanced hunting method, and in 3 days, they will be able to deal with these bulls. Li made his speech with enthusiasm, and the hunters happily supported him. After a while, in one fell swoop, Chen demolishes a huge tree, which leads to shock and admiration of his people. She tells the king that the tree is inedible because there is no fruit on it, and therefore it is pointless to cut it down. But for Li, it wasn't food. There wasn't even a thought it was a material for making weapons. He told me to carefully monitor how he makes the tool so that in the future, this knowledge would be useful to hunters. You need to choose a wooden stick about 2 meters long, then sharpen one end. The red notification popped up. Chen successfully invented a new weapon, which gave him a +1 point to the technology. In fact, it is better to get such points than for completing difficult tasks. But however, Chen does not know what this technology is for. The guy called his weapon a spear, which is used to pierce or throw. At the last word, the guy swung this very spear with all his great strength and threw it at the tree, which immediately went to the scene. The hunters were once again amazed by the enormous power of their king. So it seems that the spear is a very powerful weapon. Everyone started praising the king. Someone already wanted to try to do something similar. Someone from the hunters shouted that he was only picking up sticks and did not know about such technology. Chen asked everyone to calm down, convincing them that everyone would try to make a spear, Li gave the first spear he made to Shake, from which he joyfully lifted it up and thanked the king. The guy ordered everyone to make more spears. Only after that they will begin their training. The hunters agreed and thanked their king. After a while the sun was still shining brightly and the hunters started training with spears. They turned out to be so long, wide and strong, which could not but please. Chen watched the wrestlers and ordered when and to whom to fight, improving the fighting skills of his people. The king taught them to dodge, but so far everything has not turned out very well. Most often, hunters fell from the blows of the master, but he only taught them a good strong fight in which they can always win. The wrestlers in a little fear began to see God in the king, thinking that they would never defeat him. But they just don't know how to control wooden weapons and still rely on brute force and the advantage of such a spear as it's pointed to. So you need to use it and aim it at the enemy or prey. Any skills required training. And now the spear throwing is suitable for savage hunters. The king turns around and draws a target on a stone, which draws the attention of the other savages. The guy orders them to stand at a certain distance and throw a spear straight at the target, for which he promised to give them a spear. She wants to start first and throws a spear at the stone with all his mind. He hits it, but really not the target. Chen praises the hunter for his power, but he still needs to work on accuracy. The next hunter who will throw will be king. He threw, however, again not at the target but at the feet of the gentleman. He looked at the prankster with displeasure, but she immediately apologized for his mistake. Then the healing chi and other hunters went, but none of them hit the target. Chen thought about the fact that he was a little hasty in creating the tool, because these guys don't have a talent for it yet. Suddenly, a spear flies by quickly, which finally hits the desired target. The king looks in shock at the one who abandoned him. It was Agan. The other hunters were also extremely surprised, and Agan only asked if he had won. Chen immediately jumped in and started praising the savage who hit the target straight. He told him to train further and also gave him another spear. Agan was unspeakably glad of this, when suddenly there was a hail from the king announcing the movement of a large beast towards the forest. They ordered everyone to take up arms and be ready for battle. Everyone froze and tried to be careful because a huge beast was coming. This is a great opportunity to improve the skill of throwing a spear and fighting with it. A huge powerful beast suddenly breaks out of the forest and begins to grow. The king orders everyone to listen to him and says that now they will catch this beast. Cheng shouts to everyone to be more attentive and starts surrounding the new monster on his command. He hits his spear right in the forehead of the animal and stops it for a while. And this is a rare opportunity. The king shouts to Ag and Inland Gatu to throw spears at this monster, namely at its vulnerable place. Hunters immediately get down to business and aim at the right places. The beast began to move violently from the attack, which caused Chin's spear to break. The guy looks at the enraged beast, and he looks at him. The predator flies at the hunters, but Agan accurately shoots him in the face. The king celebrates the skill of the savage, and meanwhile, the beast falls under the yoke of all the forces of the hunters. The beast tries to escape, but Chien does not allow him to do so, blocking the way with himself. The king shouts to King, who was sitting on a tree. He understood the sign and immediately flew straight at the monster with a spear. He hit him in the back of the head, clinging to the spear with his hands, had to hold on to the rabid predator. The monster got very angry. Even a notification from the system came, for all the hunters hurried to evade the sharp attacks. And Ching is trying to stay on the monster, shouting to everyone to escape. The red monster begins to fall and the king running towards him is being stopped. But he doesn't listen to anyone, runs and hits the beast with all his mind. The hunters stand in a frenzy and worry about the king. While he showed no signs of life, the savages decided to check if he was alive there. When they suddenly saw his outline and all the dust that had risen, Chen asks people not to shout, and he stands on top of a defeated huge opponent. Tishan praises his fighters, noting their well-coordinated and good work, smiling. Today the tribe will arrange a big feast in honor of the victory. The savages rejoice and thank their king. Meanwhile, Chin continued to hold on to the spear and the beast slightly rejoicing at the news of the food. He sighed weakly and saw the king holding out his hand to him to get up. Chen praises XYO King for his bravery and success. The boy sheds a couple of tears of happiness, immediately wiping them with his hands, and thanks the king. Next, Chin calls Agon and notes his merit in defeating this beast. Now Agon will be able to go with the king on all subsequent hunts, as well as Li will create a new weapon for him. The short hunter jumped for joy at this news. After some time, primitive people began to rest and discuss the events that had happened. So they say that the king has the power of God. He cut off the boar's head with one leap. She also says that without his help, Chen would not have been able to win this victory. Shannon shows a piece of meat that he managed to get, and she notes how huge it is. The girl enthusiastically says that she specially left the biggest and most delicious piece for the king. She runs up to Li and offers him dinner. He looks at her in the raw meat and asks about how they eat unprocessed food. Shandling does not understand what is wrong because they are primitive people. Shen remembered that the savages used fire last time to process raw meat, but why not this time? It turns out that the last time primitive people did not have time to save the source of the fire, and that fire was an exceptional case. Fire is the beginning of human civilization, scaring away wild animals, a safer and more comfortable existence. Culinary after all. Even the subsequent development of civilization is inseparable from fire. The savages lagged behind even more than it seems, since they do not understand that fried food is many times tastier than raw. It seems that in order to strengthen this primitive tribe, the king will first need to teach them how to make fire. The guy gets to his feet and tells Shamblin to follow him. He saw a point that had broken off not so long ago and realized that it would just come in handy. Chen takes out this piece of wood and approaches the log, attracting someone else's attention. He is seriously going to teach his people how to make fire through friction. You just need to add sawdust to the recess of the trunk of the wood and rub it hard and quickly with your hands. In this case, you need to be patient and wait a little, then the fire will not keep you waiting. When the light appeared, the hunters shouted that their king was God himself. Chen smiles and says they don't need to eat raw tasteless meat anymore. For primitive people, Chen Li became the god of fire. Sheik shouts at the top of his mouth that he wants to acquaint everyone with the fact that their king has subdued fire. Chen subdues this man and tells him to learn how to make fire on his own. Some were already sitting and warming themselves by the light that we had carved. Suddenly, a notification from the system comes again, and now at one time 10 points were offered as a reward for one task. Accumulating technology is really easier than it seems. However, the Red King does not know what to use them for. He clicks on the technology designations and an explanation opens in front of him. Technology glasses can be used to identify rock paintings. Each time 10 points will be used for identification. The hero remembered that with the help of rock art, primitive people communicate and transmit information. He will need to spend these technology points to make out the inscriptions. Xin calls out to the king, who was in his thoughts, and says that this boar which they overcame had signs of feeding, which directly indicates the presence of his cubs not so far away. Sai Oxing had already taken the time to find these animals and was able to find not so much further from their current hiding place. A new assignment for Chen has surfaced now. He had to capture the cubs of the boar, make them pets. This was followed by a reward is a small treasure chest in a cookbook. The stage of animal domestication has begun. Will Chen Ly accept this new quest? Chen Li was thinking about this new task, suggesting that there might even be a whole series of tasks that he would have to complete. He calls Dada and Qing to him, telling them to go and pick up those piglets. They obey and go after the animals. The most important thing is that they are delivered unharmed. These hunters need to be extremely careful not to harm the piglets. Chen accepted this new quest and a couple of hunters ran headlong to fulfill the order of their king, promising to complete it faster than he would blink an eye. We exhaled and realized that until these hunters return, they need to make a pigsty for the piglets. He approaches the remaining primitive people and tells them to come to him when everyone has finished. It was sunset time. The sun was setting over the horizon. The savages carried a huge number of branches, not understanding why their great king needed them in such a volume. But even asking each other, they did not find out the true answer. When 3 hunters returned with branches, the others were already twisting straw ropes. The king taught them this and ordered them to do it there. You need to smooth out the straw in a certain way and then weave a rope and everything will be ready. She gilled that he didn't understand anything anyway. For this he is asked not to stand still and carry everything to the king. Meanwhile, Chen made small holes in the ground in the form of a circle and called to him the uncomprehending savages with branches. He orders you to choose branches similar to his branch, which is straight and firm, and then take ropes. Everyone had to make at least 5 wooden structures similar to a crosspiece. The savages closely followed the actions of the king, memorizing and promising to do everything correctly. Next, it was necessary to insert the assembled structure into the hole prepared by the red-haired guy. Then tie them together with ropes. Thus the connected sticks form a cage and everything is ready. After that, the straw should be carefully distributed outside the cage and everything is finally completed. As simple pigsty is built, Li notes the interest of everything that is happening, and the savages rejoice like small children at the build pigsty. Unexpectedly for Qin, all the primitive people rushed to take a place in this pigsty, thinking that this was now their new home. They literally swore for a place in it, considering who came first. That's the place because the king built it so that they all lived here together. Unfortunately, these guys, it wasn't like that at all. He reports that this pigsty was not built for savages. At this time, he is hailed by Agon and Dada, who finally brought a lot of little piglets. There were 8 small animals in total. The king demanded to move these cuties to the pigsty, pointing to the new structure with his finger. One of the savages tried to stop the king, not understanding how such a good dwelling could be given to these pigs, because primitive people can finally hide from the wind and the sun in that nest. All the savages really want to live there, so they began to beg their king. But Chen abruptly throws everyone away from him, saying that if they want to live in a pigsty, then he doesn't care. But after they build a more comfortable wooden house, there will be no place for the savages. The guy looks sternly at his people, who abruptly began to hope for something better than this nest and to reject the desire to live in a newly built pigsty. After clarifying all the circumstances, Agon and Don Don take the pigs to their legal residence. Finally, someone asked a reasonable question about why take care of these pigs if this is their food. The king, without hesitation, asked Sagan if he would be happy to eat a lot of meat without going hunting. In response, the king is expected to receive a positive response. Only by raising pigs and giving them the opportunity to give birth to many piglets, the tribe will be able to live a good, wonderful life. It doesn't matter if the savages don't understand everything that is happening now, they just need to continue their training. The wild animal domestication test was successful and Chen received a reward for it. It requires the system to open a new gift. The king receives a bag of salt from a small treasure chest, and also the guy learned how to cook some dishes: fried eggplant, fried peanuts, fried eggs, fried lamb, fried shellfish. Chen needs to become a chef before science and technology begin to develop. The notification popped up that cooking according to recipes can lead to unlocking special rewards. The king decides later to devote his attention to collecting a variety of ingredients and spices. Night has come and the moon has already risen above the earth. People have settled in a small area. They have a good pigsty which is guarded in a large fire to warm themselves. Chen decides to talk to Ching. He was wounded during the day, and at night he has to be on duty for everyone. The king thanks his men from the bottom of his heart. Chen only replies that because of him, the king was caught yesterday and almost died, so he is only happy to help. Chen laughs at the hunter's words and pulls him closer to him, encouraging him that he will not take revenge on anyone because he is not one of those people. XYO King laughs slightly in response to the guy. And now the king looked at the savage seriously in a desire to ask some important question. He asks about the existence of tribes located nearby, whether they really are here. XYO Chain confirms the king's theory about the existence of other tribes. However, they are not really friendly and do not look like this tribe at all. The king thought about it and asked CYO to tell him as much as possible about these tribes, how many of them there are and where they live. She knows that 3 different tribes live nearby. These are the tribes of the Coconut Grove, the Sea Bay and the Giant Rock, although XYO said that they live not far from their current place of residence. But in fact, there is a decent distance between them. To meet other tribes you need to go at least a day. The king asks to tell more about each of the tribes, listening attentively. Touching the Coconut Grove tribe is closest to them. They live in the east, just a few minutes walk south from a herd of black bulls. There are about 30 or 40 of them. They do not like to fight. They can travel long distances and their leader is a woman who is not so easy to contact. The tribe of the Gulf of the Sea, so also 30 or 40 people, and they live in the south by the sea. They look intimidating and constantly kill each other. The Giant Rock tribe is the most powerful tribe and has the largest number of people. They usually live in the mountains in the southwest, but sometimes they all come down from the mountains together. They say their leader has gained supernatural strength and can kill a tiger with his bare hands, so it's better not to mess with him. Thus, the king comes to the conclusion that if the information about the Coconut Grove is reliable, then her tribe is the most suitable as the first target, and if you rely on the fact that they are bizarre, you can't be rude. Chen is going to find a way to defeat them peacefully. Suddenly it got colder for Li and he tensed up a little. It turns out that Shannon just ran up from behind, making sure that their king was still awake. Channeling decided to make a joke and pretended to be a cat, and the king called her a saber-toothed tiger and only laughed at the girl. After that, Chen shouts that she wants to go to the toilet, and the king will go with him. The guy grabs the hunter and fly as far as possible from everyone. The night was quite clear. Chin climbed a tall tree, namely one of its powerful branches. Suddenly, the hunter tells the king that someone has come to them. The red-haired guy closely monitors the actions of strangers, and now you can already see how a blue creature similar to a human is running after a dodo bird, which belongs to the order of the pigeon-like, and the quality of its meat is low, but its egg-laying is high. This wild man caught a prototype chicken. The hero sat in ambush all night, and finally, these ancient people showed up. The tribe of the Gulf of the Sea now grabbed the bird and we're about to start a fight for meat, threatening to kill each other. These guys have very well developed limbs and a very simple brain. If there are 30 of them, according to XYO, then when they join their tribe, the number of people will grow and they will also be able to capture the dodo bird. Xing also reminds the king that their men are half as many, so they will not be able to fight too. Members of the Blue Bay tribe have already started their fight and division for a piece of meat. Fewer people was a real problem, but if the tool is sufficiently advanced, then you can still claim something. But first of all, you need to get rid of the herd of black bulls, and only then use new resources to create more powerful weapons and equipment. That king offers to return because there is still a lot to do. The sun was already very high. Primitive people continued to work, cultivating the territory, stacking sticks and other resources. Everyone was very happy about the return of the king, because some had been looking for him for quite a long time, thinking that he had left them here to fend for themselves. The king apologized for the inconvenience, and then announced that they had something else to do. Xing was ordered to continue training with with spears. Agon has become responsible for teaching throwing, and he also has just a day to improve the skills of all the other guys. Agon accepted the king's order and began to disperse the rest of the people to the active positions as time was running out. Shang offers the king a good idea about the toilet. The king thanks the girl for her kindness but also asks her to gather all the women as they will need their help. Chen needs help with a wooden implement. To begin with, they needed to find stones. He would teach them how to make a stone axe. The girl understood everything and happily rushed to call all the girls. After a while, women approached the king with a stick in their hands and show what stones they were able to get. All the stones were very well suited for turning. The king ordered, first to place a rectangular stone on the grindstone and rubbish. It is necessary to ensure that there is an edge like a king. Then it was necessary to tie this stone to a stick with a row. Thus they quickly made a stone axe. All the girls were delighted with the skills of their leader. A red notice came that Chen had successfully invented the technique of sharpening stone tools while adding 1 point to the technology. He was dissatisfied with the unfair distribution of points for various tasks because they gave 10 for ordinary fire extraction, and now only 1. Chen demanded to follow his instructions and then carry the created tools to him for inspection. Channeling quickly coped with the task and brought an axe with 2 blades for inspection. The king noted the girl's talent, and she just remembered that the king had a magic axe of the same shape. The new notification from the system arrives only already blue. Chen Li fulfilled the following conditions from Paleolithic to Neolithic. To identify new talents among subordinates, the appearance of a hidden ability talent identification has been activated. The talent detection system allows the king to find out what each person's success creating tools should be a talent. It was highlighted with a blue plaque near Shanliing. The king hung up a bit, and then said that it was necessary to make an X according to the standard since today they should make as many weapons as possible. After a certain amount of time the 30th gun was ready. More than half was done by Shandling. The king noted this and praised the girl. The girl clarifies whether the new spears of the previous guns are better, and it really turns out to be so. Shan Lin has an exceptional talent for creating tools. Since the girl had been sharpening spears and stones all day, her hands were scratched until they bled, and Chen noticed this. Shan Lin says it's okay. As long as she can work hard, she's happy. But other girls were more picky. They all showed their hands, which were also injured. They hoped that the king would not feel sorry for his subjects. The guy replies that he really feels sorry for everyone, and before running away as far as possible from all the girls, he shouts that 50 weapons will be enough for them. But red-haired guy walks through the bushes and relaxes from the tension he has received all day. Thanks to nature. Suddenly someone shouts to let go and a huge log flies at the king, from which he barely manages to duck. He loudly expresses all his feelings and understands that this is a moving target. Someone is having a great time. Liangatu and Huing Shi One Pagon announces the next group that will fight, so they need to be ready. The king comes out from behind the bushes and is noticed by a short hunter. The king praises for good work and decides to ask about the results. It turns out that everyone has achieved great success today. They can all hit a moving target. Agen's special skill highlighted in blue is the possession of throwing. Although Heinz UGL is strong, he does not throw very accurately. It was only when he teamed up with Sheik that he was able to show his real talents. Although Luton does not like to talk, but he is the most diligent of all. He is also the first to master the skills. The most amazing thing is that Landgatu and Huing Ji separately do not represent anything special, but as a team, they alternately throw 4 spears in a short time and hit the target straight, each time getting the highest score. The successes of all primitive people made the king very happy, because tomorrow they will be able to fight with the Black Bulls. Sheik intervened in the conversation, not believing in his own strength and the strength of the tribe. Chan, on the other hand, was almost 100% sure, but he believed that he just needed to take a secret weapon with him just in case. The moon was shining brightly on the area. The night was clear. Dodo birds sat on trees and sometimes flew over people's heads. In the darkness of the night, under the light of fire and moon, Chen continued to develop a tool for tomorrow. He purposely stayed up all night because he wanted to finish the secret weapon. When the king told about this secret weapon, he also ordered everyone to collect the black tops of the leaves. He only warned that if someone has wounds on their hands, then the juice of the leaves should not be touched. The system identified the leaves in the king's hands as a natural paralytic. He hopes that the juice of this thing will be able to paralyze the terrible monsters they're going to go against. The king is hailed again, notifying that new spears have been brought. The girl notices a hole in the stone and is interested about its purpose. Chen says it's a stone stupa, and soon the girl will find out what it's for. A new notification arrives that the guy has successfully invented a stone mortar. He asked Shannon to bring the other girls so that everyone uses this stone mortar, grinds green leaves and then smears the spear heads with juice. Here men are already meeting in conversation. They also want to help the king in preparing for tomorrow's battle. To this Chen orders everyone to eat and rest first as a big battle awaits them tomorrow. Savages call the king a great and powerful ruler, after which they begin to rest. It was sunrise, and meanwhile, Chen was sitting on a tree branch and eating with salt. The fried meat turned out to be much tastier. Chen Li informed the king from below that everything was ready, and through the spirit of the Lord, the time of battle has finally come. Women stay at home and protect their children. The rest should take their weapons and follow the king up the mountain. Everyone exclaimed joyfully and enthusiastically. Cheng raised his axe above his head, which motivated everyone to go into battle and never give up. The sun was covered with clouds. It became overcast. On the cliff the tribe was waiting for its leader, who decided to go as bait. Many thought it was very dangerous, but in fact, the king is very strong, so there are no dangers for him. Everyone is standing ready and waiting for a sign. She notices some movement on the other side of the river. The girls are commanded to pass the spears in time, especially from the side of anger. It is who should not be allowed to remain without a weapon because he is the most accurate. The king took such a huge risk. No one has the right to make a mistake now. 10 minutes ago, Chen was making his way among the black bulls in the bushes. According to previous experience, he will be able to safely reach the mountain remaining alive. But for the sake of reliability, Chen decides to learn a little bull. He carefully and quickly makes his way through the bushes, trying not to stumble anywhere on the way, otherwise death will visit him very soon. Chen abruptly jumps out of the grass and throws a pebble at the black bull's head. He turns his attention to him and starts flying at full speed at the impudent men. It was really very risky. 3 bulls are racing after the king. He, like last time, is trying to escape to the rock across the river. The guy shouts for Sheik to aim at the first bull and they all focus on the attack. All the savages got ready, waiting for a loud sign from Sheik. Abruptly all the people started throwing spears with a stunner at the bulls. The monster stopped for a while, which gave me a few seconds and the opportunity to quickly climb to a safe place on the rock. The bulls were furious. They were banging their heads against the wall. But because of this shaking, the king was on the verge of falling off the cliff. She immediately bends down and grabs Chen's hand, saying that he is with him and everything is fine. The king orders to continue attacking and in no case to give up until they are all dead. Chen's look and attitude are really serious and intimidating. The savages continue to attack, aiming already at the one on the left. Some are interested in the condition of the gentleman, but he asks not to worry about him. Suddenly, she has talent to lead troops also surfaced on a bluish background. The king shouted at everyone to focus on helping Sheik after identifying his talent. Chen understood why he was so calm and confident in command, because he has his own talent. For this, it seems that he was brought up to become a commander capable of doing everything on his own. She tells the king that the bulls already look really bad. Everyone turns their gazes down, looking at the animals. The bulls have been lying for a long time, unable to fight anymore. The anesthetic took effect quite quickly, which is not even expected. Now these wild animals can't run amok anymore. But then she shouts that other bulls are starting to attack in the distance, quickly rushing across the river for the souls of primitive people. Unfortunately for the king, the bull attack happened much earlier than he expected. Most likely they were attracted by the screen. The king asks not to panic his people because everything is going according to his plan, which means there is no need to worry. They should focus on attacking the 3 bulls below, not allowing them to escape. The terrible battle begins between bulls and primitive people. Everyone is very angry and wants to win by any means. The poison from the savages' spears has slowed the bulls down, so they cannot be allowed to escape. Sheik throws another spear, continuing to fire at the fleeing monsters. But suddenly the king stops them, to which Sheik says that now is not the time for feelings, because if they do not hurry up and finish them off, then other bulls will come for their souls very soon. Chen wonders about how many copies are still left. It turns out that, taking into account those that are now in hand, there are still 28 pieces. Then the king decides to ask, showing how many bulls he sees. He has about 20. That's why the savages stumped. They have a limited number of copies. The king punched the rushing bulls with a serious look. Some hunters wonder if it would be a waste of energy if they all give up now. Jen didn't like this question very much, but he thought about it for a while, to which he then replies that this was his plan, because the king was not even going to bet such a small number of people against a whole herd of bulls. The war between the evil black bulls in this tribe has just begun. The main goal of the king was the mission to kill a huge boss of bulls, and as for the remaining bulls, according to the plan, they will have to run away in all directions from fear. In order to learn the largest one, you need to use a bait. That's why those 3 at the bottom should remain at least alive, but you can't let them escape. However, in the original plan of the king, there was 1 bull as bait to cope with 2 extra bulls. The heroes spend a lot of copies. XYO Ching shouts to everyone to urgently look towards the forest. As Chin said, the main boss of the game where this war is coming at them. This turns out to be that huge monster. One of his roars sent such a strong gust of wind that the savages were almost blown off the cliff. They barely managed to grab onto the grass. Sio King tries to warn everyone about the movement, although it is already so obvious. The bulls accelerate with great speed and hit their powerful heads against the rock wall. Yes, they are hitting the mountain and look like crazy. Unfortunately, the boss of the bulls is standing still, not going to fight them. He only commands his so-called army of black bulls. This is what the king notices, which makes him indignant. After a while, a terrible sound is heard which made everyone alert. The rock began to crumble from the abundance of powerful blows of the bulls. The stone wall cracked and the king shouted to everyone to urgently return and hide. The guy was picking up who he could, but suddenly he saw how Shannon began to fall along with a huge fragment of stone. She asked for help, falling with great speed to the ground. The king immediately called Huang Shi with him and rushed to save the fallen girl from death. The king and a couple of hunters went down. He picks her up in his arms and asks her to rest for a while, and in the meantime, they're surrounded by black bulls. Chen promises to protect the girl, for hunters prepare for defense and stand in defensive poses. Someone asks what they should do, trying not to make unnecessary movements so that the unruly bulls do not break off abruptly. Everyone is waiting for the king's order. It turned out that this was a trick of the bulls, so the king asks everyone to disperse. The guy understands that the case is very bad, and the chances of survival are extremely small. The leader of the black bulls quickly figured out Chen's trap. He didn't expect that he had such a high intelligence. The guy in a panic looks at all the actors of this massacre and tries to figure something out. She commands from above and tells everyone who is left to take up arms and defend the king. Chen yells at them not to do anything yet, because it's dangerous. They need to focus on finishing off those who come running first. Tension hung in the air. Everyone stood in great fear and anger at the same time. No one dared to attack first because it meant a fatal outcome for one of the parties. But still, one bull decided to be the first to rush at a bunch of surrounded people below and immediately received a spear in the throat and then a powerful blow with a military axe of the leader of the savages. After this action, the real battle began. Black angry bulls attacked and primitive people tried to repel their attacks. It turned out to clear some territory, and again, everyone stopped waiting for something. The black bulls, to Chen's surprise, had just received an order from their boss to retreat. It seems that the powerful beast has decided to fight in person after all. At this terrible battle, rain suddenly began to fall, washing each of its participants, and also the bull king appeared in front of the heroes ready to tear everyone to shreds. He growls furiously, and then Chen realizes what kind of trouble they all got into with their antics. The king shouts for everyone to disperse and the boss releases a huge beam of power that destroys the wall behind the hunters. It turns out that it was a sound wave from such a strong roar. This boss really inspires fear, and the king decides to divert his attention to himself and orders the rest to hide somewhere. Everyone obediently obeys his order. Chen also shouts to those upstairs to wait for his signal. He attracts the attention of a huge bull and he hits the guy with all his mind, who flies away a few meters, quickly rises and tries to take the boss away with him. The king was climbing the cliff when suddenly a sound wave came to his soul. All people began to worry about them and not understanding what was happening at all now. The savages do not retreat in any case and prepare for an attack. Ancient people want appears this big guy's corn, when suddenly he already gets a strong blow with the magic axe of the king. Chen climbed out of the gorge created by the same bull, and thanks for its creation because it allowed the king to hide at a critical moment. The boss gets a scar on his eye from this axe, and even though Jenny got some injuries, he is still ready to fight. Li shouts to Shake to obey his order, namely to kill this monster. Primitive people go on the attack, bestowing blows on a huge monster from all sides. Someone sat on top, someone beats at the bottom, being careful not to be crushed, and someone just sweeps on the bull from all possible sides and attacks. The bull tries to break away from all the nasty people, tries to throw them off his body and uses a powerful sound way. He manages to injure some guys, but this does not stop the battle. Everyone also continues to fight bravely to victory. At one point Chen flies up and deals a pretty serious blow to the body of a powerful animal and immediately calls Shiga because this is their only chance to snatch victory. Everyone was ordered to aim at the wound which paralyzed the bull. After some time of shelling and weak resistance of a huge monster, the latter lay down and did not rise again without showing signs of life. Some savages thought that this was already a victory, and it would seem that the hunters really won, but then there was a strong lightning strike. The other bulls stood and looked at what was happening, waiting for something. Suddenly, Chen participated with his back that the recently defeated bull gets to his feet and blows the savage king with a shock way. The boss quickly recovered and continued to attack everyone with the shock wave of his voice. The king has said he understands how careless he was, and because of this now all people are in big trouble. The bull grabs a spear and throws it with all his might at the savage king standing on a cliff. The guy sees an arrow flying at him, but he continues to stand still, feeling that death will soon overtake him. But then Shannon flies up to his defense and covers the king with himself. He stands in shock and looks at the girl who was already unconscious on the ground in the rain. The king remembered all the dear moments with this girl and got angry because she was very kind and did not deserve such a death. He was incredibly furious and again went out alone with this huge bull, asking to fight only with him. A system warning about the appearance of an unstoppable force came out, but Li does not pay attention to it and goes to kill this powerful and already annoying monster. Die. And then I swung my axe, from which a wave of strange energy appeared that cut the the monster in half like butter. It seemed even he did not expect this from the one who scratched him. I cut him in half. That's like he's just a piece of butter. And then turning to the remaining bulls, he said, "Come on. Who's next?" The bulls were clearly not ready to confront me. Looking at their boss who was defeated so easily, they hesitated. "Die," I shouted, frighteningly, and the bulls were seized with fear, knew their origin, fear running away. Then my axe fell out of my hands. System notification. Attention. Warning. You're dying. Leaning on my axe, I was breathing heavily. It seemed that there was almost no strength left. CA. Suddenly I coughed up blood. That was a bad signal. So the system wasn't lying. Consciousness was leaving me. The shouts of subordinates could be heard in the distance. The king, but I barely understood what was going on. Coughing, I realized that my eyelids were closing. Warning, warning. After a moment, I was already lying on the ground. Looking at the battlefield, I noticed her daughter with the last of my strength. I groaned. Get it. Medicine. After that my eyelids finally dropped and darkness came into my mind. I lost consciousness. When I woke up I saw a thatched roof and a woman's chest. What finally opening my eyes? I saw her, the king. "Are you awake?" I was lying on her lap. Obviously, she spent a lot of time with me. This a pigsty? Of course, not king. After you drove away the herd of bulls, we moved to this new land, and we built this hut for you. Lie down for now. I'll tell the others. Wait, I said, heaving myself up. Do you want to give me an order? Data in the youth Tang. How are they? I asked, hopefully. Sighing, the girl began to speak. When we found a youth Tang, he was barely breathing. However, he recovered quickly, and after he woke up all this time he was standing outside guarding you. Data is more injured. We had your magic medicine, so now she needs to rest and she will recover. The others are fine for now. I'm glad that everyone is fine. And 4 days everything returned to normal. You answered me smiling. 4 days. I was so surprised that I grabbed her hands. And yes, she answered confusedly. They hurriedly opened the quest menu. Settle down a task. Help primitive people build homes. Create a tribe and increase the number of people to 50 term 11 days. Hell, there's no time to recover. We can't waste a second. I thought. He looked at me thoughtfully. It was in her eyes. Why is the king constantly looking at one point? I tried to get up, but suddenly a spark of pain ran through my whole body. Clicking my tongue I added, damn, it hurts. The king excited the girl through me. You need to rest well. You can't get up now. Now is not the time to rest. Call Sugar urgently. Just tell him I'm awake. Don't say anything else. I'll explain everything to you later. Good king. With that she left, and I stayed with my thoughts. Now I have neither the fighting power nor the restraining force, and if it becomes known to everyone, then this task will not be so easy to complete. After opening the map I continued thinking. Fortunately, after we drove away the herd of bulls, the tribe immediately moved. Looking at the terrain plan, I began to divide the territories into zones. Here you need to build a fence as soon as possible, then convert it into a wooden wall. Here you can place plots for planting and raising livestock. The king Sugu has arrived. Let them open it from the outside. The king, this is Sugu. I'm glad you're all right. Sugu, I have an errand for you. Yes. Come closer and remember everything I say. Coming close to the tent. Should you put his ear in its wall and then listen to my orders? Good king. Don't worry. I will do everything. With these words, he ran away. No, that's not enough. This time I can't make a mistake. Like when hunting bulls, we need to clear the area. With these thoughts, I shouted out, Liu Tang, there's a task for you to yes. Go to the corpse of the bull king and bring his skull and skin. Make sure you took everything. And he looked surprised. And then his face changed first to horror and then to bliss. This, it's the king's divine weapon. After putting my axe out of the tent I handed it till Liu Tang. It is obvious that with stone axes he will not be able to properly remove the skin. I will complete this task, he solemnly declared, brandishing an axe. Your Majesty, you'd better rest now. As stated worriedly. No, I snapped. I just have a task for you. There's no one outside right now. You can come in. Yes, she said and entered the tent. They sent everyone away to give you an important secret assignment. I said solemnly and calmly. Then she immediately took off all her clothes and declared, Your Majesty, I have been ready for a long time. What the hell are you undressing for? You've got it all wrong. After a god dressed, she sat quietly on her knees in front of me. So basically, I need you to help me put on a show. Play a show? She asked in surprise. I plan to send someone to negotiate with the Coconut Grove tribe. The goal is to convince them to join us. This is my order, but they have a lot more people so they won't agree. Right? She asked, looking at me thoughtfully. Exactly. Therefore, we must show them strength. Let them think that only agreeing to join is the right choice. I chose you for 2 reasons. Firstly, they are a matriarchal tribe. That will be easier for you women to communicate. deteriorate. Secondly, I raised a shaking wounded hand. Only you know about my current state. That explosion caused me severe damage, although the medicine stopped the deterioration. But to heal to the end, you need something better. Yeah, she nodded. So I have to look intimidating to intimidate the Coconut Grove tribe. After a moment's thought she stared at me. I know what needs to be done, entrust this matter to me. The next day when Xiang went to the Coconut Grove. We will be at Amy's place soon. Although the Coconut Grove tribe doesn't like wars, I still think they shouldn't be provoked. Worried, Sean glanced at Jaya. She was wearing a tiara made of bull horns as well as a brand new bull skin cloak. Good, good. She answered calmly. Be calm and leave the rest to me. Home and the king is really biased. Created such beautiful clothes for you. After a while they were already sitting in the bushes and watching. So it's their look. Chung said. A beautiful picture opened before their eyes. A small waterfall descended from the mountain and several girls were swimming in the resulting lake. A glance to Chong. You're well acquainted with this place. Ha ha ha. Look there. This is the one we were looking for. The queen of the Coconut Grove. A girl of incredible beauty stood at a distance from everyone. Her long ears and green hair crushed men's hearts. Awesome. Yes, she's a beauty. Appearances are deceptive. Xiang replied. They say she ate several of her suitors. Did you eat it? Not happening. That's true. Meanwhile, we didn't even feel the followers of the grove sneaking up from behind. Pointing sticks of us, they shouted. Pay. Naturally we were caught. After a while we were sitting on our knees in front of the queen of the Coconut Grove. Your Majesty, we caught these spies. They shouted that they wanted to meet you. The magnificent but still naked queen sat before us on a stone throne. In her hands was a whip with spikes. We are ambassadors. Xiang shouted. These titles were bestowed upon us by the king. What the queen asked in surprise. There is no such thing in you. Leave the woman as a slave and feed the men to the fish from the piece of meat that they brought. Make dinner. What? Xiang shouted. A save me. Suddenly, a plucked up the courage and spoke. I thought the Coconut Grove tribe queen was quite perceptive. Now I see that this is not the case. I was planning to give you the meat of a mountain bull. Suddenly the queen waved her whip. Wait, let him talk. Grinning, she continued. You say you have mountain bull meat? Yes, exactly. I replied with the same grin. A herd of black bulls lives in the north of the river. Clicking her tongue, the queen thought she had figured out the plan. So you want to attack the herd by joining forces? A satisfied grin did not leave his lips. Unite to attack them. Then how can you call it a gift? Don't underestimate people. That herd of bulls is not our enemy. The lands in the vicinity of the river have already changed hands. The crowd gathered to look at the spies suddenly whispered. Impossible. Did they scare off the bulls? We were almost trampled them. Suddenly the queen rose from her throne. Putting her whip to her eyes neck, she said, do you know what awaits those who lied to me? Without a drop of fear, you continued. The biggest tank was slaughtered by our king. If you don't believe me, come back with us and take a look. Suddenly the girl who was standing not far from the queen said, don't believe it. It must be a trap. That Rappa suddenly asked. Keep in mind, our merciful king can defeat your entire tribe. Suddenly, Sean, who was almost thrown into the water, shouted, that's right. Not only do we not want to fight with you, but we also want to give you a gift. Our thoughts are sincere. What other doubts can there be? Of course, Anu added sharply. If the queen is afraid to go by herself, she can send people to pick up the meat. Suddenly waving the whip, the still naked queen said, you better not cheat with me. A couple of hours later, the queen was already walking in our company ahead. Sean pointed the stick in the direction and then waved his hand. We're back. By the way, the queen still got dressed. Her outfit was mostly made of leaves and her head was decorated with an improvised wreath. Don't shout, Sugu answered loudly. Go help build a house. The king is waiting on the other side of the river. Yeah. Shang nodded. Suddenly, the girl who was always next to the queen whispered in her ear, Your Majesty, what does it mean to build a house? Judging by the look in the queen's eyes, she herself did not guess. Was escorted them on. We came, king. They have arrived, she solemnly declared. A massive tent decorated with bull boss horns and many other attributes appeared to their gaze that looked intimidating, and the queen felt something. A strong murderer's aura emanates from this hut. This guy, he looks like a huge beast, and really, they did a good job on my costume. A crown of horns, various armor attributes, and a height added to my murderous aura, and also a throne made of bull bones. What could be better? Thank you, I said it as rudely as I could. Suddenly, an exclamation was heard from a tent nearby. Fortunately, they didn't suspect anything. The wounded were sitting in the tent. The king ordered all the wounded to hide here so that we would not be seen. Can you be more careful? I'm just curious what the queen of the Coconut Grove looks like. Cough clearing my throat, I drew attention to myself. So you're from the Coconut Grove tribe? But the girl who was near the queen interrupted me. Where is the bowl media we're talking about? I calmly pointed with my hand behind the tent. You can take as much as you want, and as much as you can carry. Shifting their gaze, they finally noticed the corpses of bulls laying there. Not far from them were just two of my guys, and they were butchering meat with stone axes. The girls headed towards them. Seeing them, one of the guys said, These belong to you, so take them yourself. But after trying to cut off the meat with their bone knives, the girls failed. The knife broke on the tight skin of the bulls. Looking at this, the guys couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? The queen's assistant asked angrily. You must be lucky to get right in the middle of a bullfight that has arisen. And that's it. What an insult. Do you want to fight, girl? He said, whipping out his axe. But suddenly, with incredible speed and the blue trail, something flew out of the tent. Having cut a piece of meat between the quarreling, my axe plunged into the ground. What? Which one? The queen was in shock. What kind of weapon is this? Our bone knives are no match for him. Use my axe and help them divide the meat, I commanded the king. They provoked us first. Why on earth should we? But I looked at this poor guy with anger. And then he said, shut up. Follow my orders. Clicking his tongue, he still agreed and began to carve the meat. Okay, I've given you permission to take as much meat as you can carry. Said done. These are my principles, the queen said, and surprise home, barbarians and noble. How did you overcome a herd of bulls? My answer depends on further development, whether it's mutual understanding or personal experience. That's it for today. Queen of the Coconut Grove, take the beef and leave. The queen snorted resentfully, an indifferent pig. Meanwhile, my thoughts were filled with another problem. I'm overdressed. If it wasn't for the moleskin bandage, the wound would have started to bleed. Damn, blood flowed. Fortunately, the queen is distracted by a conversation with a that's right. We'll give you some of our stone axes. Although they are no match for the king's divine axe, they are suitable for butchering meat. But the queen only snorted. No need. That doesn't look elegant enough for us. We also have powerful weapons, but we don't put them on display. I hope I won't have to use it on you. All the best. Take what belongs to us. She told the girls we're coming back. Good. A added that if this is not enough, you can come again, but the sooner the better. After all, we will share it with other tribes. Come again. She threw it after them. After moving some distance from the camp, the queen stopped. Have you checked everything? She asked. Suddenly, more girls jumped from the trees. Reporting, said one of them. We found out from the buildings, the so-called houses. Perhaps there were piglets inside. We accidentally heard grunting pigs. The queen was surprised. Did they build such a nice pig house? Moreover, the scout continued, they also mastered the divine power of fire. That can't be even more surprised, the assistant said angrily. We saw with our own eyes how they got a fire out of nowhere and fried beef on it. What? The queen was clearly surprised. Only the speaker was quiet for a moment. Just what? Don't hesitate to tell me already. Only there are only 10 of them. The others are several children and one old man. I doubt they deliberately hid the rest of the tribe. Why didn't you make a thorough search? Because trees were cut down in the area. We couldn't hide in the open. So we watched hiding in the woods. The queen snorted with displeasure. After walking a little, she took out her whip and hit the scout several times. If you dare to look for excuses again, you will not get off with simple lashes. Thank you, your majesty, for not expelling us. Meanwhile, in my settlement, who sighed heavily, the king. How are your wounds? A west. Ah, that's better. This bovine skin has a higher regeneration for sure. It can gradually heal my wounds. It's very good, she said, smiling. Looking at Allah, I noticed a notification icon. Talent activated. Eloquence. Eloquence means a rare talent. Looking at me, she was embarrassed. Oh, compared to the Coconut Grove queen, the king loves me more. Right. It's not like that, I shouted in embarrassment. Phew, even the walls have ears. Tell those who were hiding to come out and then come back and help me heal my wounds. There were traces of blood on the throne. Please clean up before Uten comes and don't let anyone get close. Good. You answered meekly. The king. You're so handsome, she said playfully, sticking out her tongue. They turned away in embarrassment and cleared my throat. That's all for now. Meanwhile, Sean came running. The king. The king. You are so amazing. They really put people around the camp. What about my errand? Of course I did everything. What they should have seen. They saw what they shouldn't have. They didn't see few. I said calmly. Very good. You did a great job today. Thanks, Shower responded. Then I went to help Shake with the construction of houses. King turned to me. Will the Coconut Grove tribe really want to join us? It's too early to draw conclusions now. The plan is only half completed so far. The next time they come to us, we can proceed with the second part of the plan, I said with a chuckle. Damn, I'm tired. Messing up in my tent. I analyzed the system data, opening an interactive window in front of me. A task settled down. Help primitive people build homes, officially create a tribe and increase the number of people to 50 term. 11 days, 11 days, I repeated. This time will not even be enough to recover. Open the warehouse, I commanded the system. The warehouse is open. Basic knowledge of the language, basic survival guide, basic cookbook, universal card, a healing potion for one person, a small bag of salt, battle axe, information update, Pang Do X, and unread message. Damn, the first words that came to my mind after I took the X out of the warehouse. What happened? He's changed. Strange markings were now etched all over the contour of the blade. What happened to my battle axe? When did he manage to turn into a Penghu axe? Has this axe turned into an artifact? Why didn't I notice it when I gave it to Lu Tang in the morning? Summoning the axe again, I noticed the inscription, a legendary weapon X Peng Huo. The system has issued a new window characteristic combat activation condition of blood sacrifice, a hidden skill. After unlocking the creation skill, the user's power will be exhausted and the user will be harmed. Destructive power is related to the user's remaining physical strength. A blood sacrifice. I repeated aloud, did the blood I accidentally spilled on the axe activate this powerful skill? Judging by the note, the creation of the world should be used in the right place and at the right time, neither sooner or later. Otherwise, I may not just have a scar on my arm. I sighed heavily. Raising my battle axe, I began to examine its golden patterns. I didn't expect that weapons could evolve. After thinking about it, thoughts just popped into my head. I don't know if the rest of the weapons have the same hidden skills or properties. After looking at the axe enough, I put it aside. Okay, in any case, the activation conditions are not regular. It all depends on fate. The X alone almost killed me. We need to be more careful. Let's see what's left. The healing potion turned out to be extremely useful. It's a pity that there's only one left. I leave it for a critical moment. Suddenly I remembered the coconut grove. The meat they took should be enough for 2 days for 30 people. The remaining time is 11 days. Time is limited, so Xiang will have to work hard with these thoughts. I looked out of the tent. Lu Tang, call Sean. I have a secret mission for him. Yes. After a while, Sean was already running to me. The king sitting down on one knee and bowing, he said, reporting, Hunter Xiang has arrived. Do you remember the herd of black bulls that we drove away? You have 2 days to find them and report back to me as soon as possible. Rely on me. He shouted, already on the run. They sat down on the straw bed again. Everyone has made a big contribution these days. Why not take advantage of these 2 days and prepare small gifts for everyone? 2 days have passed. Xiang was running around looking for bowls, but I did what I planned. Sighing, I opened the system menu. The task is to settle down. 9 days left. That's enough for today, I said, putting the makeshift aside. System notification. The stone tip was produced, technology +1 glasses. A bone whistle was produced, technology +1 glasses. A drinking horn has been produced, technology points +1. I'll give a bone whistle to Shag so that it would be much more convenient for him to command the battle or during the hunt. These stone spearheads can increase the lethality of spears many times, but if we fight with the Coconut Grove tribe, the spearheads can increase the percentage of victories by several points. I'll give a drinking horn to Sean, I think he like it. An exclamation distracted me from my thoughts. The king. Good news. And I looked in surprise in the direction of the voice. It was of the king. Our house was completed. Clearing my throat, I was surprised. Calm down and take me to see the king. If you feel unwell, please put on this raincoat. With these words, she handed me a cake made of moleskin. Yeah, I nodded obediently and smiled. Thank you for reminding me. Carefully wrapping me in a cloak, she said, I'll help you put it on. The king is working so hard. Let me do this for you. Thanks to I. The smile did not slip from my face. Well, let's go watch. Yes, we headed in the direction where the construction was being carried out. When we came to the place, a loudly proclaimed, make way. I brought the king. Sure, you met me first. The king. You've come? Look, this is the house that we built according to your instructions. And I was surprised. Look, Shiger repeated, pointing to a slightly crooked and not very neat building. That roof was slightly knocked down. But what to expect from people who heard the word house quite recently? Well, how should you? Shouted, raising his hands to the sky. Is it beautiful? We'll go. I answered, hiding my emotions. I don't want the guys to be offended, but it's far from the house that I imagined. Hooray. Everyone exclaimed. We have a home. No more sleeping in caves and looking for branches. The pigsty is really suitable only for pigs. And this is the house in which we should live. Yes. Bringing a semblance of a door, but still just shutter. Shiger said, we also made this straw door. Now everything is ready. After these words, he inserted it into the passage of the house. System notification. You have successfully built a wooden house, technology points +10. Physical form to power 3. Dexterity to authority 0. Technology 27. Ownership. No. Building a house costs the same amount of points as building a fire home. But if you think about it, this backward tribe has changed a lot since I came. Initially they drank blood like beasts. Now it is more and more obvious that their characters and abilities have changed. Is it due to the imperceptible influence of the system? Or is it accelerating evolution? Having seen enough of the satisfied clansmen, I turn to I. As soon as Hunter Xiang returns, don't forget to tell me as soon as possible. Very well, Your Majesty. Then I'll go let the rest continue building houses because soon a lot of people will live in them. Already heading to my tent, I suddenly heard screams. The king found it. Panting and coughing, Xiang was coming towards me shouting, I found them. Well done, Xiang. Finally, the second part of the plan can be implemented. Without further ado, follow me, Sugu. I added. Come here, there is a separate task for you. After the two sat down opposite me, I told them my plan. Who has any questions? Will this plan work? Asked Shirgga, and added, it's a little unfinished. Calmly, Showing replied, I can finish this assignment. When the time comes, take more people with you. I suddenly remembered my homemade craft Sugu. Take this whistle. You can use it for orders. Thank you, King. there's a gift for you to Sean. As soon as you finish the task, I'll give it to you. All right. He said that's enough. Glory to the king. And remember, as soon as you receive my signal, proceed immediately according to plan. I said insidiously. The guys went on a mission. Everything is going according to plan. It is very difficult for them now, so they will have to give the wounded work. Tell DOD and you anxious to build a bonfire in front of the house, but don't light it. Is this for the guests who will be arriving soon? Yes, that's exactly how it is. Now let's look at the beta release 2 days ago. Will I be able to catch this big fish? After a while, a crowd of people came out of the forest. Wow, there are so many people. This is the Coconut Grove tribe. Bad business. We need to report to the king urgently. Your Majesty, the people of Coconut Grove have arrived. When the girl noticed the Grove Ale was taking care of me in the tent. The king, your wounds are recovering, but you can't move much yet. Good. Meanwhile, everything was wonderful in my thoughts, though. How nice it is when others take care of you. I can't wait to subdue the Coconut Grove tribe. A selfish chuckle escaped my thoughts. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Let us in, the Coconut Grove tribe has arrived. The fish took a bite. Bring them here as you came out to greet the guests. That's been a long time since we've seen the queen. You have become even more beautiful since the last meeting. Come in, the king. Our king in the royal palace has been waiting for you for a long time. The royal palace, the queen asked in surprise, but in her mind, she thought otherwise. Last time there was a hut made of straw and moleskin, and now the house is made of wood. How did they do it? Her slack jaw spoke for itself. Is your king afraid to come out to me? In order not to bother you again, this time we will take more meat. These people who came with me just wanted to meet new kind neighbors. Therefore a lot of people came. I hope it didn't scare you. Don't worry. Hay replied with a smile. The king has already ordered us to prepare beef for 40 people, so you can go get it right away. Only it seems you are not 40. After these words, she chuckled slightly. The queen approached Tai and decided to make an offer. Do you care so much about my people? How about serving me? I have long been conquered by the power of my king. Thank you for your kindness. Beef is in the same place as before. What you can take with you, eat here. This is also the king's order. If you are uncomfortable butchering meat, our warriors can also do it for you. Not worth, the queen refused. Yes, queen, her companion confirmed. Come in. They said it loud enough to be heard outside. Opening the door, the queen stepped into my chambers. Welcome to the queen of the Coconut Grove. At first she turned her head and looked around. She obviously likes the wooden house. Very noble. Is this your royal palace? It looks fine. Meanwhile, my thoughts were filled with her reaction. Very well. It seems she is interested in the technology of building houses. You can continue to lure. It's just a temporary palace, I said with a grin. As soon as the real royal palace is rebuilt, subordinates will be settled there. Will you allow subordinates to live in such a place? The queen asked in surprise. Only grinning more, I added, this is really a miserable dwelling. Later they will live in a stone house, which is much better than this. Suddenly the queen grabbed the whip and expertly wrapped it around my body. I was tied up literally in a matter of moments. Your mother. The queen approached me with her foot on my throne. What is this girl doing? I can see everything. Is she going to kill me? Approaching me, she put a knife to my throat. No one knows men better than me. I have a way to make you these rare things. Voluntarily give it to me. I could see it on her face. Brat, how do you like that? I grabbed you, but I was thinking of something else. Damn. Calmly. It's too exciting. You need to control yourself. Do you think you can force me to obey this way? Do you think I'm not being overly cautious? Suddenly the door opened and I looked in and immediately reported the king. Everything is ready. You can start the banquet. They will see the scene, she said awkwardly. The king, are you? The queen freed me, and clearing my throat I said, well, we're done talking. Let's all go eat roast together. Have you lit a fire? I asked Allah as if nothing had happened. The queen stood and thought, how can he be so cold-blooded after I threatened him? Is he really being overly cautious, or is he just not afraid of death? The guys in my tribe are weak, but he's not like them. We went outside where a bonfire was already blazing, and my tribe and the tribe of the grove sat down, enjoyed its warmth and delicious beef. The queen, come here. It's very tasty. We fried you to, looking at her satisfied subordinates. The queen was also delighted. I decided to finish her off. Give them some salt. With these words, I handed out a bag of salt. This jewel, what makes the taste of food incredible. Good, she said, handing a little salt on the leaf to the girls. She said, sprinkle it a little, the taste will be much better. Thanks, without a drop of disbelief. They accepted the salt. The queen was also interested. Hey, what's this? If you're afraid, you don't have to eat, your majesty. But the girls' exclamations only whetted the appetite. It's very tasty. So much tastier. Why, I lead another 10 pieces. I was watching. Eat, it's better to buy some time for Xiang and sugar. After taking a bite, the queen was surprised. Yummy, she said, delicious. At the same time, sugar, when the guys took a position near the bulls, don't we have more beef than we can eat? Why do we need to hunt a herd of bulls again? One of the warriors asked. What do you understand? Cut off sugar. We're not here to hunt this time. Just follow my orders. Yeah. Smoke from the campfire came from the settlement. The king has given us a signal. Sugar whistled into the scroll giving the command and all the warriors threw their spears of the bowls. Sugar shouted, "Hunters young, the herd is heading towards you. You only have one chance, so be sure to find their new boss. Calm down, I've already found it." After these words, Sean jumped down from the tree and thrust his spear right into the back of the new boss of the bowls. He roared in anger, "Ha, I did it. This bowl is mine." The herd was running after its leader on whose backs Young was hanging, grabbing the spears stuck in his back. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, I can do it," he encouraged himself. The bold tried to throw him off in various ways. He kicked and crashed into trees, but Sean held on a pathetic attempt. "Even your old boss was just our prey." A gun carefully monitored the situation. "Damn, the herd is moving east." Sugu blew his whistle even harder. Sean clearly heard the signal. "Heck, we're running the other way. So why did you turn the wrong way?" Then he pulled on the spears directing the bull in the right direction, and a window appeared next to him. Ability riding view. The bulls were running in the right direction. The plan was beginning to take effect. Meanwhile, our feast continued. The queen ate and ate. If I eat so much, I'll get fat, but it's so delicious." Taking another bite, she almost cried. All residents of Coconut Grove liked the taste of fried meat. I looked at the billowing birds on the horizon. "It's coming soon," I thought, and I'm not the only one who noticed it. The girl who was with the queen was also looking in that direction. At the same moment, another girl from the grove ran out of the forest. "The queen, there's a man from the camp." What the queen said in surprise. The girl who was running, seeing the queen, began to scream, "Trouble, queen, trouble!" Tripping, she fell right at the feet of her master. "What happened if you came running in such a panic?" Almost through tears, she reported, "A number of crazed bulls invaded our territory and began to rampage. Those who stayed in the camp will not be able to resist them." What the queen shouted furiously. "We returned immediately. Move faster," she shouted. "They will pay with their lives." Damn it, we didn't interfere with the bulls. So what finally happened? At the same time, the bulls smashed the Coconut Grove camp and full the wounded were lying here and there. Many took shelter in the trees, used slingshots to attack them. Fire. That hail of stones rained down on the bulls, but it didn't seem to bring results. Damn, these slingshots are useless against their thick skin. You'll have to fight hand to hand. Let's save our sisters. 3 girls armed with knives rushed to the bull for the queen. They shouted, but for all their determination, the bulls could not be defeated with bow knives. The bull threw off all 3 of them without any problems and was going to finish off those who were still moving. Swinging, he was about to strike when suddenly a whip and wind his arm. "Is that it? The queen is back." Grasping the whip with both hands, she restrained the bull. "I will not allow harm to my people. You're a raging bull. Your opponent is me." With these words, she threw the ball away and he fell to the ground, but it only seemed to infuriate him. When he got up, he became even more furious and rushed to the queen. How fast before she could dodge to the end. The queen received a small but strong blow and she was thrown away. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Catching the queen in my arms, I asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Panting, she answered, "Take a rest. Leave the rest to us." Me and my guys arrived in time. The queen was in shock. "It's herd. I don't know why they got so mad and came here." "Be careful standing in front of their boss," I screamed. "Hey motherfuckers, the danger has passed and you have already forgotten about caution." I clashed in the battle of auras with their current boss, new payroll, furiously. Damn it, didn't recognize me. Why weren't they scared when they saw the Bull King's leather cape? But as soon as I thought about it, the color of the bull changed to blue. I breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, he was scared. You can continue. What a coincidence, I shouted, pointing the axe of the bull. "We met again. How quickly you found a new king, but you're still a long way from being the same." "New." That seemed the bull was shaking with fear. I continued, "Since we came here, stay here." After my words, the guys armed with spears and torches rushed into battle. Sugu commanded, "Sean, let's take care of the Bull King." Yes, after that shoot, you folded his arms and Sean was able to push off from them by jumping straight at the Bull King, grabbing his horns. The sign reappeared riding. The bull was confused, but Sean completely guided his movements. A fight broke out. "Queen, we should leave." "No," she snapped. "The herd has not been driven away yet. I have to join the fight." She was about to leave, but I grabbed her arm. "Don't go there. Let me go. You will not be able to cope with these monsters." I interrupted her. "I didn't take many people with me. Going there is like certain death." The queen quieted down. She clearly understands this. "It's better to send people to meet to heal their wounds, and then you can come back here right away. I will provide you with houses, food, and also guarantee your safety." It is clear that she hesitated. "You need to finish. Look at your subjects." I pointed to the broken and wounded people and added, "They are not able to fight anymore." You added fuel to the fire. "Would you really prefer to watch them die in vain?" The queen has made a decision. Raising her hand, she screamed so that everyone could hear her. "The people of Coconut Grove, everyone affected, retreat to the north. The plan is working." The plan worked. Attention. Everyone retreat. The warriors of the grove shouted faster. "Wounded, go ahead. Watching this, I gave an order to my advisor. If I leave the queen to you, take everyone to the camp so they have a good rest. I will stay with Sugu and the others to buy you some time. Yeah. She nodded to me and added, Your Majesty, take care of yourself. Meanwhile, the battle is not over yet. The enraged bulls fought fiercely with my warriors. At this moment the remaining warriors on their feet ran up to the front to their leader. Girls, take courage and kill them. They decided to join the battle against the bulls. Hearing this, Sugu turned around. Hey, this group of monsters is on us. If you are milked, you should retreat with everyone. But his gesture was ignored. The crowd of girls with knives rushed past him on the way to their goal. I went up to him and said, They are very brave, Sugu, we will not lag behind either. Yes. He nodded affirmatively as he watched the girls fight with the bulls. Attack, he shouted. The battle continued. The sun was already setting when the Coconut Grove refugees arrived at the camp. They were met with questions. Are you back? And where's our king? They you hasty, Li replied. The king and Sugu stayed behind. There are a lot of people who have been injured and they need help and rest. That's how, pointing to the houses, the girl said, there should be enough space for everyone, make yourself comfortable. But in her head she remembered how, thanks to Dado and other wounded who endured pain, they managed to build these houses in a hurry. Then she gathered all the survivors and they went for provisions and water. It was necessary to urgently help the victims. There were no objections. On the contrary, all the survivors were ready to help. Hey, you brought the queen to her house. Stay here, she said. Food and your safety are guaranteed. So please don't worry. Yeah, the queen nodded. Entering the house, she sat down on a kind of bed made of hay. Hay will also added, they will take care of the others too. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Thank you, she replied. Few in general, everything is going well. A wax-hailed thoughts of the day when the king told her the plan of action scrolled through her head. The essence of the whole plan is to use the lowest costs to achieve the goal, and the goal is to conquer the Coconut Grove tribe and join them to us. After all, we have just finished the hard battle for the valley. We cannot bear the exhaustion, he said with trepidation. As expected from the king, the plan is great. There's not much left. A little later, everyone returned safely to the camp. Day to Dato approached the guard. I ordered a guard to be posted so that the residents of the grove would be calmer, because now it is important that they feel safe. Looking at the guy yawning, Dada asked, Well, how everything is fine? Yes, he replied. Everything is fine. I was on guard all night. Nothing happened. Then she went to the queen's tent. The queen's first assistant was also standing guard at the entrance. Good morning, Donna said to attract attention to herself. The assistant almost fell to the ground from the sight of a huge girl. She was just in shock. Heck, she shouted. What are you doing here? Our king has invited the queen to the palace and it seems he wants to discuss something important with her personally. Hey, good, the guard answered. At the same time in the palace, I was sitting on the throne looking at the system menu. The main mission, settle down, help primitive people build their homes, officially found a tribe and increase the population to 50 people. There's time left, 8 days. Damn, there is less and less time. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door and a second later it swung open, letting sunlight into the room. 2 silhouettes could be seen in the open door. King, I have brought the queen save. Upon entering the palace, the queen immediately spoke. I've heard subordinates talking about the merger of tribes, that if this is true, then my answer is don't even dream. Don't think you can force me by taking advantage of my tribe's temporary weakness. I noticed how her hand fell on the handle of the knife, so I hurriedly began to speak, making my voice as serious as possible. This is not a compulsion, but a deal. When the queen seemed confused, she wasn't ready to hear it, and I continued. I can teach you how to build houses, make weapons and light fires. With these words, I took out the spear that was on my back and stuck it into the ground right in front of me. In return, the Coconut Grove tribe will be merged with my tribe. As I got closer to her, I kept talking. Accept my orders and protection. And some things relying only on courage is useless and sometimes even stupid. The cruelty of the sea tribe and the strength of the mountain tribe. You know this better than me. You're like a wounded deer right now. Bloodthirsty beasts will follow your bloody footsteps and find you, and then they will certainly kill you. Enough. The queen shouted. Enough. It's not that simple, she said, lowering her head. I cannot convince my people to accept the authority of a stranger. Only if she quieted down. Only if what? I asked. Unless a fair fight is won. This is the only way to convince them. Are you ready for the challenge? A smile appeared on my face by itself. The smile of a man who feels victory. Certainly, I answered immediately. After a while all the people were gathered near the palace and I began to speak. Since your queen is injured and can't fight so that everything is fair, I won't take part in the battle either. Sugar will fight for me. Having fished out his axe, he raised his hands just like in wrestling and shouted, Ha ha. Then which one of you will fight me? The queen's bodyguard appeared from the top. I am accept your challenge. Wow. So it's you, the girl with pigtails. Be careful not to get hurt. You talk a lot, she replied. After these words, Sugar rushed at his opponent brandishing an axe. He flew like a wild beast. The girl retreated innovated. She was incredibly agile. Jumping up, she threw the knife towards Shegu and she goes head a tiny knife. What is she trying to achieve? Wait a minute. The king is behind me, that if I dodge. How dare you, cheap dirty girl. Huh, although if you can't dodge then you need to fight back. With these thoughts, he put the blade of his axe under the blow of knives and beat it off without any problems. After that, he beat off the second knife already with his bone helmet. It's over, he shouted, swinging his axe, when suddenly a stone flew into him from which Sugu lost his balance. He screamed as he fell. Someone intervened, that's not fair, and took advantage of the moment, grabbed a knife and rushed in my direction like lightning. No doubt she wants to kill me. They saw her flying at me armed with her knives. Her killing intent could be felt from afar. Fortunately, I had nothing to worry about. It's not for nothing that I overreacted. My best javelin thrower was sitting on the roof of the palace and he had already thrown his spirit ore. As you know, he does not miss. I expected such an outcome and apparently so did the queen. The spear pierced through and she fell to the ground. The inhabitants of the grove ran up to her in a hurry, threatening me with knives. You murderers, they were shouting. You set a trap, brought us here with an insidious plan. Taking out their knives, they all looked in my direction. The queen ordered them to be killed. I tried not to show it, but there was a little panic in my head. Damn, the murder was not included in the plan. They want to provoke a conflict. What matters now is whether it was the queen's order, or did they decide everything on their own? That the queen has decided so, then all that remains is to take her hostage. But all my thoughts were dispelled by her scream. Stop it immediately. Did you think that you could deceive me? To use such mean tricks against our friends? Have you forgotten who helped you? I don't want to find out who was involved in this murder plan, but this fight we lost. Then the queen turned to me and said, and is the best warrior of the Coconut Grove tribe. If it wasn't for me, she would never have given up dignity. I know that you have great power, including supernatural. Suddenly she fell to her knees and added that if you could save her life by taking into account her inherent loyalty and bravery, the Coconut Grove tribe would be immensely grateful to you. They stood and thought. Fortunately, this is still not the worst outcome of the situation. The steering wheel is in my hands again. The last portion of the restorative potion remained. That took me a minute to think, then I gave my hand to the queen. Okay, I'll save her. We're friends. The queen took my hand. Thank you, she said softly. Please hurry up. The girl beside and shouted. She's dying. Looking at her, I thought, based on the general situation, for the sake of the general situation, I will forget about this situation. But there is a small punishment. It is not necessary for her to recover immediately. This dose of medicine will be enough to save her life. I will spend the rest to treat my own wounds. With these thoughts, I poured some of the medicine directly onto her wound, which caused it to heal instantly, and the girl came to her senses. Take her inside. Let her rest. She will be able to fully wake up in a few days, I said, and turned to the queen as if nothing had happened. She was in shock. She had no idea that I would cure her so quickly. It's a miracle. The girl examining and exclaimed. A miracle. They repeated everything from the grove. A miracle. They worshipped me like a deity. I grabbed the queen by the shoulders and asked with a malicious smile. So what, can we unite our tribes now? She even seemed to blush, but she nodded anyway. Ha ha ha. I laughed. Great. Hugging the queen to me, I said, I allow you to command my tribe as long as you obey my orders. Suddenly, the queen, blushing even more, said, I have one last request. Last request? I asked. Yes, you should officially become my partner. We will hold a grand ceremony to confirm our relationship. What I seemed to turn red as a tomato as soon as this information reached my brain. Although for some reason it seemed that I blushed all over. It's like a pie delivered to your home for free. We'll arrange your wedding, the exchange rings the wedding night, give birth to a daughter, raised her, the daughter will get married, grow old together and die in one day. How touching. It seemed like I even let out a tear. The queen was standing right in front of me, a little perplexed. What is it? Don't you want to have a wedding ceremony? I want to, I replied and hugged the queen. Of course I want to. But I hope that you will recover first and I will have some time to prepare for the ceremony. Yeah, she nodded sheepishly. And then I turned to the people. You can disperse. The wounded return to heal their wounds. Fall who are safe, proceed to your duties. In a few days come to our wedding ceremony with the queen. There is, the crowd shouted. Ding dong, system notification. Congratulations. You have officially created your tribe. Please name it. Characteristics. Name. Chen Li. Physical form to power 3. Dexterity to authority is 0. Technology 27. Population 46. Characteristics of civilization. Stone Age level 0. Ownership and unnamed theology of about 1 square kilometer. 46 people. Why are 4 more missing? What the fuck? Okay, first you need to name the territory. Without thinking twice, I called a tribe of newcomers. The name has been added successfully. You have become the leader of a tribe of newcomers. They expand the population as soon as possible to complete the task to settle. It looks like we still have to subdue the tribe of the Gulf of the Sea. My wounds have already healed, so why don't I go alone and take some prisoners? but I do not know if the captured prisoners are considered to be the population of the tribe. Damn. Watching me the queen, and he slowly left and I heard a talking. Come on queen. Don't worry, the king is often like this. You will soon get used to it. I put my hand on my face when suddenly I heard more voices. It was two girls from the grove. They were loudly discussing something. Seeing him so happy, I thought he was crazy. Yeah, me too. Now he should look depressed. In the end, it will be the same with him as with previous partners. At the ceremony, the queen will cut them into pieces and then mercilessly eat. What will she do? That's what I got. After that, all my thoughts were filled with this. Do the queens of their tribe meet men? Is this the reason for the lack of men in their tribe? The king. Suddenly a voice was heard from behind. Why don't eat me? I shouted. Oh, it's you Data. What's the matter? King, do you really want to partner with this woman? Oh, you mean that? I need to think it over again. But I heard that you are going to hold some kind of ceremony to tell the truth. I was a little hasty. Really? Data asked hopefully. Yeah, I nodded. Who would have thought the bride would turn out to be a mantis? I was unlucky. Data, why did you leave? Suddenly a S voice was heard. Didn't I say that the wounded should be hidden? I want to keep the king company. Leave me alone. Hey, let them no longer hide, but build a camp as much as possible. Okay, I will go notify them. DOD has said goodbye. King, think it over carefully. Think about me. Let's go already. We have a lot of work to do. So shouting and bickering they left and I was left alone with my thoughts. I have to talk to her about breaking off the engagement. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, I got up. Looking at how both tribes worked together, I watched the markings change on the map. There was a gathering point in the forest. A little lower across the river is the royal palace, and even further south is the temporary location of the Grove tribe. How well they got along. The newcomers have already begun to help build houses, but the thought of being eaten tormented me even more. That won't do today. I have to end the engagement. They went to the temporary residence of the Grove. I was greeted cheerfully and bowed. Your Majesty. Good morning. The king. Don't pay attention to me and keep working, I said, waving my hand. King, if you have come to see the queen, she is in the north of the river. You can follow me. I'll show you. I agreed. And after a couple of minutes we reached the place. It's there up ahead. Good. She was there surrounded by two servants. She was sitting in the river completely naked. This is really not the best time to end a marriage, but I have already been noticed. There is nowhere to retreat. Queen, His Majesty has come, said one of the servants. Hey, leave us. A moment later, only we were left on the shore, me and the naked queen. A little exciting. Hey, it's our king. The queen began playfully. Do you have something urgent? She asked, exposing her body half out of the water. I think she's mocking me. No, I just came to see how your wounds are. The beautiful girl who was looking out of the water answered. I have not serious wounds. I will rest for 2 or 3 days and recover. And then she stuck out her tongue and added, maybe I should go ashore so you can check. Or maybe you want to taste it. No need. I hurriedly shifted my gaze somewhere in the sky. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet, I said, trying to translate the topic. Ah, so that's the thing. Smiling, she said, call me Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang. Yes, the previous queen gave me that name since you what? No one has called me that since he was exiled. Damn, if he doesn't eat it, he'll send it away. You should rename the tribe to the Mantis Grove. Such thoughts came to my mind. However, I tried not to show it. Then answer my question. Did your previous queen have a partner? And what happened to him? I asked with a thoughtful face, to which he suddenly replied, they were eaten. This is a tradition of our tribe. They say that by eating your partner, you will gain more strength, to put it mildly. I was shocked by this. Damn, how can she say that with such a calm expression on her face? I thought it even made me sick to hear this. But before I could say anything, she continued, but it was a tradition of past queens. I'm not going to continue it. To an elegant folding her arms under her chest, she said it confidently. That even made me feel better, and I decided to ask a question. So you don't need people? I became a queen not so long ago. I haven't had a partner yet, so I haven't had the opportunity to eat anyone yet. But still she spoke with such a face as if she would only be happy to eat someone. But I still breathed a sigh of relief. I got to my feet and waved to her. Then rest, drink a lot of water. I'm going to get ready for the ceremony. Ha ha ha. The girl was in shock and didn't even know what to answer at first, when I was already leaving and thinking, even though I don't have to worry about being eaten, I have to negotiate with her. Suddenly, she called out to me, by the way, the king. Even though I don't eat people, but if someone offends me, I won't mind cutting off the excess, she said with a laugh, and I was sweating a little. It's scary to hear that. Having already arrived in my village, I heard the sound of an axe strike, and this was a girl who sold vegetables and was praised by the fact that vegetables are cut well today. I decided to take a look at the task and the system. Information about the task. The main quest is to settle down content, help primitive people build their homes, officially create a tribe, and increase the population to 50 people. Remaining time, 7 days. Right now you need to capture some prisoners and complete the task, I told myself. Suddenly Kushi passed in front of me with a big log in his hand. Oh, "Good morning, King." When I saw him, I immediately decided not to lose my chance. "Hush, I have a task for you," to which the big man was only delighted agreeing. Then I started to explain to him I need to leave for a while. "You are responsible for organizing everyone's work. If something urgent happens, send someone to the south of the sea to find me." Kashi made a gesture, calmed down and replied, "Rely on me." The next moment I was already on the beach by the sea. Incredible beauty opened my eyes. After all, this world is much more beautiful than the past. There are still no factories that pollute nature. Suddenly, I saw on the sand by the sea, the corpses of monsters that looked like fishermen. Damn, what happened here? The tribe of the sea bay was defeated. I was surprised trying to assess the situation around me, which was clearly not pleasant. I continued to stand on the tree while the fishermen were already surrounded by birds who apparently wanted to eat fresh flesh. They even had a certain hierarchy because among them, there was a bird that sat on the head of a fisherman and was clearly tweeting something to its comrades. She looked really stupid because what she was tweeting to the others was that she was the one who defeated all these monsters. They suddenly landed on the ground right next to these birds. "Get out of here," I said, and kicked the most brazen of them. The birds immediately panicked and began to flee the scene of the crime. Even birds demonstrate their superiority. "It's safe here for now," I was thinking, trying to assess the situation. The next moment, I turned my attention to the nearest corpse, on the back of which there were 3 huge claw marks. The bodies are still warm and don't stink. It looks like the battle ended not so long ago. Just like Sherlock Holmes, I began to reason. The shape of the wound is very similar to the scratches from their claws. The claws on the fingers are very sharp. You need to be careful. These are crazy. Was it really a feud? Suddenly I came to this conclusion. It would be nice if I could find survivors to pick them up. I was hoping for this while walking along the beach and looking at all the bodies of monsters, waiting to see a body that breathes. Suddenly, my attention was caught by a body that was half laying in the water. "This corpse, is he hurt?" I asked myself and came closer to examine the monster. The face is distorted. The death was very painful. The limbs are all covered in mud that was drowning. The water people can drown in the sea. I was really surprised at this conclusion and even sweated a little after that. I sat down next to the corpse and again asked myself a question that no one could answer me. And yet, what happened here? Suddenly, I heard a voice, "King Trouble." Then I turned around and saw my ally, Sean. "What happened?" I immediately asked while the boy was running towards me in a panic. "We were attacked by a bunch of crazy people from the tribe of the Gulf of the Sea," he shouted, continuing to run towards me, and I was really surprised by this, after which he said, "We're going back immediately." And literally the next moment I disappeared from my seat. There were cracks in the ground in the places I stepped on so fast I ran, trying to urge Young on. At this time my subordinates were standing near their houses waiting for the monsters to attack. "Carefully stick together." The leader I left behind was speaking. "Conserve energy. Get ready for battle," he continued, and the rest of the fighters started throwing spears before the fishermen got closer. "These are crazy. Ignore the spears." The leader was surprised to see how one of the spears hit the shoulder of the monster and he did not even waver. "What happened to them? They don't seem to feel pain." Our scout spoke while standing on a tree. The fishermen, on the other hand, kept coming closer and closer. The danger to my village was growing. "Don't panic. Don't let them drag you into the sea. Only death awaits us in the water," the temporary leader of the camp warned, holding an axe in his right hand and standing in a stance. The next moment the fisherman got down on all fours and with red eyes rushed at full speed towards my allies, which put everyone into a stupor. With each passing second, the tension increased and the distance between monsters and people decreased. A good chance their formation is destroyed. "Fight them off," the leader shouted, hitting one of the monsters on the head with an axe. It was obvious that the fishermen attacked without tactics at all, as if they were ordinary animals that could not think. Suddenly the leader turned his head and saw the girl. The queen came to the rescue. Then she said, "What's happening? Is this the Bay tribe?" Surprised, she asked, watching as the monsters continued to run at them, continuing, "Don't they live on the south shore? Why are you here? Besides, their condition is very strange." She noticed, and the leader took the floor. "I don't know, it looks like these people went crazy, came from the shore and attacked us. Perhaps the word monster suits them. Already the whole army of my village came to the defense and everything was already going to outright slaughter. You can even say that a war is about to begin." And that's the moment. Literally in 1 second it all started. We rushed at each other. A bloody battle began. The queen, wrapping of lying around the throat of one of the monsters, stood on his back and asked, "Hey, can you talk?" She wanted to find out what was going on here. Something's wrong. They can't communicate. When she came to this conclusion, she held psychos. "What are you doing?" Then, without even noticing, a monster jumped out from behind her, ready to kill the queen. The huge claws were literally a few centimeters away from the wonderful woman, but the murder was not destined to happen. The next moment I appeared just like a hero, protecting the queen with my axe at the very last moment. From our collision, a huge number of explosive waves appeared around. "How dare you attack my woman!" by declared, exuding pathless. The queen was incredibly happy to see me, but the next time I shouted at the top of my voice, "Xiao Wang, go away!" And how good it is that I have an understanding woman who immediately listened to my order. I swung the axe again, feeding off the fisherman's hand, then sighed with relief that I had made it in time. The monster continued to stand on its feet as if nothing had happened. Was he able to withstand my blow? I was surprised and continued, but how? I have 3 points of strength. While I was wondering what was happening, more monsters jumped out at me from behind, which my woman warned me about. I didn't even need to pay attention to them, because the next moment 2 of my allies took them out of action. Fight with us, declared the first. Don't even think about hurting our king, said the second. As expected from you, a great job. I praised them with a satisfied smile, continuing to stand still. I'll leave it to you to deal with these violent fish, I said, looking at how my allies are already dominating the monsters. After that, I turned towards my woman and continued, they need your help. I will figure it out myself. I have to focus on this uncooperative guy, I said, looking at the fisherman from whom I covered my woman. I don't want anyone to bother me until the winner is determined. Start, I said, standing up. This monster surpassed me in size and was clearly one of the strongest among all. We continued to stand opposite each other while the carnage took place around us. I'm sorry about what happened to your tribe, but it has nothing to do with us. So you found the wrong revenge target, I spoke and was interested, pointing my axe forward. But these monsters were clearly not in their minds. They have lost the ability to communicate. I came to this conclusion and our battle with the bully began. Naturally, in tactical terms, I was superior to the monster, so I decided not to kill him, and dodging a lunge I tried to knock him out. But no matter how I dodged, the fishman also did not lag behind. Excellent muscle strength and reaction. I admired the monster's skills are trying to dodge and attack, plus sharp claws and teeth. Although I am several times stronger than ordinary people, but in the face of such a monster I lose. There are my subordinates in the area. I can't use the destructive power of the Penghu axe, and this power cannot be used whenever it pleases unless it is absolutely necessary. It's a bad thing. You can't get distracted. I talked too much in my head and the monster took advantage of it, increasing the pace of our fight. Thanks to this, the fisherman was able to grab my hand with his teeth and blood splattered. It was very painful and I couldn't suppress my groan. Damn, let go. I held with all my might and tried to chop off his head with an axe. But even at such a moment the monster was able to dodge. I quickly broke the distance, realizing that I needed to make a plan. The madman, it's good that there is protection in the form of a cape from the bulking. Otherwise his fangs would have torn off my arm. I looked at the wound from where the blood was no longer flowing, but the teeth marks were clearly visible. The next moment the monster screamed and inexplicable things began to happen. His eyes began to fill with blackness, the claws got bigger, and the next moment of purple or have appeared around him and he roared with all his might. Then he jumped towards me, but with a speed that increased several times that I didn't even have time to really react. Literally on instinct I sat down, but since it happened at the last moment the monster was able to rip off my cloak. Then he squatted down and began to devour him in the truest sense of the word. Why did this guy's speed and strength suddenly increase? That if I hadn't taken off my raincoat I would have been torn apart. I spoke, watching the fisherman finish my cloak without moving anymore. Why doesn't it attack anymore? I wondered and continued. What is he doing? I asked myself and saw how he and the rest of the monsters turned towards the water and began to leaving. So why else did he take part of the bloody cloak? The next moment I turned my attention to my allies. One of them was very wounded. Why was he surrounded by so many monsters? I asked myself a question and began to come to a conclusion. Maybe I understood, it's because of the blood. They use the smell of blood to capture the target. Besides, this smell makes them become even more of an island. Especially in this strange state, they're just following an animal instinct. Just like scary sharks. But I sat down trying to come to a final conclusion in my head and bandaging my wound. If you use this feature. I tried to think but I was distracted. King, I'm back. Is there anything I can do to help? My subordinate asked and I turned in his direction. Putting my hand on his shoulder, I said, you're just in time. Take 2 people, bring 3 piglets. The boy was surprised at my request. Piglets? Didn't we leave them to eat? He asked, but I already turned around and started to leave, throwing one last do as I say. Then he continued to reason. They forced me to sacrifice 3 piglets. You'll pay for it, you lunatics. I decided and told my woman. The wounded should leave as soon as possible. She unconditionally listened to my order and went to carry it out. Good. The pigs are here, the boy shouted, approaching me along with 2 other people. Let them run to the river. I pointed to the monsters in the water. After that the subordinates released the pigs and the 3 rushed forward, being in great fright. Then I turned my attention to the tree and shouted a gun. But he didn't let me finish answering. Understood. Look at me. After that, he launched 3 spears towards the pigs, which clearly hit the target, nailing them to the ground. The fisherman immediately stopped as if time had stopped. At the same time, even those who had already gone into the water stopped, after which they immediately turned their heads back. In the next moment, the monsters, the whole crowd growled and rushed in one direction at a tremendous speed. The huge number of fishermen's teeth hung over the 3 already dead pigs. Then I decided to bring my subordinates to their senses. Don't stand there, I shouted and continued. Rather smear the tips with anesthetic, shooted vital points. Everyone, having listened to my order, immediately began to act. King, look. Something seems to be wrong. The boy in the tree shouted down. I asked what had happened, paying attention to the fisherman. The monsters at that moment held onto their throats and bellies, growling violently, and the next moment they began to fall to the ground. Did you poison 3 piglets? I decided to ask my subordinate, to which I received a negative answer. Literally in 1 second, all the monsters were already lying on the ground with foam in their mouths. Don't come any closer. Beware of deception. I tried to warn my people. Damn, what is going on in the end? I asked myself, looking at the huge pile of bodies that were lying unconscious. Agricultural area. Next to our houses, there were cages with the same monsters that we defeated with the help of 3 pigs. They were guarded by girls armed with spears. Suddenly one of them started talking while looking at the cages. Be vigilant. If they do something, punish them. A herd of freaks. She finished looking at the sleeping monsters. Suddenly one of the fishermen started coughing, which made people weary. What woke up? The same girl exclaimed, and the next moment the monster pulled his hand towards her, saying, "Help, help me." His appearance was, to put it mildly, not very good. Just like after a binge, the girl turned to her partner and said, "Tell the king they're awake." While the weather was sunny outside and hot enough to swim in the sea, I walked in the direction of the cages. Literally the next moment, my voice began to recognize the situation from the girl who was the head of this duty. Are they awake? What is the situation? That was my question. Literally the next moment all the fishermen woke up and began to pray, "Water. Give me some water." It was obvious that they were suffocating because, as I said, it was really sunny weather and the sun was very hot, and the monsters that live in the water are not used to this. Looking at all this, I was interested in another question. What's with that fat guy? The one I fought? I asked the girl from the patrol. He also woke up. He was closed separately from everyone. She answered and led me in his direction. The big guy, like his comrades, also asked for water, and I expected it. So I immediately took a container of water with me, uncorking the bottle. I turned it over and the water immediately poured on the monster's head. The fishman did not think long and raised his head to the sky, so that water began to fall into his mouth. A little bit of good, I thought, and stopped pouring water on him, which made the monster surprised and upset. "Do you understand me?" I asked him. "Yes," was his answer, looking at me with hope that I would continue to pour water on him. After it, I immediately said to the girl who was standing next to me, "Keep an eye on him," and he gave her a horn with water so that she would give the big man a drink if necessary. As soon as the horn was handed over, and I continued to watch what was happening, the girl immediately started pouring water into the monster's mouth, saying, "Take your time. It's all for you. If there's not enough, I will bring more." She was really kind, because after everything these monsters did, not everyone would do that. Then she smiled sweetly, continuing, "But the river is far from here, so we'll have to wait." The monster made an innocent face and calmly started talking. "My people also need water. Please give them some." The girl, hearing his words, said, "Of course. This is the least I can do. It would be very nice if you could help us by answering a few questions." Suddenly, the monster got angry, which surprised me, by asking, "What, you gathered an army and attacked us, and now you want to ask a few questions?" The girl was in some confusion from what she heard and turned to me, hoping for help in solving this issue. But I just stood in silence while the monster continued. "Although I've heard before that you mountain tribe are still weirdos, but I didn't expect that so much." The girl plucked up the courage and asked, "You say you were attacked by a mountain tribe?" The monster did not expect such a turn, exclaiming, "Aren't you a mountain people?" He asked, looking at the 3 people standing in front of his cage. "You made a mistake. We are a tribe of newcomers, and behind us is our king," the sweet girl answered confidently. It was difficult for the monster to understand what was going on, but he didn't hesitate to ask, "The tribe of newcomers? I've never heard of such a thing. Surely it was the mountain people who sold us as far as possible." It was evident from the speaker's face that he did not understand the situation at all, and was building theories judging by what he remembered. The girl sighed heavily and tried to explain everything that had happened recently. "And again, you were wrong. You have attacked our territories. We have no relationship with the mountain tribe, but then you lost the ability to communicate like wild animals, so we had to lock you up here temporarily." The fishman suddenly interrupted her and exclaimed, "No, that's not possible. Are you saying I've completely lost my memory?" The girl answered the question with a question. "Then can you tell me what happened?" And that was the right question. I was interested to know the end answer to that. "My name is Haiku. I am the leader of the sea tribe. We live near the shore." The monster started talking, and it was as if we were transported into his memories. One of the fishermen said, "Boss Chen Li, and while they are fighting again, let them fight." The big guy replied, pointing his finger up, "Fights between young people strengthen relationships." He spoke while his subordinates were fighting, not in a friendly way, but to the death. Suddenly the fisherman's child screamed, "Higher! They stole my bird!" And the next second, the boss grabbed the kid by the head and said with a smile, "Is it a Lin and the others again? Don't cry. You have to learn how to fight. Only if you make others afraid of you, no one will dare to steal your things." When suddenly the kid pointed his fingers at the forest and calmly said, "But it's not a limb. It's those weirdos." The boss immediately became serious. "What are these people from the mountain tribe?" He asked a rhetorical question, remembering a tribe that he had already met before and who came out of the forest at the same second. "Why did you come here?" the big man declared, looking at the leader of the human tribe, who raised his hand stopping his people, and the next second, he lowered his hand and loudly declared, "Kill them." After that, the entire crowd of people who stood behind the leader of the mountain tribe rushed to the monsters. The boss of the fishmen was immediately electrocuted. Mountain tribe attacked. He asked himself, trying to decide what to do. "Then I was stunned. And in the end, I was captured by you. And I don't know what's wrong with the rest of the people from the tribe. I don't remember how it happened." The fishman finished his story, and I was thinking, trying to find answers in the story. Then I calmly exhaled before starting to speak. "Recently, I was on your territory, and there was not a single living creature there. If I hadn't left you alive, the sea tribe would have disappeared from the face of the earth." My words shocked the boss of the fisherman tribe. He opened his mouth with shock and disbelief, and the next moment he shouted furiously, "No, damn, I couldn't protect them." Because of his strong cry, the cage staggered down. An unknown thing fell out from somewhere. The girl immediately noticed and asked, "What's it?" Then she picked up an incomprehensible thing and showed it to me. "King, look, I haven't seen this plant before." I grabbed an unknown leaf and immediately said in my head, "System." While the identification was going on, I was looking at the leaf, trying to figure out for myself what it is. Suddenly, an inscription from the system appeared above the leaf. "Cannabis. Her herbaceous plant, bitter in taste, has an analgesic effect. Its smoke causes hallucinations." My eyes opened wide and I exclaimed in my head, "Is this really it?" My subordinates started carrying water to the entire tribe of fishermen, and so they were all happy, saying, "Hooray, water, it's water. Give me, take your time. That's enough for everyone. Pass each other a drink." The girl who was watching everyone was talking while I was standing and thinking, looking at cannabis. "Indeed," I said. "These leaves were collected from their bodies. This is cannabis." They already had more than one cannabis leaf in my hand, as people gathered it from other monster bodies as well. Shang said that the leader of the mountain people has divine power that looks like this revered god is actually a demon, forced the sea people to mercilessly kill each other and cause them to hallucinate. Some guests that hiding in the water you can avoid inhaling poisonous fumes, but eventually died of exhaustion. The mountain tribe is intimidating. These crazed amphibians didn't invade here by mistake. If it was the mountain tribe's plan to get the amphibians to fight us until both sides get hurt or die, this means that the tribe of newcomers is not only noticed but also considered an ISR and want to remove. Even the mighty Hai has turned into adult that can be manipulated at will. The strength of the mountain tribe cannot be underestimated. I was thinking, assessing the situation, which made me tense up. In the next moment, system. A panel with my characteristics appeared in front of my face. Characteristics. Name, Chen Li. Title, no weapon. Penghu X. Race, human. Physical form to strength 3. Intelligence 1. Dexterity to authority 0. Technologies 27. Ownership, no. 3 points of strength is not enough. Before the real danger comes, you need to strengthen your strength. Not only me, but everyone in the novice tribe is still too weak. My reasoning was first distracted by the big man's voice, that if I had noticed these bastards earlier, and after his words, a girl from the patrol came up to me and said he's about to have a nervous breakdown. I'm afraid I won't be able to ask anything. Then I started explaining the situation. We don't have time to wait for him to calm down. A catastrophe is likely to happen now. Suddenly the girl opened her eyes wide and asked, "Are you talking about a mountain tribe? Did they plan this attack on us? But how did they do it?" Then I picked up a cannabis leaf and tried to explain to the girl, although it is difficult to explain it clearly, but they have leaves that control these poor fellows in cages. They do not know when the next attack will happen, and I am not sure if they will personally fight. There is too little information right now. We are in a dependent position. We need to hurry up and make him remember something. I told the girl and called the big guy to pay attention to me. "Hey, don't blame yourself too much. It's all the poisonous fumes of this thing. No matter how strong your body is, it's all in vain. Look at this." I handed him a cannabis leaf and he even took it in his hand, after which I continued to talk. "Do you have any memories related to these leaves?" Suddenly, the boss slapped himself on the head and exhaled heavily. I remembered the smell. I could barely smell it when I was fighting those bastards. Among all the strange smells, I felt only sharp and unpleasant. I immediately caught on to his words and said, "Lots of strange smells. Of course, they use different types of poisonous plants. Before you figure out the functions of these poisonous herbs, you should not take the initiative." Suddenly, as soon as I got to my feet, the monster waved his hands trying to stop me and started talking loudly. "Your Majesty Chen Li, if you're going to fight these bastards, please let us join in. If I don't take revenge on them, I will regret it for the rest of my life." After that, all the fishmen screamed as one, "We want to personally take revenge. Please, King Chen Li." All we need is revenge. We'll do anything. Revenge, they shouted, stretching their arms in my direction. Although I need more people to complete the mission, but I'm only 4 people short. Also, I was thinking, looking at everything that was happening when suddenly I was distracted by the boss of the fishermen. Our sense of smell is very good. It can help the king identify and track the poisonous herbs, very useful. After hearing his words, I tried to explain the situation to the monster. That's why I'm worried. You're too sensitive to the smell of blood, that if everything gets out of control, the consequences will be sad. But the fisherman didn't want to listen to me. He started arguing we would not have inhaled poisonous fumes, and we would definitely have been able to control ourselves. He spoke to me, after which I began to raise my tone to him. But our opponent is a mountain tribe. Can you be sure that they will not release poisonous smoke? And hearing my words, the monster calmed down a little, and the next moment he said uncertainly, "No, I understand your desire for revenge, but anger and hatred alone will not solve anything. If only I have a way, but I'm afraid you won't like it." I tried to intrigue the monster and it worked. These people are all that's left of my tribe. If you help us take revenge, our lives are in your hands, the monster said, sitting on his knees in front of me, and I agreed. Okay, hey, as long as you are ready to part ways, follow my plan and split up to complete different tasks. I guarantee that you will be able to take revenge. Of course, most of you won't have a chance to take revenge personally. Do you agree? I asked with a smile, and the monster confidently stated, "I agree." After that, the rest of the monsters from the sea tribe also screamed, "We also count on me. We will take revenge." The next moment I turned to the girls from the patrol and started to leave, when suddenly the boss of the fishermen stopped me. King Chen Li. But without turning around at the monster's words, I just calmly and loudly said, "Ethan, let them out now. They are our comrades." After my words, notifications from the system flashed in front of my eyes. You have successfully founded a tribe of newcomers and expanded the population to 50 people. You have completed the main mission to settle down. Mission rewards: feature points 3, large treasure chest 1, rock art 1. Since you completed the task 8 days ahead of schedule, you will be rewarded with a big gift. Great, finally completed the task. I thought, looking at my updated stats. Where were they? Physical form to intelligence 1, strength 3, dexterity 2, and also the population of the tribe increased to 68 people. Sighing heavily, I mentally said, the population has increased by 22 people at a time. Should we expect more rewards for the overfulfilled part? After that, the system displayed the inscription, "Please distribute the points," and I confidently stated, "Increase the power." Huge energy immediately flowed around me, and I began to feel a huge surge of strength. The power is bubbling inside me. At that moment, I was ready to overthrow the mountains and kill any monster. Literally for a few seconds the energy was overflowing, which was a ray into the sky. After which I exhaled heavily, and the system notified the power increase is complete. My strength is now 6 units, which is twice as much as it was. I even grew my hair after this. Now I am not in theory to any person in strength, and it seems that the hair has grown back. Is this a side effect? I finally noticed and started looking through my inventory. Okay, first let's see what the system has provided us with. Open the big treasure chest, I said, and immediately heard a click sound and an alert. You have received metal raw materials, 1 ton of hematite iron ore. I wondered. This is a very good thing. You just need to figure out how to create a high temperature environment above 1700 degrees. Does this mean that you can jump through the Bronze Age straight into the Iron Age? This is the power of knowledge. I hope there will be more valuable things in this big gift bag. Open the big gift bag, I told the system, and saw a new window. You have received a healing potion, 3 pieces. Damn, excellent. Cool system. What a surprise. The things received by the system this time are much better than any seasonings. I'm looking forward to rock art with impatience. Get rock art. I turned to the system again, and a stone monument and an inscription from the system appeared in front of me. Rock art. 1 level of inheritance, a century above the current technology. Information about inheritance. A record of products of a certain culture that can be obtained through devout worship. The level of understanding depends on a person's IQ. A cultural product. I wondered. Pay 10 technology points to determine the inheritance stereotype. I turned to the system again, and the monument shone with a bright light that I had to cover my face. The definition is completed. Congratulations on getting a sense of shame, the system announced, and I got a little angry feelings of shame. This is a really decisive step in the development of culture. Suddenly, I realized you don't have to worry about men and women bathing together. I don't want others to see shell when taking a bath. In general, a big catch further. It's time to think carefully about how to deal with the threat from the mountain tribe. I paid attention to the already free sea people when suddenly a girl ran up to me shouting, "King, what is it?" I turned to her, and the girl stopped taking the back. "It seems that you have become taller and stronger, and your hair has grown longer." She was surprised, and I cleared my throat and answered, "This is puberty. So why were you looking for me?" The girl blushed a little looking at me, but continued to say what she wanted. "King, do you need me to negotiate with the mountain tribe and resolve the misunderstanding?" I suddenly thought about a question of misunderstanding. They are determined to destroy us. In addition, they are definitely the strongest opponents at the moment, because they were able to set us and the sea tribe against each other in order to benefit from it for themselves. Suddenly the girl hugged my hand. What should we do them? I'm scared, they said, but I confidently looked at my people and said, the only thing we can do now is to build high walls and stock up on provisions. Don't provoke them until we're ready. You need to stay in the shadows and wait for your revenge. Understand? I finally summed it up and looked at the girl who made the most stupid face. No, she declared and continued. And what should we do with those who have just joined the tribe? We will divide them into 3 groups. Some will build houses, the second will collect food, and the third will make traps. I answered her and she was even more surprised. Traps? What's it and why make them? But I wasn't nervous because I understood who I was talking to. I still have a lot to explain. So I started. Simply put, traps can be used to protect territories. For example, to protect against an attack by a sea tribe. I don't want to go through this again. Setting different types of traps depending on the terrain allows you not only to avoid repeating mistakes, but also with good luck, you can catch a live enemy or beast. I'll explain the manufacturing method later. And now I have an urgent errand for you. The population has increased dramatically. We need to think about long-term food supply. Half-eaten beef should not be wasted. I will teach you how to make dried meat. I told her and immediately started doing it. A few days passed. It was evening. The sun was already going to sleep at night. I watched how my people cut, or rather chop, meat with an axe, someone strong on ropes. Not bad. The newcomers quickly adapted and mastered the technique of drying meat. Well, I am thinking, rejoicing at our successes. Suddenly my loyal subordinates came up to me from behind and one of them said, "King, I'm here." After that he took a closer look at me and continued, "Hey, have you grown taller and your hair has grown longer?" To which I calmly replied, "Consider it a miracle. I have a task for you." I went straight to the point without focusing on myself. "I'll draw it." I sat down to the ground and began to drive a stick on it. "I need you to set traps in the surrounding mountains. The more inconspicuous they are, the better. I've already found you a partner. I will personally teach you everything. But the most important thing for you is not to learn how to make traps, but to remember their location." The men looked at me and got upset. This assignment doesn't seem interesting, does it? It is impossible for someone to find out all the locations of traps in one area. Otherwise, if there is a traitor among us, the consequences will be disastrous. After the production is completed, you can inform me personally about the location of the traps. Don't draw anything. Just remember. Understand? I hit him on the chest with my fist to understand his mood, but the guy was not happy at all, and said uncertainly, "Don't worry, although it is difficult, but I will prove that I deserve your trust, King." "Good," I said, happily believing in this man. "And now go rest. Come at night we will work." The next moment I was left standing in front of a huge house with another of my subordinates. Suddenly, a monument appeared in front of us. I'm leaving it here for them to see for themselves. How many things you learn depends on your nature. I need to rest. Sugar will come at night. If there's anything urgent, wake me up. Before entering I told the subordinate, to which he replied, "Well, I'm so tired," they said, plopping down on the bed which was behind the throne in the first screen. "Time is running out and there are still so many things that need to be solved. The training of soldiers, the construction of fortifications, the distribution of patrols, the development of technology, the expansion of territories. There is still a lot of unfinished work, so I cherish this rare time for rest and recuperation." Suddenly, I was knocked out and plunged into the realm of Morpheus. Literally a couple of seconds passed, so it seemed to me, as I heard screams, "Ha!" to the bottom. Oh, how good! And it was because of these words that I opened my eyes. Raising my head and paying attention to what was happening, I saw a crowd of girls. Is this a party? I thought, and a hand touched my shoulder and then a woman's voice. "What's wrong with you? Won't that do?" The girl said, holding a drink in her hands. "Why not? We'll fit." Smiling, I said, holding a mug with a drink in my hands. "And who are you?" That was my next question. "Chen Li. You've had too much to drink." "I'm sure ya. This is Lily. And this is Teton." The girls introduced themselves. Then I raised the mug up and shouted, "E.g. drink. Drink Teton like that. I'm back from time travel. Finally, I don't have to live in fear. Turn on the music and dance." I spoke completely relaxed. "Ooh." And then I was lying in bed with a naked girl. "Get up. It's time to work," she said, but I didn't want that. No, no, no. I can't do it anymore. "Shorya, hey." "I'm not Shorya, oh." "Lily." "No." "Teton, wrong." "I'm Shiger, your majesty." What if suddenly, I woke up shouting at the whole village, "Why are you here?" I burst into an angry scream. "What is your majesty? You ordered me to come to you at night. I was waking you up and you grabbed me. You're so frivolous." "Sure," you said, blushing a little. "This is a misunderstanding. We are. Let's go." I immediately got down to business because it was really dark outside. The first trap, namely the pit with stakes, was already ready. This is the simplest trap of pit with spears. Once again, I note that the enemies and beasts we encounter are quite large. For the trap to be effective, its depth and width must be sufficient. Then hide the trap like I did. And now the trap is complete. I explain to my people. I clearly demonstrate how a trap is made. Pits with spikes can be used together with the tripwire traps that I taught you. You need to know how to combine traps. After my conversation, the people around me flamed up as expected from the king. "You are God to me. A gun can also teach you how to make other types of traps. I looked at the guy with the wolf hat on his head. I don't know how he answered and I continued. The moving target you used last time to practice throwing spears just turned it into a trap. If the tree is replaced with a net, then it will be possible to make a hanging net trap. I leave the rest of you, I need to do other work, come back after dawn. I told the gun and got a positive response. Don't forget what I instructed you to do, I said, finally passing by him. Don't worry, Your Majesty, he replied. I hope I can finish my sweet dream. I was already in my dreams while a gun was giving orders to others. Arriving in the village, the sun was already coming out on the street. Usually at this time some people go to work. Why is there not even a sentry today? They are not sick, or they? I suspected something and went on through the village. Opening a random door, I heard a loud scream that almost blew me away. What are you doing here? Still, I looked inside where the girls were. Hey, the king. Our clothes are too revealing, so we are embarrassed to go outside. One of them declared, hiding behind four. Ah, that's it. Is this the effect of a sense of shame? Clearing my throat, I closed the door and said, I give you half a day to create new clothes. If you refuse to go out after noon, don't blame me, I said, and headed towards my house. Looking at the monument, I thought I didn't expect this little thing to have such great power. Suddenly I was hailed king. Turning around, I saw a gun running towards me and shouting, trouble. While digging a hole, we found stones that are burning. Look, king, you just need to rub 2 stones against each other and then sparks will appear. A gun spoke and showed, after which I myself burned like fire. This is that it, salt butter. You've done a good job this time, I declared, picking up the stones that a gun was holding with her. Our possibilities are limitless, I said, realizing how many inventions are opening up for our village. Night mountains. While my men were making a trap, Sugu led me to them. We ran very fast. King, here, he said, pointing to the same place. That stone you were talking about, we're digging it up here. He pointed with his hand to a hole in the ground near which there was no one. Of course their number is small. After all, because of the drought, the soil here is sailing. If they haven't formed naturally, then maybe, I thought about it and decided to ask my subordinate Sugu, let's see, is there anything else in the ground? The men squatted down and began to look around, responding positively. After that he took 2 stones of different colors in his hand and began to speak. This piece of land is really easy to dig and some of the objects on it don't look like rocks, he said, Shiger with an intelligent face, and began to put one of these stones in his mouth. After chewing a few times, his face became solid and with a business-like look he declared, this is shit. I decided not to spoil the fun atmosphere and said, you guessed it. After that he became serious and started thinking while Sugar was dying from the taste of shit. It is likely that there is a rather big manure pit. Did another group of primitive people once live here? Besides, their civilization has reached the concept of such a thing as a toilet. Is it possible that this is an old nest of a mountain tribe? After I thought it over and Sugar was burping, I immediately gave him a command. Collect salt butter and bury everything here. Leave as few footprints as possible. He answered positively, but it was obvious that he did it with difficulty. Placed more traps in the vicinity, also build signal towers and sent people to the garrison in turn. Suddenly Sugu became inflamed and began to scream. Haha, what kind of tower? A tower with a signal light signal. What? I decided not to answer his questions and just leave. 4 days later, the day was already drawing to a close. I was walking through the village with my subordinate and talking. Not bad, not bad. Everyone has a home, the first step on the path to happiness. At my words, the men next to me decided to ask, King, what do you mean? Everything is very simple. If the people are provided with food, clothing, housing, then the foundation of the tribe will be firmly established. The next step is this. But before I could finish, a huge woman interrupted my words, shouting, King, you've come. Noticing her, I immediately said, damn, where is King Kong? Then he turned around and began to run away, giving a command to his subordinate, will Lu Tang detain her? But the men didn't have time to do anything as the girl already hugged me, and all I had to do was say plaintively, save me. By inertia from her jump, we flew into the nearest house, destroying it. The sound of the explosion could be heard even in space. It seemed to me. Lu Tang immediately began to worry about my health. Damn, Your Majesty, are you okay? I was lying unconscious while a huge woman hugged me, flying in her dreams. Lu Tang said in a stern tone while looking at us, get up from it, otherwise you will kill him. Hearing his words, the girl got to her feet, holding me in her arms and applying double force began to bring me to my senses, saying, King, our houses have just been built. You can't die. She cried while my mouth was bleeding from her embrace. The next moment I was fine and standing on my feet, as well as wiping blood from my mouth. I was talking. Okay, don't make any noise. You say the houses were rebuilt. After that the girl began to report. Yes, 2 rows of wooden houses, 10 of them, about 5 or 10 people will be able to accommodate there. Watching how the people around me work, I began to praise her progress meets expectations. In that case, then 2 days everyone will be able to move into the houses. Well done. Keep up the good work. See you in 2 days. I stroked the girl on the head, then it seemed to me, or did she really start to purr? but the next time you see me don't be so rash. And fix this house, I declared, leaving this place, leaving the girl behind. After leaving a little I said the following plans. Next will be the work on the supply of food and stock, when suddenly I was interrupted by my subordinate who was looking at my waist, which looked, to put it mildly, unnatural after the girl's embrace. King, are you feeling unwell? I didn't understand why he asked this and replied that everything was fine. The next moment we were already at the shore near the river and watched how the fishermen were catching fish and the girls were hanging it up for drying. I caught a big fish, the boss of the sea tribe declared while his people were praising the monster. The children ran around rejoicing at the fish and one of the girls tried to calm them down. Looking at such an environment, I was glad it became so calm in my soul compared to digging traps and building houses, fishing suits. The more I declared, looking at the work of the sea tribe. Thanks to them, the food supplies in the tribe have increased significantly. Lu Tang decided to insert his word. That's all thanks to you, King. After all, it is you who lead us to a life of abundance. And don't worry about being destroyed without moving. I just asked Lu Tang, are you going to blame me for using these methods to subdue the sea tribe and the coconut grove tribe? There will be even more in the future. But the guy just grinned and answered with a smile. You should not have such doubts, your order is our will. Moreover, I don't see a problem here. In this world, the strongest survives. Large and small tribes destroy each other every day. You get the maximum result with the least losses. That's why you show your generosity to us into them. I was glad to hear that. I felt good. After standing for a while and getting some fresh air, I declared, Lu Tang, you already have all the most valuable qualities. Come on, we need to check border security. I believe that the people from the sea tribe will give us many more surprises. The elusive squad of divers. While the day was inexorably coming to an end, we were already at the foot of the mountain and watched Sugu and the others go somewhere with spears. Sugu, don't leave yet. I want to ask you something. The men turned around and exclaimed, "Oh King, how are things going with the installation of traps and signal towers?" I immediately got down to business and started listening to the answer. By your order, signal towers were rebuilt in 3 directions, southwest and north only. Sugu stumbled and fell silent. Only? I asked. After we appointed 6 people to guard the towers in shifts, there was very little manpower left. In order to finish the work on time, we had to start earlier and climb the mountains before nightfall. The men explained and I sighed heavily, summing up, there are not enough workers again. Today, Lu Tang and I will climb the mountains with you to help, I said confidently, but she who stopped me. No, we'll manage on our own. But I started to convince him now is a special period when every second counts. There is no time for reflection, I told him and began to reason in my head. If a mountain tribe has ever lived nearby, then they are much more familiar with this area than I am, in case they take advantage of our unpreparedness and launch another sudden large-scale attack. I stumbled in my thoughts and exclaimed, there is no time, quickly show the way. It was already night outside, and we were all making traps together. There were various conversations around. You need to be careful here, carefully. I don't have enough copies. But I got to my feet and breathed a sigh of relief, looking into the distance where the signal tower on the North Mountain was located. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling, I thought, and continued to make a trap, continuing to reason. Maybe it's just my imagination running wild, when suddenly I heard a loud heart-rending scream and got scared. This cry comes from the south. I immediately tried to identify it and turned around. There was smoke in the distant signal from the tower. I exclaimed loudly, the southern signal tower has been attacked. Gather everyone. It was the dead of night outside. There was a huge moon in the sky as well as another small planet next to it. There was only the patter of feet all around, as if a huge beast no less than a mammoth was running. But no, it was me and my legs, from which waves and cracks were spreading on the ground. I ran as fast as I could, holding a spear in my left hand. Thanks to the increase in strength earlier, my speed has also increased, which is strange. Skirting the obstacles around in the form of trees and hills, I actively reasoned in my head. Even knowing the location of all the traps and having to dexterity points, it's 5 minutes from here to South Mountain. It remains only to pray that nothing happens during these 5 minutes. I ran to the signal tower where the fire was burning. Everyone understood that something had happened in this direction. My subordinate, wearing a wolf, had stood on a tower with 2 spears in his hands and looked into the distance of the mountain, seeing smoke rising into the sky. Watching everything, he thought the trap worked very close to the tribe and have the enemies penetrated that deep. In a panic, he reasoned over what could have happened. The next moment, pushing off from the tower, he jumped into the distance, continuing to think, maybe there are other enemies who noticed the fire. Maybe they're coming here to kill me. Suddenly he realized that's why he decided to run away from his place. It's better to overdo it than underdo it. He spoke while already in the air, looking like a night monster or Batman, landing on the ground below without breaking anything, which is surprising. The boy squatted down. Literally the next moment he noticed something in the greenery to his left. They set up an ambush. He thought, making a serious face and preparing for an attack, throwing a spear into the nearest nearest bushes at great speed. He shouted, "Don't make so much noise if you make a surprise attack." After waiting a few seconds after the spear should have already hit the target, nothing happened. He stood there watching and waiting for the attack. Suddenly, from the same bush where he had thrown the spear earlier, the same spear flew out at him, only its speed was even greater. Fortunately, the boy was ready for this. He definitely deflected the flying spear with another one that was in his left hand. But the enemy took advantage of the situation, already being above him ready to attack so fast. Only the boy managed to realize, covering his head with a spear, realizing that he had no chance to dodge or repel the attack. He just hoped for the best. Suddenly continuing to stand in the same position and act stopped a centimeter away from him, and my voice sounded the gun. I stood over him, not understanding what was happening and why the boy was attacking me. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" he asked me, looking at my uncomprehending face. "There's no time to explain. Do you know where the trap went off?" Without hesitating, I asked, realizing that the enemy might already be close. "Yes, I let the signal tower. The trigger trap is ahead." He pointed his finger into the distance. I didn't hesitate, even though it was scary and I was shaking. But I tried not to show it. "It's lucky that you and I met. I'll go first," I said, and bent down to feed my legs with strength before the race. Already on the run, I shouted, "Wait for those who come by a safe path and take them to me." A gun responded positively, encouraged by my appearance. And before he forgot, he decided to warn me. "Perhaps the enemy is not alone. Be careful," he shouted after me, looking only at my retreating back. The night was still outside, but it seemed like the sun was starting to shine even brighter. On one of the trees, someone got caught in our trap and hung on it, trying to get free. It was difficult to tell who it was, since only a silhouette that strongly resembled a person was visible. Looking out from behind a nearby tree, I stood and thought about what to do. But in any case, I was alert to attack if the enemy could get free. I don't feel the presence of other people, and this dead silence doesn't look like a trapped animal. I was assessing the situation. That man is not calling for help. Did he come here alone? Or is he already dead? Sighing heavily and deciding to take action. The next moment I came out from behind the tree, ready for anything, thinking, "We'll see what," I exclaimed, being at a loss from what I saw. "Xiao Wang, what are you doing here?" I asked, surprised to see a girl hanging on ropes, revealing her flower to the whole world. "Are you supposed to be healing wounds here?" I immediately asked, literally screaming in panic. "You." The girl started hesitating a little and sweating. "How much longer are you going to stare?" she shouted angrily, but a blush was present on her cheeks. I relaxed and smiled, saying with a chuckle, "Queen, you don't often see such a picture, do you?" But apparently my positive attitude didn't calm the girl down much. "Gently, I'm going to kill you," she continued to scream, angrily floundering and trying to free herself. I came closer to her and said in a calm tone, "I will use your little leg, haha." The girl was only even more embarrassed by this and trembling begged, "You let go." I wasn't going to stop. Taking more air into my lungs, I blew her beautiful leg with cold air and began to bring my finger closer, which caused the girl to hiccup. Literally a second later, I already started to tickle her, and the next moment the girl gave out a long moan that will excite any man. But gathering her thoughts, she pulled herself together again and continued to scream, "Chen Li, I'm angry. Let me go now." But her scream only caused me to laugh even more, and without hesitating, I continued to look at her charms. Ha ha ha. Okay. After all, I resigned myself. Suddenly, a sound from the bushes behind caught my attention. "The king must be ahead. Hurry up," a gun shouted. Besides me, the girl also heard the scream and became even more angry than if anyone sees this scene. "I will kill everyone." Restraining my laughter through tears, I said, "I let you go." Then he began to untie a rope on the tree, shouting to his subordinates, "Don't come here. It's very dangerous here. You could be killed." My subordinates naturally heard my cry and stopped abruptly. Not understanding anything, Sugu decided to tell the others by asking a question. "Has the king fallen into a trap? Should I hurry up and save him?" A gun decided to take the floor by answering his question. "Judging by the voice, it's really dangerous there, but he doesn't seem to be hurt. Is there something there that we shouldn't see?" I decided to ask my question. And by the way, the right question, because there was something here that they should not have seen. I understood. The king is definitely sitting big. For example, I can't poop in front of everyone. I definitely need to be alone. Girls are like that, too. When they bathe or go to the toilet, they always avoid us with the most stupid face, Sugu said, which confused a gun a little. Everyone seems to have changed a little. I don't know myself. I came to the logical conclusion of the tire. The next moment, my queen's wonderful legs landed on the ground. I kept laughing, trying not to start laughing all over the neighborhood. "It's my fault that I forgot to inform everyone about traps and safe roads," they said, taking all the blame on myself. But the girl only snorted contemporaneously. After that, she moved a little away from what was happening and said, "I didn't expect you to know so many amazing tricks." The queen praised me, already forgetting that just a second ago I was looking at her flower. "My fault. By the way, why did you come here in the middle of the night?" I couldn't help but ask, standing next to her, admiring the beautiful view. In the evening I heard a conversation between people from the sea tribe. She began making sure that I was listening to her and continued. Hey, one fisherman was addressing another. It would be great if you could go back to the beach and catch some fish, shrimp and shellfish. If they were eaten, there would be more energy for work. He was talking. Listening to the queen's explanation, a question popped into my head: more energy. Probably because of the salt content in these products. I thought and continued listening to the girl's story. Then the second fisherman began to speak. But on the way to the beach, you can need a pack of jackals. You can go fishing at the risk of being eaten. I finished talking about the dialogue of the monsters from the sea tribe of the queen and summed it up. So I decided to find a new safe road. After listening to her, I decided to take the floor. I have walked that road many times, and 5 days ago there were no jackals there. It seems that someone from the sea tribe has secretly escaped in the last few days. I said, surprising the girl that she misunderstood me by asking, are they in trouble? Execute them, she offered, but I just looked at her sweetly. No, that's not what I meant. I was thinking about a security vulnerability that I hadn't paid attention to before. Perhaps I should organize a patrol. I explained to her, also answering important questions for myself. But it is still important to open the road to the beach, and it is best to create a new camp there. I decided to let the girl into my plan, starting to explain the advantages of this. Fishing is still in the background, but we need dodo birds and their eggs. Besides, that is possible to establish a salt industry. That's decided. At dawn I will go and deal with these impeachment jackals. I finished summing up for a girl who, listening to my words, was more and more surprised. The girl did not ask unnecessary questions and simply offered her help. I can help you with patrol and secret missions about getting rid of jackals and expanding territories. It's better to think it over again, she said, and it was obvious that she was worried. What are you worried that I can't handle wild animals? I asked, trying to show off in front of the girl. Suddenly she hit me on the forehead and said, don't flatter yourself. And I was just surprised by such an action, having a little laugh. I'm worried that I'm separating people too recklessly to guard 2 territories. She betrayed her fears. I started massaging her shoulders while continuing to listen. Moreover, once the beach was already attacked by a mountain tribe, in case they come again. But without listening to her further, I just interrupted. They were there a few days ago, so I think it's still safe there now. I tried to explain that everything is not as scary as she thinks, continuing. The location of the mountain tribe, our camp, and the beach form a triangle. As long as there is an exchange of information and resources between the tribe and the stronghold on the shore, we will be able to support each other. After all, the opponents know how to use poisonous smoke. If we all live together, it will be easy to poison us all at once. The girl had already completely relaxed from my massage, and there was a feeling as if she wasn't listening to me at all, and answered, if only I would fall behind. I don't know what you're talking about, but since everything has been decided, then let's do this. While the queen and I enjoyed each other's presence, our people continued to sit behind the bushes waiting for news from me. Has he finished pooping yet? The king is a bottomless barrel, Sugu said, while a gun was already asleep while the big man himself was falling asleep. The moon was already much higher than before and towered over the mountains. I found that to fishmen the queen was talking about to take them with me and lead them along the path they were talking about. I told you. One of them started examining all the bushes. Are you sure you met jackals on this road? Why can't I smell blood? He asked his friend, to which he replied, I saw. They must be somewhere nearby. I saw some jackals on this road 2 days ago. Suddenly, from the bushes in front of them, a strange sound was heard, which the fisherman noticed. Literally the next second, the jackal flew out of the bushes with red eyes and big fangs, ready to tear the fisherman, who fell on his ass from fright and screamed. Before the jackal's fangs bit into the fisherman, his friend stood up and sent his fist into the animal's head, saying, he's so brave. Since the jackal was in motion, the fisherman hit the stomach, but the blow was so strong that the jackal only whined and flew far away, until he crashed into the nearest tree, breaking it in half. The fisherman only growled angrily after the blow, and his friend was at a loss. The next moment, more than 4 jackals surrounded me in the group, threatening to attack from all sides. Everyone was on the alert until Lu Tang decided to warn, Your Majesty, be careful. But I exuded incredible self-confidence as I spoke. Don't worry, the Sea tribe is not our enemy. That's for those wild dogs. I started but was interrupted. King Chen Li, if you want you can deal with the cuties on the left. Crunching his knuckles, the boss of the Sea tribe declared, ready for a good fight. But the ones on the right are mine. He confidently declared, already ready to repel the jackals who jumped on him. Bai, on the other hand, didn't even budge like the others, watching as the boss of the Sea tribe crumbles the animals into pieces. It's nothing, I said with a laugh. But the next moment a group of jackals jumped on us, too, apparently waiting for death, because the next moment the fisherman in front of me just beat them off, allowing me not to move from my place. They will not join the battle now is a good opportunity to train new recruits, I thought, looking at my subordinates. And while I was thinking and rejoicing at such strong men in my team, the jackal jumped on me from behind. I just angrily scared. After that, he simply put out out his hand, grabbing the jackal by the neck so that even began to suffocate. The jackal's eyes were begging for mercy. "You're not lucky. He bumped into me once," I said, looking into the eyes of the beast, showing my superiority. For the next few minutes the sound of fighting and the squeaking of jackals could be heard in the forest. While the jackals started to run away, we have already started to rest. The boss of the sea tribe threw the last jackal into the distance and angry lead scared said boring. "Okay, we need to move on," I told him calmly. The boss decided to remind them that their old house was further down the road, and I reminded them, "Okay, everyone, be careful." A few minutes later, we were already at the shore. "See that rock?" I asked the boss of the sea tribe band without waiting for an answer. I continued, "We'll build a fortress there. The fortress should be built close to the rock. We need to accommodate 20 people there. The signal tower will be built on a rock. After that you will need to build a small place for drying salt next to the fortress. I will teach you this method." "Very well, Your Majesty," the boss of the sea tribe calmly replied. "I will send people to help you, but you only have 4 days. I gave the deadline to the boss. Then I sighed heavily as strange thoughts came into my head. Why do I feel like I'm a contractor who inspects a construction site and shifts deadlines? But in a previous life, I was the one who dragged bricks. Ha ha ha. Having finished thinking, I decided to summarize. Well, if there is an emergency, immediately light a fire and ask for help from the camp. Don't worry, boss. 3 days later, that was bright and hot outside. The village was quiet. In my house, I was evaluating the bow I made. Not bad. I thought, releasing the bowstring, which quickly returned to its place. Suddenly a message from the system flashed in front of me. "You have successfully invented wooden bow technology. Points received 5 points. After reading the message and evaluating the bow externally, I said, "An elastic band made of bull's skin is really good, but to use it skillfully, you need to put a lot of effort. In addition, our wood has poor strength, so you will need to find a good replacement." Suddenly, a voice came from behind the door to my room. "King Shang is back. He wants to tell you something." Without moving, I said, "Bring him." At the door open, I started talking. "So what, are there other tribes of people in the north that you can unite with?" You did not wait for a long time and immediately began to answer. "I walked north for more than a day, but there were no tracks there. I found only one lake as well as a nearby snow-covered mountain. There was some strange big creature in the lake, but before I could see it, it sank to the bottom of the lake and disappeared. Due to the fact that there was a terrible snow-covered mountain ahead, I did not dare to go there and return back." I made a slight smile and answered the boy, "Nothing. You're good, but I didn't expect that you wouldn't be afraid of a water monster but of a snowy mountain." Putting my hand on his shoulder, I felt a boy shaking. "These mountains are so scary," he said and continued, "Your Majesty, you haven't heard of this, have you?" Sweating, he asked, scaring me too. "About this." "About what?" Suddenly a girl snuggled up to me saying, "King, I'm scared." The apparently Shang scared everyone present. "What are you so scared of?" I asked her, becoming more serious, "Because it's all for a reason. I am not afraid of the snowy mountain but of those who are behind it." Trembling, she replied and began to tremble even more, saying only one word, "The giant." "Well, don't be afraid." I tried to calm the lovely lady down, but you continue to panic. When I think about it, my legs start to shake. Suddenly, a message from the system popped up in front of my face. "A side quest has been activated. Giant. Current mission progress. The first ring task to see a giant with your own eyes. Time. Unlimited reward. Performance points 1. I immediately wondered if I should accept this assignment. Looking at the award, I was surprised. What, 1 point of characterization for just seeing a giant? I only got 2 points for the task of expelling the saber-toothed tiger. The giant is just a guy a little taller than me that if I look at it from afar, it won't be dangerous, right? We need to think about it. What if the giants are also a tribe with a civilization? Maybe I can subdue them by making some powerful helpers. Of course you need to be careful, otherwise they will destroy us. I thought, looking at how my people panic at the very thought of a giant. After that I started issuing instructions that looks like I won't be able to hand over this mission to Xiang and Aishan. Have a good rest. There will be a banquet in a few days. Have fun there," I said confidently, looking at the trembling and sweating guy. "Goodbye, Your Majesty." Turning around and starting to leave, Xiang said. Maya, left alone with me, started talking. "Sean, sometimes he's such a coward. Don't pay attention." But after hearing her statement, I replied, "I'm not sure he's a coward. Perhaps his perception of danger is much higher than that of ordinary people, which makes him so sensitive to some things. So Xiang is able to freely explore the outside world and can always protect himself. By the way, how are the preparations for my wedding ceremony going?" At the end, I asked, making the girl think. "The preparation is almost complete," she replied with a smile. "Prepare equipment for people. I'm going to take someone with me on a long trip." I quickly translated the topic. "Will you personally go? How dangerous is it?" she asked me. "Just exploring the neighborhood. Don't worry. Prepare a portable meal. a bottle of water and warm clothes. Speaking of which, these 10 clothes are really good. At the end, I pulled on a t-shirt on myself. Yes, it was you who inspired us to do this. Previously, the skin was useless, but now it is not. By the way, when are you going to leave? She asked, waiting for my answer. The wedding ceremony will take place the day after tomorrow at noon, and we will leave the next day after the banquet. I answered, leaving the house. In 2 days, nothing had changed in the village. It was still quiet and peaceful. Only I being at home trained to handle the shield. Oh, not bad. The leather of hard rocks is combined with the inner part of cowhide and the weight of the shield is just right. After 2 days of hard work, I finally achieved something. Putting the shield against a wall, I looked at the message from the system. You have successfully invented a new artifact, a wooden shield. Current technology point 62. Finally finished so that everyone could get a new weapon as soon as possible. I spoke, looking at all my inventions laying on the floor. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and without moving I said, come in. Now you opened the door and immediately declared, Your Majesty, everything is ready outside. It's time to change. Oh, thank you, I answered with a smile. Having already changed my clothes and started to leave my house, I heard screams, hooray, congratulations to the king. People in the village shouted while I was leaving the house, and a gun and sugar sprinkled me with flower petals. Hooray, congratulations to the king. Hooray. Everyone kept shouting while I was standing in a beautiful raincoat made of leather as well as with 4. Looking into the distance along the path that I will now walk, I saw the queen in a beautiful dress, the best dress that could be made in the current conditions, and all the people of the village were standing around by the path. My thoughts were active. The wedding ceremony isn't as a wedding ceremony than my previous life. I should be working hard right now. Now I have my own tribe, my own people and his own wife, although it's all like hallucinations. But in this world, I finally have a sense of belonging to something. I took my wife by the hand, feeling her warmth, and said, from now on, while I'm not around, the novice tribe will be handed over to you. And the next moment, turning to everyone, I shouted at the top of my voice, from today on, Xiao Wang is the new queen of the tribe. After which everyone started shouting, hooray, hooray, we have a queen. Kiss, kiss, everyone asked, and the queen and I looked at each other, while our lips were approaching each other. A huge girl, King Kong, looked at us and cried, apparently envious. Even though I don't want the king to be taken away. It's so touching, she said with tears in her eyes. It was already night outside. The village spent the whole day in celebration until everyone started to disperse, saying, good night, Your Majesty. Good night, King. I continued to stand in place right in front of the fire, closing my eyes and saying everything went well without surprises. Suddenly, I appeared from behind and said, Your Majesty, the queen is waiting for you at the palace. I won't bother you saying these words. Her face expressed a prank. That's just my face continued to be serious, and I just drew a quiet one. Yeah. Then he laughed, looking forward to this night. Ha ha ha. In the palace, waiting for me. And the next moment my fantasy played out in earnest, and I saw the queen with a whip who put her foot on me and spoke, feel my love, baby. And after that she hit me with all her strength with a whip that I even felt his pain. Then pulling himself together, he turned to the palace and began to walk to the door. Maybe that will be even more exciting, I declared, opening the door. My face was playful and in the same tone, I said, ha ha ha, wife, I'm here. I saw the queen, who was sitting on the throne and looked obviously not ready for my fantasies. Damn, her face was very serious and she just angrily scared. As I continued to look at her, I saw an oppressive aura around me. This atmosphere that she wants to kill me. I thought. Finally the first words fell from her lips. I'm giving you a chance to tell yourself. I was full of misunderstanding. Say what? I asked. Suddenly she got up from the throne and walked towards me with a whip in her hands. But this time a smile appeared on her face. Are you pretending you don't understand? She asked, and I stuttered and asked, that's our wedding night. Can I be more gentle? Looking at the whip in her hands, I immediately regretted my actions earlier. Damn, I shouldn't have given her the whip. Finally, the queen moved on to the topic and began to explain why she was angry. Are you going to leave right after the ceremony is over? So in a hurry to get out of here? She asked resentfully. Finally I exhaled calmly. So that's it. I was already scared. Hey, you got to Truong. Calm down first, I will tell you everything. While I was telling, the rats were eating up the leftovers on the street and the fire was already fading. And after the story the girl asked, so are you going to convince the giants to join us in the battle with the mountain tribe? Yes, actually, I'm not sure myself. So just in case I will take 3 more with me. By the way, the real purpose of the trip should be kept secret, although I don't know why. But a Yu and Shone seem to be afraid of giants. Finally, during our conversation, the girl became kinder and after all my words, she asked, why don't I come with you? but I immediately stopped this desire. No one of us has to stay in the tribe, besides you have more important things to do, I said, holding in my hand an important device that will make our lives easier. What is this? She asked. This is a sling. Now I'll show you how to use it, I said, pulling the device forward and starting to explain that the sling is a throwing military or hunting weapon. After that I gave her a task. I need a squad of people who know how to use it and you need to train them. The next morning I and 3 other people from the village, namely the boss of the sea tribe, a gun and the girl, were walking towards the mountain with a giant. You have all the responsibility, I told them, and the girl snorted angrily. This caught my attention and I turned in her direction. The girl's face was very angry. When she saw my look, she turned around snickering angrily again. The next moment a scene appeared in my head as she stabbed me with a knife, and in my head, there were such thoughts. It's going so slow on purpose. She's not looking for an opportunity to kill me, is she? Hey, it can be helped. It was Xiao Wang's idea after all, I thought, remembering our conversation with the queen last night. Xiao Wang was sitting on the throne and I was massaging her legs, asking, you said you were barefoot, then why are your feet so tender? But the girl only answered viciously, don't mock me, and then seriously continued, since your subordinates are unreliable, choose 3 from the Coconut Grove tribe and the Sea tribe to accompany you. I was planning to take Hai, who I personally saw his fighting power. The fortress on the beach will be temporarily transferred to the responsibility of Sugu. If I take Hai Hu with me, the newcomers from his tribe won't be able to create problems in my absence. I explained my plans to the queen but was interrupted. The other 2 are up to you, but a man has to go with you. I was surprised by her persistence, but I didn't say anything as the girl continued. This is not a request. An is the strongest and bravest fighter, besides her wounds have already healed. If she goes with you, I will become standing over me, she declared while I was looking at her wonderful body. The next moment she cut my cheeks with her hands and continued, I taught her a lesson for what happened back then, so you don't have to worry. Thinking about this conversation with the queen, I continued to walk through the forest. Yes, I'm not worried at all. If there is a problem again, I hope a gun will save me. It was in my thoughts while the girl continued to drill me with her eyes. It seems to me that someone is watching us. Maybe I imagined it, a gun said wearily, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Yes, it just seemed a gun decided for himself and went on after us. As we walked, the girl continued to exude an aura of murder, and I was thinking on a gun's words, they do not think so. Look back, don't you think? Suddenly the boss of the sea tribe caught up with me to point ahead and say, King Chen Li, do you know that there is a lake ahead? Yes, Sean told me about it. The boss laughed a lot when he heard my answer. Ha ha ha. Then he probably saw that whopper, he said, slightly embarrassing me. Are you talking about the monster in the lake? Further, the fisherman began to tell me about his acquaintance with him. Yes, about him. When I was a kid, I saw him swallow a leopard whole. I was 2 young men, so I was very scared that if I'm lucky, I will definitely fight him. The boss caught to horn with water and started pouring it into his mouth, and I was confused and asked, is it luck for you to meet a monster? That doesn't matter if it's a water monster or someone else. It would be interesting for me to face someone stronger than me. For example, with a giant. I said to check the reaction of my comrades. The reaction was not long in coming. A gun squeaked like a girl and screamed, no, your majesty, don't get your hopes up. I was immediately curious to see such a reaction. They just casually said, do they really exist? Squatting down to catch up with a gun, I asked, actually, see you soon. We were a large tribe that consisted of more than 30 people, and then one day, we met a giant, but they were too weak to fight back and eventually ran away. Unfortunately, most of the people were eaten. Even though I was a child, then I think none of the survivors like me will forget that terrible scene. He told the tragic story of a gun in detail, making him think. All right, no wonder Xiang and the others tremble every time they mention the giant. On the way to the lake, the boss of the sea tribe stopped abruptly, pointing at the strange berries. Don't eat these fruits. As a child I ate such, the consequences were very serious, he informed us, and I was immediately interested. Coming closer to the bush, I took a closer look at the berries. Suddenly the system issued a message determining what kind of berry croton, her herbaceous plant, bitter taste poisonous. After reading it, I looked at the fisherman and laughed, thinking, so you ate the croton. I think you had a good time then. By the way, the surrounding plants are not familiar to me in these places. I hope there won't be any surprises. I thought about it and decided not to risk saying, scan everything. After my word system, windows with information started popping up near all the plants, and I started reading. Verbena, a family of primroses, has antipyretic and diuretic effects, improves blood circulation and eliminates stagnation. Burdock, the rosacea family, stops bleeding, removes toxins, and has an insecticidal effect. Wormwood, a family of compound flowers, stops bleeding, relieves fever, and as an antihistamine. Honeysuckle family relieves fever. Antitussive agent neutralizes the effect of poison. My eyes immediately became big and I was happy as a child running from one plant to another. Oh my god. Yes, it's a big garden of medicinal plants. Suddenly I approached one of the plants that was still being identified and thought it looks familiar. Really, this millet. An annual herbaceous plant, a family of cereal holes in the common people millet. The system gave out the information. There was no limit to my joy and I screamed, "Millet, I found cereals." Suddenly my joy was interrupted by the system showing me a new task. Side mission farming task. Plant more than one type of grain, grow and harvest them. Term 180 days, reward heritage plate 2. It looks like we can finally enter the year of farming. Not bad. Not bad. When we find the clay, we will be able to prepare food and medicine. Unfortunately, it hasn't matured yet. I'll wait a bit and come back to collect. Just now I felt a chill run down my spine. What is it Nada in with his hostility? After I decided what to do with the wheat, I began to assess the situation around when suddenly a gun pointed his finger forward and said, "There." "What is it?" I asked in a voice and looked forward to where the unusual bush was. After taking a closer look, I waited for the system notification and read the information. Rami, the nettle family, its tough fibers are used to make ropes, fabric and paper. He gave me a thumbs up and I praised a gun. "You found a very good thing. When we come back we will pick up a few so that our tribe can wear more diverse clothes." Listening to me, a gun did not feel proud, but on the contrary, he was even more afraid. Pointing his finger forward, he shouted, "I wasn't talking about these strange herbs. Your Majesty, look there." I looked in the direction where a gun was pointing into the distance, into the bushes and trees, and then I heard strange sounds. The next moment the jackal came out of the bush growling angrily. Several more animals appeared behind him and the fisherman immediately said they must have been chatting us for a long time. And a gun finally confirmed his guess. I felt their gaze on me. I smiled calmly, taking my axe in my hands. Hyenas again. They probably came to take revenge on me and Hi-Hu. The jackals looked as confident as possible and were already anticipating their victory and the subsequent feast. I put the axe forward and declared, "In that case, we won't let them go. We need to fix the root problem. Kill them." I shouted to my people and everyone rushed to the animals, while the jackals also jumped on us. The boss of the sea tribe was the first to go into battle and caught two with 2 hands. "This time you came by yourself." With blackness in his eyes, he growled. With all his strength, he hit the 2 hyenas at each other over their heads. The girl with a bone knife in her hands cut the hyena's thigh, leaving a deep wound. After that, I noticed 2 more hyenas flying at her from above, preparing to repel their attack. She stood in a stance, but before she could do anything, hyenas flew into them, which were defeated by the boss of the sea tribe. "Ha ha ha, that was cool," said the big guy. "Don't thank me," he smiled. The hyenas began to run away, whining and limping. "Oh, what a pity they're running away again." The fisherman was upset. "Catch up with them. This time we have to deal with them. Don't let any escape," I commanded my people. The hyenas, hearing my words, began to turn around. "Ha ha ha, you can't escape, you dogs." I rushed after the animals and so quickly that my people were left far behind. Jumping over a lying tree, I was already on the tail of one of the hyenas. With 2 dexterity points, it's hard to catch up with them. That would be unwise to continue the chase, I thought. The next moment I heard a girl scream. What? I turned around. The girl was wrapped around the vines of a strange plant. "What the hell is this?" I shouted, assessing the situation. Suddenly, a system window appeared near a strange plant. Red royal flower, a large flowered species. The core and surface of the flower emit caustic mucus that can destroy the surrounding ecological environment. Actively catches and devours animals. Is it roughly Asia? I was surprised, continuing to think. And the things around him are humoral fluid. Saber-toothed tigers. Huge bulls also reflect Legia. This is all different from my knowledge of the primitive world. The plant was already ready to devour the girl while she took out a knife to try to free herself, screaming, "Damn, let me go." Suddenly, the vine knocked the knife out of her hands and flew into the mouth, if you can call it that, plants, landing in the creature's mouth. He bit into the wall of the venturi. Suddenly, I felt sick and I shouted, "Hey," and the next moment I was all attention. "Damn," I shouted, seeing the boss of the sea tribe and a gun standing behind the trees. "Hey, why are you standing rooted to the spot? Say Vane," I shouted to them. "Your Majesty, it's not that we don't want to save her." A gun started in the next moment he started screaming furiously. And the fact that we were also captured by this thing. "Damn," I said and saw how the vine was already wrapped around my leg, but quickly orienting myself with a clear blow of the axe, I split the vine, not allowing myself to be captured. "Don't be afraid, I will save you," I shouted, rushing to free the girl in the first place. Her next words shocked me. "Leave me save those 2, she said while I was running towards her. Running closer, I saw that the vines released the girl and she began to fall. "Run away." Those were her last words. They only had time to shout her name and the girl was already inside the plant. Only her cute legs stuck up. A huge number of vines flew in my direction. Get out of here, I shouted and started chopping down this damn plant. At least Hai-Hu Undergun should be saved, I thought, and did not notice how the hyenas were flying at me from behind. They were already so close that I noticed them only when they started growling in my ear. Fortunately, the boss of the fishermen was strong enough to free his hand and throw 2 horns with water at them, which threw the hyenas away from me. Although I don't think hyenas would cause me significant damage. Chen Li, stay away, said Hai-Hu. They set it up, he prompted, making me think. The hyenas were already knowing that a gun and Hai-Hu while the former was talking. King, you can escape, we will detain them. I'm not the one who throws his people, cutting the way with an axe. I walked forward. These vines are in too fast, so the hyenas took advantage of the speed advantage to lure us here. I didn't even have time to calmly exhale. The vines were trying more and more to grab me in a vice. Damn, it should have been noticed that there are only dead trees around, which means something is wrong. And dead wood. I clung to my words. It's worth the risk. There's nothing I can do in this situation, but I have a stone. I threw it into a tree with all my might. It doesn't matter if it's a dog or a flower. There's nothing that can't be fried, I said in my head, and drew an axe on a pebble in the tree, causing a spark burn to the ground. Get out, away from here. The plant began to smoke from the inside, and after that it spat out the girl in almost completely naked. Are you okay? Can you move? Time is running out. Hai-Hu and a gun are still in trouble. I have to help them. I asked the girl and she calmly mumbled that everything was fine. I'll give you clothes, I said, and handed over my raincoat. The next moment the 4 of us were already running while the deadwood was burning around us. Let's run there faster, I was talking, while shooting burning arrows from a bow. Now you don't have to worry about hyenas nearby. Excellent, there's water ahead. Push up. Guys, dive into the lake and we will be saved, I commanded all the time while we were running. But still one of the hyenas caught up with us and jumped towards a man who was wearing my cloak. Then, watch out, I shouted. Seeing that the hyena had already caught on my cloak on the girl, I quickly jumped in her direction to grab her hand, and we succeeded. I pulled her towards me while the cloak flew off, and I already tried to unhook the jackal from him. We have started an unreal battle for this piece of clothing. Grabbing him tighter, I pulled him in my direction, and together we tore him to shreds. At the same time, I fell to the ground on my back and the hyena was on top of me, trying to reach out with its fangs while my hand was under the hyena's throat. The girl watched what was happening and how I was fighting with the animal after I saved her. Your Majesty, King Chen Li Hanzhou into Gong shouted, also watching me. I raised my other hand. Then he grabbed the hyena and answered the guys. Leave quickly before the fire gets here. I can handle it. He must have already weakened. We need to exhaust him before the fire spreads everywhere. Suddenly, a stick flew into the hyena's neck, piercing the animal's skin. The hyena just fell to the ground. I said, turning back, and was sitting there with a bow in her hands and breathing heavily. I saw a sign with an alert from the system flashed above it. Talent activated archery. Do you know how to use a bow? I asked. She stood up leaning on the bow and answered, yes, I watched you use it. That's how I learned. I twisted my ankle and I have almost no strength left, so I won't be able to escape. Leave soon. I got to my feet too and took her hand. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? I asked and didn't wait for her answer. Hold on tight. We'll leave here together. Hold on tight, I shouted and threw it on my back, running away from the fire. King Chen Li, rather, there is no more time. A gun spoke while I was catching up with them. There was hell all around us. Everything was burning. It was already hard to breathe. I also want to be carried on the back of the king. Can I switch places with a in a gun? And Hai-Hu asked, do you want to get to the lake faster? I still have the strength to throw you right into it. The boss of the sea tribe answered him. Don't, I just casually said. I kept running, breathing hard. While running, the girls started a conversation. In fact, I was planning to take the opportunity to finish you off. You planned the attack of the black bulls, didn't you? She asked. Without stopping for a second, I answered the question with a question. Why do you think so? I knew you wouldn't admit it. The girl got angry and began to explain. I noticed that some of the bulls were injured. Our weapons are not able to cut through the hard bull skin, so who could harm them? Besides, your men fought the bulls very well, which increased my suspicions, but I knew my arguments wouldn't convince the queen, so I planned that attack without her permission. Chen Li, one move and you're finished. She put a knife under my throat and continued. Either leave me here and then you won't have any problems in the future. I didn't even raise an eyebrow, continuing to run. We need to hurry and we'll be safe. Then you will deal with me. The girl reluctantly answered. Good. From now on, I will be watching you. If you betray the queen or the Coconut Grove tribe, then I will kill you. She warned me, but I was not afraid for a second. Well, if I treat you badly, punish me. You just took responsibility off yourself, right? Punish you, and that sounds good. She answered me while we were already a few meters from the lake, and after just a few minutes they plopped into the water. We are saved. The boss of the sea tribe emerged from the water. A little more and I would have burned. We got to the water in time. He continued, and everyone else had already surfaced, looking at the shore on which there was a real hell to have. The fur lost the ability to move. It is better to abandon the plan to find the giant, I thought. Take them to the place where a gun found Rami. Rest there and I will bring you medicines. I gave the order to the fisherman and received a positive response. The sun was shining brightly outside. A gun was applying ointment to his leg. Wow, King, I don't have any more pain. The guy was delighted, showing everyone his leg. Have a good rest. Hi, who and I will collect some Rami, I answered. The medicinal properties of these plants are excellent. I spoke to the fisherman while we were rummaging in the bushes. What's that smell? Hi, who asked in a panic. Why do I smell hyenas? Is it because of the recent fight with them that their smell remains on my body? He stood up abruptly, trying to figure out what was going on. I'm not sure, I answered, pushing aside the bushes. What? I exclaimed. Looking down, I saw 5 little hyenas that are not even able to open their eyes yet. Taking one of them in my arms, I said, so that's it. That looks like those hyenas didn't come here to take revenge on us, but to protect their cubs. They must have felt threatened. Did this trigger a new side mission? I asked myself a question when I saw how the system window with information open. Find a baby hyena, activate a side mission. Tame a wild beast to task. Tame a hyena and make a hunting dog out of it. Deadline. Unlimited reward. Small treasure chest, 1 hunting rifle, 1 accept. I accept the assignment, I answered, looking into the cute eyes of a little hyena. All right, let's move out, I said already to my team. We moved further through the forest while each carried on himself the amount of herbs that he could carry. Suddenly an unrealistically loud howl sounded. It sounded for a very long time, even the ground shook. What's that sound? Comrades spoke. When the sound stopped, I asked. Not well. Maybe not so lucky. Suddenly, a huge animal's muzzle appeared from behind a tree. The bear came out at us ready to fight. Things are bad. Immediately said a gun. It's a man-eating bear. I immediately took off the herbs and began to assess the situation. He's going to attack us. We can't escape with 2 wounded. They'll distract him and the 3 of you make a detour and return home. But the king, Hai-Hu, and the girl tried to object, but I interrupted them. Don't look in vain. You're getting in the way. We only have 1 chance. Do as I say. 135. Taking out an axe for my inventory, I immediately prepared for battle. But before that, Hai-Hu, the safety of these 2 is on you. I gave the task to the boss of the sea tribe, who replied, aha. The next moment I threw myself at the bear, encouraging myself. Come on. He was really scary, claws the size of my head, red eyes and huge fangs. It seemed as if he had already defeated me with his oral alone. But there was no time for fear. Rather, here, he shouted to Hale, running away in the opposite direction from us with the girl into gun. The bear of course paid attention to them. After all, as it is, the food runs away, and he does not run after it, but he would not be able to do it. Look here, a huge monster, I told him, and a second later he jumped high. Being just above his head, I raised the axe to strike. The bear squinted his eyes as if with incomprehension. Then he threw me off with his paws with a vertical blow from top to bottom, which caused me to fly back. King Chen Li, the boss of the sea tribe, turned around in a panic. Take these cubs and come back and I will help the king, he said to the girl and the guy passing the little hyenas. A gun tried to stop the fisherman by saying, no need. I have personally seen the strength of the king. This opponent is no match for him, but if we stay close to him, he won't be able to act freely. So we follow the order. It was obvious that it was difficult for Hai-Hu to admit this, and he did not want to leave. But still I decided, and I saw only their retreating back, so I breathed a sigh of relief. Now, I said, looking at my axe, I think his attention is focused on me. Starting to get up after the bear hit, I got ready for a fight. Well, it remains to distract this fool, and the matter is in the hat. I went in his direction. Looking around the corner, I made sure that the bear was still standing in place. The next moment I made the most stupid face and shouted, hey, come here. The bear did not wait. 10 like a bull on red rushed in my direction with a sweeping blow. While we were fighting, my men were already far enough away, running further and further away. Suddenly, a shock wave went through the forest which cut it in half. But the bear was still alive and continued to chase me. Hiding behind a tree, I began to think a gun and the others must be safe by now. It's time to get rid of him. Forward. I had already prepared myself and started walking forward when I felt an evil intention behind me. I exclaimed and turned back as quickly as possible. But there was no time. The tiger had already jumped in my direction and all I had to do was try to dodge. Holy shit, I shouted, still leaving the trajectory of the enemy's attack. What a rat was hiding there. Come out, I said, looking at the column of dust that rose after the creature landed. Really, this my old friend? I calmly asked a question, looking at the animal that was growling in my direction. Meow. Suddenly the tiger gave out, wandering, and I started talking. Damn it, that smart look in the burnt left eye. It's definitely him. But still the bear did not let us remember the old jumping in our direction, breaking trees clamped on both sides. I said, expecting an attack. Now it doesn't matter if I put all my strength into speed or power. That won't be enough. Use the power of Penghu. I was thinking what to do while I was pretending to be a victim, which made the animals calmly evaluate themselves. But if I use the power of Penghu, I will weaken for a long period of time. Who knows how many days I will be in a coma. Even if I don't die here, the mountain people will seize the opportunity. The animals continued to quietly continue in my direction, growling angrily. First the tiger, and then the bear accelerated, and literally the next moment they rushed at me from both sides, and all I managed to say was, this damn. I thought you wanted to fight among yourselves, but it turns out attack a defenseless person. I stood in a fighting stance ready to repel the attack. Suddenly, a message from the system flashed in front of my eyes. I thought you wanted to fight among yourselves, but it turns out the attack a defenseless person. The system detected that the host was in an extremely dangerous position and automatically turned on the extreme escape mode. You will temporarily gain 20 dexterity points. Strength points will be converted into physical form for 600 seconds after the completion of the mode. 33% will be deducted from the 3 characteristics of the host. Rounding up what it's a feeling. I immediately felt like my legs and as if the weight became lighter. I was ready to take off. That's how I felt. And literally the next moment he really took off. Which is why the bear and the tiger crashed into each other with their foreheads instead of catching me. Wow. I thought, landing lightly on my feet. Such a feeling of lightness and explosive speed. That's just unbelievable. I spoke, looking at the animals already from afar, but they apparently decided to unite against me, growling angrily and walking in my direction. Still want to kill me? Don't you want to fight each other? I shouted, really not understanding their actions. But the next moment he turned around in the other direction and started running with all the dope. Will you give chase together? I advise you not to go beyond the limits. I was talking. My speed was impressive, and with every second I was coming off more and more while running. A system window opened in front of me. Power 0 temporarily, physical form 8 temporary, dexterity 22 temporary, reverse countdown 325 seconds. I stopped to turn around and check the situation. Finally broke away from them. This extreme escape mode is awesome, but too expensive. While I was being chased, I ran to this place. I spoke, looking at the snow-covered mountain, understanding what could be waiting for me there. You can't waste the rest of your time. Why not go to the snowy mountain and find a giant? A few minutes later, I was already walking through huge snow drifts. I ran so far in one breath. Fortunately, my body has become light. Otherwise I would have been stuck in the snow. And I spoke, making my way further and further while the system showed that there were 142 seconds left until the end of the mode. Climb to the top, I exclaimed, seeing my finish. Suddenly my eyes widened. Standing at the top, I was in a stupor, talking, really this? Looking down, I couldn't believe my eyes after all. And natural giant was sleeping there. But most likely it was a yeti, and a dinosaur was standing next to him like a dog on a leash. It can't be the giant from the legend, I thought. Standing at the top of the cliff, I looked down at the same giant that looked like a block of ice. It was unclear if he was frozen or if he was. There was no limit to my surprise. Come on, so huge. I couldn't help myself and said out loud, while my eyes could not tear themselves away from such a sight. A system window appeared next to me. You have found a giant. Mission accomplished. The giant first test points 1. Distribute them in a timely manner. Automatically accepted. Giant second test. The content of the second test. Attack the giant. Reward. Performance point 0. Time limit unlimited. I immediately fell into a stupor, imagining in my head a scene in which I jumped with a bone knife towards the giant. Attack the giant. I thought, is this system crazy? I got angry, pointing my finger at the system window with the contents of the new task. Pause. Suddenly the dinosaur was surprised, turning his head towards the hill next to where I was, quickly hiding behind a rock. I covered my mouth with my hands, trying not to make a sound. Otherwise my journey in this world would end sitting quieter than the grass below the water. I only heard the growl of a dinosaur that was exploring the neighborhood. But there were word of 9 points of characteristics warms the heart. I thought, still doubting what to do, because in this case I will be able to increase the same strength by 9 points and become twice as strong. You can try it while I'm running fast. I decided for myself, picking up the nearest stone, the size of a tennis ball, and looking around the corner. Leaning out on the floor of the body from behind the shelter, I took aim. The next moment the stone flew towards the giant. Unfortunately, I didn't hit it, but it attracted the attention of one of the dinosaurs, as there were 2 of them and I didn't notice one of them right away. Greer, I heard a ferocious roar in my direction. Ouch, I teased him. I realized, quickly hiding back in the hope that everything would be fine, and suddenly burst out of my mouth as a message from the system flashed in front of me again. You have successfully attacked the giant. The second giant test has been completed. Points of characteristics 10. Distribute them in a timely manner. The third test is automatically accepted. My eyes widened. The third test. I asked myself the question already waiting for the description and realizing that most likely I will not fulfill it. The system window has been updated, then a new message has appeared. The content of the third test. Kill the giant alone. Reward performance points 100. Lead time unlimited. Under the loud growling of dinosaurs. I read the message. 100 points of characteristics. I exclaimed in my head, starting to doubt again. This amount of points will help me solve all the problems with the enemies of my village. Very expensive. Is it worth a try? I assessed the situation after looking around and seeing that the dinosaur continued to grow, but the giant was really completely frozen. I wonder how it happened. Quietly, the giant's voice sounded majestic and loud, followed by a blow with his hand on the dinosaur, turning it into a pancake. From the giant's blow, the earth began to tremble and an explosive wave dispersed. I was literally covered with a layer of snow that came from the impact, and I stood there for a while trying not to move so as not to attract attention to myself. Clearly he's awake. Shaking off the snow, I stated the fact. Even if I was given 10,000 points, I disagree, my life is more expensive. Still, I decided, already turning around in the opposite direction. I felt really cold that bruises appeared under my eyes. It was evening outside and the sun was setting over the horizon. Queen, we're back. The girl who stood at the head of the squad of 5 people along with her said. Did the night patrol find anything? The girl with green hair immediately asked, in other words, my wife. Sorry. And one word the girl from the patrol answered, which meant that the group had no success. Expand the range and keep searching. The queen continued in a confident tone, not giving up. The subordinate stood at attention and was again laconic, saying, I'm listening. It is better to prepare for the worst outcome. A girl who was in my giant search group approached the queen, but the queen was unwavering. Shut up, she snapped, turning in her direction and continuing. Don't forget that he risked himself to save you. I don't want to hear such words from you. The queen spoke reproachfully and the girl simply bowed her head, feeling guilty. The king is back. The king is back. The fishman shouted, running into the village from the forest, which made the girl surprised since everything happened too suddenly. The next moment I appeared entering the village and I was immediately surrounded by people. Your Majesty, are you all right? Are you hurt? Go and inform the queen. Everyone was talking around, being in high spirits seeing me. Your Majesty, it's good to have you back, the bald man said as he accompanied me on the way to the center of the village. Suddenly there was a huge girl, the one I call King Kong, speaking. Why didn't you light the signal light? We would have come earlier and escorted the king home. This question was addressed just the same to the bald man next to me who led me, but he found an answer. The king did not allow it. He said that there was no need to gather a lot of people. Disperse, let the king go to the palace and rest. The queen appeared and immediately gave an order to all the people in a strict tone, looking at me. Everyone immediately turned in her direction. Queen, the queen has come, the crowd hummed, obeying her order and opening the way for me. Coming closer to me, the queen gave me her hand and smiled sweetly, continuing to order people. I'll take care of him, return to your posts. Fortunately, our people were loyal and immediately obeyed our order. Suddenly she narrowed her eyes and gave out a very strong murderous intent, after which he said, but if I find out that someone doesn't keep their mouth shut, and blabbed. You're finished. Looking at her, even I was scared. Not to mention the people who had sweat on their face and they just closed their mouths and weren't so happy anymore. A few minutes later, I was already in the palace, which was guarded by the same man named Lu Tang. I'm glad that a gun and the others were able to escape. I spoke with relief. I did not expect that they would successfully return home with the hyena cubs sprawling on the bed. I sighed with ease. The queen was standing over my bed with her arms folded. Suddenly I sat up and sat on the bed, remembering the important information I wanted to convey. By the way, let Sean keep an eye on them. In the future, when he goes on long trips alone, he will have many assistants. The girl did not listen to my advice and put her cute leg on my shoulder, saying, you take care of yourself first. She confidently declared, arousing me with such an action. Nevertheless, discarding vulgar thoughts, I tried to object to her. I'm not badly injured, just exhausted, a lot of energy. I'll recover after sleeping. The girl continued to insist. No matter how hard you are, you still need to rest. But I also continued to stand on my own, having started, but I'm in the tribe. When suddenly he was interrupted before he could finish. Okay, I will tell Sean. The girl resigned herself without arguing further with me. Starting to descend her leg lower down my body, she spoke in a sweet voice. You're the king of this tribe, but you don't have to carry everything on yourself. Then going even lower, she stepped on my friend and said indignantly, I don't want to lose a man ahead of time. But I no longer listened to her words, crying out in pain. AAA, don't step on it like that. Wrapping my arms around my boyfriend, I sat and endured the pain, listening to my woman further. Get a good rest, she said with an irritated click. The next moment she went to the exit of the palace and I, exhaling with relief, stated the fact she becomes a sadist. After leaving the building, the girl stopped at the entrance and exhaled with relief. "Your Majesty the King," he started to say. Yutang worried about my health, but the Queen calmed him down by saying it's all right. The King needs to rest, don't let anyone in. She gave the order to the men leaving. Continuing to sit on the bed, I opened the system. My characteristics flashed before my eyes. Physical form: 1 strength for mind, 1 dexterity is 1 authority, 0 technology, 62 possessions. A tribe of newcomers about 1.3 square kilometers. Population 68. Characteristics of civilization: Stone Age level 0. Distribute the points of characteristics. Despite the fact that I lost 4 points of characteristics, I got another 10, so there were no losses. Previously, I recklessly relied only on strength at critical moments, forgetting about self-preservation. With a sigh of relief, I decided for myself, I'll increase my dexterity first. Then she started poking her finger at the system window. The dexterity characteristic has reached its maximum value 5. The next time you increase your dexterity, you need to spend twice as many stats points. The maximum value. I was surprised reading the message from the system, that if I get twice as many points to increase my dexterity to 10, will it reach the maximum value again? Will it increase 4 times and then 8 times? I asked myself a question that I was asking for and that needs to be checked. That looks like it won't be so easy to get 22 dexterity points. I understood and closed my eyes, realizing that even greater difficulties await me in the future. Before that, the strength had increased to 6 points, and there was no critical value. That looks like the characteristics have different critical values. Suddenly, I realized, remembering that there were no restrictions with the force, it would be best to increase all the characteristics to a critical value. I decided and reached out with my finger to the plus sign next to the force to increase it to the maximum value at the moment. Power 10. The process of development of the host body. The system showed a new message on the screen. Suddenly an incredible force enveloped my body again and a red aura appeared around me. Feeling all this, I literally screamed. The sensations are stronger compared to the last time. The body seems to be stretched to the sides. I in my shoes. I screamed again in my head, watching as the shoe on my foot tore and the fingers showed out. Trousers. My pants are torn. This side shocked me even more. My clothes literally tore on me as if I was wearing some child's clothes. And while the process was going on, the system showed a new message. The strength characteristic has been increased to 10 points. A critical value has been reached. The next time you increase this characteristic, you will need to spend twice as many points. Saying heavily, I began to move my hand, continuing to think the strength has reached a critical value of 10 points. Not expecting it to be so terrible. My shoes and pants were torn. There are no more points for distribution. There are 2 characteristics that have not reached a critical value. I'm looking at my characteristics in the system window. I wonder how the intelligence characteristic will affect me. I thought, looking at the system window, which was being updated again to show me the following information. The higher the intelligence, the greater the probability of random tasks with higher rewards. AI was surprised and plopped down on the bed. Performance points are rare resources. It is too wasteful to increase intelligence in exchange for the probability of receiving a higher reward. When I get the stats points, I will first increase my stamina to a critical value. I need to ask them to make me some sets of clothes. I'm going to get some sleep now. I finished thinking and finally closed my eyes, plunging into the realm of Morpheus. At this time, our new village by the riverbank was already more like a residential area. The fishermen continued to fish and dry the fish so that there would always be enough food supplies. Girls made clothes, pillows, blankets and other things to simplify life. Pay attention to the integrity of the edges. When cutting, one girl spoke to another. It was obvious that she was more experienced in this matter. The other people from the sea tribe cooked food for those who work. The food is ready. The one who fried the fish spoke, continuing. Those who are hungry can come and eat. The queen at this time was standing with a group of girls who were practicing throwing stones with a sling. A group of slingers will be a strong increase in our combat power. Get ready, the queen shouted with a whip in her hands, giving the command to the girls. Shoot, she said, and a bunch of stones flew forward. All the shells hit the target, namely the straw dummies, which were at a certain distance. I report that there were 6 shots in total. One hit the edge and the other missed the target. One of the slingers reported, very good for a start. Suddenly, I appeared behind the queen, praising her efforts. That looks decent. I smiled, and looking from the side, it was clear how much my body had become bigger. The arms in volume were like a queen's waist. Why aren't you arresting? But jumping around here, are you a pain in the ass? The queen got angry, hitting me in the chest and screaming, as the king of the tribe, I need to know what the people are doing. I answered my wife, what are these new pants? You didn't sleep. The queen began to drive over my body with her hand. Then she grabbed my boyfriend with all her might and declared, who were you with? Was it in feeling a lot of pain? I immediately began to justify myself. AAA, of course not, madam, let me go. My abilities have improved. I begged my woman. Yes, I will believe it for the last time. She answered, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Then the queen began to report on the new squad of slingers. A squad of throwers has been formed, but it will take more time to form combat capability. Patrol and mobile post can be safely transferred to Alfong. She is a specialist in this. As soon as the queen finished, I decided to ask another question. How are Agong Indian's condition? Have the wounds worsened? Agun refused to heal his wounds. He said he didn't want to be a burden to the tribe. This morning he went to guard the signal tower on South Mountain. Hyena was responsible for delivering food and water to him. She's looking after Agun, so don't worry. I'm most worried about A, and the queen told me An herself was training at that time. After that incident during our trip, she decided to train harder with a bow. Meanwhile, the queen continued to give her detailed answer. Perhaps I was too harsh with her earlier because of excitement. Anyway, she's in a bad way right now. Hugging my woman, I decided to calm her down a little. Hey, is good. And she actually cares a lot about you. She takes a lot on herself for you. You need to treat her better. Well, I need to go back and continue to gain strength. Then a few days I will go north to collect precious millet grains. After our conversation with the queen, I went to the palace, and at the entrance to it, I began to think, since I have nothing to do, I will invent these few days. 4 days have passed, and all this time Agun continued to do his job. I've been inventing all these 4 days. As I said, a relieved exhalation. Almost finished. I thought, continuing to fumble. That's done. By rejoiced in my head when I finished drawing on the stone. As soon as I get back, I'll teach them simple addition and subtraction, and then in the future, I won't have to do calculations alone. Suddenly a message from the system appeared in front of my eyes. You have created writing 10 technology points. You have created mathematics 10 technology points. Oh, I exclaimed, and once again rereading the message, I was convinced of the truthfulness. My god, did I get 20 tech points in one go. The current tech points have reached 100. The tech store is open. The system notified me with a new message which surprised me even more than 20 points. A tech store. How to use it? There was a question in my head that was asking itself. After that, the system decided to tell me what it means. Then the technology store, you can exchange technology points for practical tools or inheritance plates. The purchase is non-refundable and non-exchangeable. After reading the description, I immediately felt a tremor in my body, trembling with anticipation, and immediately opened the store. A yellow table with items that can be bought appeared in front of me. Basically, everything looked like a typical website in my old world. The goods were the same. Their salt butter, 5 technology points per 10 grams. Medicine 10 points for 1 piece. Hematite 20 points per kilogram. Large pot 30 points for 1 piece. Seasoning set 50 points for 1 set. Inheritance plate unknown 100 points for 1 piece. The inheritance tablet, the first level of mathematics, 100 points for 1 piece. Restriction on the purchase of 1 piece. Inheritance plate, the first level of farming, 100 points for 1 piece. Restriction on the purchase of 1 piece. Then there were 3 goods that cannot be temporarily redeemed. They are only for demonstration. Other than 500 points for 1 piece. Restriction on the purchase of 1 piece. The inheritance plate, the second level of shipbuilding, 500 points for 1 piece. Restriction on the purchase of 1 piece. A mysterious object is unknown. Looking at all this, I involuntarily exclaimed with joy, come on, can I exchange points for resources? Fly away. After reviewing all the items again and again and again, I thought it over. It's decided. I will exchange it for this. I said to myself and stretched out my finger towards the yellow window from the system. You have successfully exchanged 30 technology points for a large iron cauldron. Current technology points 70. The system notified me and began to materialize the boiler itself in front of me. A good thing. I was delighted when I caught the object in my hands. What, you think I wasted 30 points on a pot? I wish I could ask you. After that I started clicking my tongue quite a bit. You just don't understand. I bought a boiler not only for cooking and evaporating salt, but because it is made of iron. If you wear it behind your back, it will be armor, and if you tie it to your forearm, it will become a shield. And the main ability that can be activated at a critical moment, a cauldron can kill. While I was standing and explaining to you the advantages of buying a boiler, another one for only 30 points, Lu Tang came into the room and saw me holding an unknown thing for him over my head, shouting about murder. I heard sounds in the room and went to check with a strange face, the men said, looking at me strangely. After clearing my throat a little and pretending that everything was planned that way, I said, I communicate with other gods and spirits. You don't understand that. If anything, I'm talking about you, dear viewers. You understand me, unlikely Lu Tang, who agreed with me for the sake of appearance. It was a sunny day outside. The sun was rising to warm the earth more and more. I decided to use this to show the first plus from the boiler. Having made a semblance of a furnace in the ground, I began to make a bonfire which was already burning in full. Of course, because I blew it with my air from my lungs. That turned out to be done. Dig a furnace in the ground and boil water. I told myself to praise myself. Suddenly the system and the message from it appeared before my eyes again. You have successfully invented the furnace. Technology points stem. Current technology points at come on, I exclaimed. Did I get 10 tech points for a furnace in the ground? There was no limit to my surprise and joy. In the past, I liked the professor, so I learned a lot of knowledge. I didn't expect to be able to use it in practice. Hey, the water boiled. That looks like you can already put it in the cauldron. This will be the year, I said again in my head and began to immerse the fish in water. While I was laughing viciously and looked like a witch who was brewing a potion to poison someone. The first onlookers have already begun to run to the smell, but I didn't care about them yet because again the system decided to please me. You have cooked soup, inventing new ways of cooking, technology points. 10 current technology points, 9,010 more points. I'm lucky today. I was glad again, realizing that today is one of the best days of my life, at least in this world. Suddenly Sugu came up to me from behind saying, "Your Majesty." Turn out he was also pleased as if he had received 500 technology points. "Look, this is salt from our salt factory," he said, coming closer and handing me a bowl of salt. And the system decided to please me again while I was looking at the salt. "You have successfully purchased sea salt technology points, 10 current technology points, 100. Ha ha ha. Excellent. You came just in time," I said happily, thereby praising sure GGA live really in half a day. I have already recaptured the spent technology points. What could be better? Taking a pinch of salt, I salted my ear and continued to stir the brew, saying, "Sugar, don't rush back. Try the soup with us." Sheikh, who paid attention to the food and replied happily, "Good." I got 100 points back so quickly. I didn't choose this cauldron for nothing, I thought. It's almost done. Call everyone together. Let them come with plates. I turned in the direction of Lu Tang to give him a task, and the guy immediately started to perform. The sun did not have time to rise too high as the village was already in turmoil. In the center, there was an ear on the ground, which I had prepared. There were a lot of happy people from my tribe sitting around, all of them talking as one. Wow. How delicious. Yummy. Very tasty. Don't worry, there's still a lot left. The girl who was handing out the soup-filled capes to everyone was talking. King Khan, I think you know who I'm talking about, raised her cape over her head and screamed at the top of her voice. "Very tasty. I want more. You ate 2 bowls of soup. If you eat more, there will be no others left," scolded a huge girl and other one. I decided to intervene in their dispute. "It's okay. I will cook some more separately for those who are now patrolling and on patrol. The guys in the strong point will also get it in 2 days. I will personally take them a pot of soup." Walking with a plate in my hands, I spoke to Shag, who answered, "Thank you, Your Majesty. You're wonderful." Approaching King Kong again, I said, "As soon as I have time, I will teach you how to use chopsticks, and you can eat roast beef." System, open a technology store, I said in my head. It would be strange if I said that out loud, wouldn't it? The same yellow shop window opened in front of me. There was nothing new there. I have 100 tech points again. Should I exchange them for something? I asked myself a question in my head. I can teach them simple math and farming myself, so there's no point wasting points on it. Speaking of farming, we need those precious seeds. King. Suddenly I heard from behind me, and then the sounds of trembling feet followed. The girl from the patrol ran up to me, reporting back. The trap in the north worked. No human activity was detected nearby. I immediately became serious and continued listening to the report. The prey in the trap must still be alive. What to do with it? Before I could say a word, the queen appeared beside me and began to command. "There is no need to bother the king with such trifles. Just kill him and that's it," they said. The girl waved her hands, answered, "Yes." Next, the queen looked at me and sweated a little on her face. "You don't have to do everything yourself. How long has it been since you've spent time with me?" she asked. What made me sweat already? Trying to remember when I spent time with her, I just coughed. "They will be by your side all my life, but now we need to arrange our house. This time I will acquire something new and make new changes." Putting my hands on the shoulders of the queen, I said, and she could not disagree with me not finding an answer. The next moment we kissed on the lips, which embarrassed the girl from the patrol, while the queen was over the moon with happiness, well, and embarrassment. I turned to the girl. "Wait for me. I'll come with you. Is the prey still alive? Maybe you contain someone else," I thought. Now in my head there were thoughts only about earning technology points. Seeing me off with loving eyes, the queen said, You come back soon." She stuttered so sweetly. How I love her. "Chow. When I'm counting on you," I answered and remembered something. The nettle that had gone broad has already ended. We need to collect more. I gave the order so that the queen would have something to do while I was away. The most important thing is to collect precious millet, I remembered. The day didn't seem to end. The sun was still in the same place as when I was cooking fish soup. I have already met with the patrol team where the girl brought me. "Your Majesty, this way." She pointed her finger, leading me to the trigger trap. "Here, he's inside." When she reached the spot, she pointed her finger at the hole in the ground again. I was surprised looking inside. "What's going on here?" That was my question. looking down again. The rest of the patrol group followed my example, and he just held desperately. The girl was surprised, continuing to look down the pit. He must have run out of energy. She finished looking at the hyena looking at us from below. What was at the bottom? It was a hyena, and fortunately for her she was alive. Despite the fact that there were many stakes at the bottom, she only hit one that pierced through her hind leg. Hyena again, have you come to fight us? The fisherman looking at the bottom mast, and I just grunted. Suddenly Sean turned to me. King, this hyena is the same as Mother Pig. There are traces of breastfeeding on it, the boy said, which surprised me. How do you know? I asked, having understood something. I am very sensitive to milk, Xiang replied with a delighted face, namely to his smell. He finished looking at the girl from the patrol who covered her chest with her hands and was embarrassed. Milk. Is this the mother of those cubs? I immediately realized, initially thinking that hyena was pregnant. Let's try to lift it even if it's dangerous, I told my people, and sure GGA immediately accepted this task. For a few seconds, the sounds of gasps and news were heard on the street while we were lifting the hyena. Raised, Sugu said, wrapping the exhausted hyena with a rope and holding it on the pit. King, she's weakened, so she's not dangerous to us. The men stated the fact, which I realized even before the hyena was pulled out. Xiao Xiang tried to save her feet or something. I gave the command to the boy, making him think. Haven't we already raised those little jackals? He asked the question. He was interested in looking at me. How are they now? I immediately answered the question with a question. They don't seem to like the meat. I feed them. They're getting weaker and weaker. I'm trying to figure out what to feed them. He answered, and all my guesses were confirmed in an instant. As I expected, I exclaimed, watching as the fisherman holds the poor mother hyena in his arms. Raising cubs is not so easy. We almost killed them. They continued talking while people were wondering. The next moment I gave the order. When you get back, tie her up, feed her meat, and let her feed the babies. Sean, you're going with him. The boy was immediately delighted and no longer paid attention to me, completely concentrating on the hyena. All right, King, rely on me. Seeing the fishman with the hyena in his arms and young leave, I thought they hoped that the fact that I brought a wolf into the house will not entail bad consequences. Having paid attention to the girl from the patrol, I have already given the command to her. A thing set up traps. The rest will go north with me. I can't understand, is the sun going to set today at all? I have already done so many things, and it is still visible on the horizon, but maybe it's for the best. After giving the command to people to go with me, we were already going to mill it. Great. If I had come a few days later, it would not have been preserved. Looking at Sugar and Haiku, I thought there is still a little time before returning. Why not collect medicinal herbs at the same time? Finally, just finally, it was already beginning to get dark outside while Sure GGA and Dai and the boss of the Sea Tribe, we're already collecting medicinal herbs. Making our way through the bushes, we pulled out important herbs and went on. Suddenly from behind the trees ahead, a menacing growl was heard. Damn those sounds again, I exclaimed. It's a bear. Everyone hide in the bushes. I quickly gave the command to my people because I understood what we were going to face. Holy shit, how fast! I opened my mouth wide looking at how my people were already behind the bushes. It seems like everyone is so big strong, but as there is danger then everyone is cowards. The bear's body has already appeared from behind the tree and the growling has become even louder. Me and my people were sitting quietly and below the grass watching the situation. Do I need to drop the load? The closest subordinate asked me. No, let's wait until he goes away and continue on our way. Suddenly the same man arched and became Cancer. A strange pose. I expected this from my queen but not from a half-naked man next to me. Why did you lift your ass? I asked him, perplexity. You won't understand. They answered strangely and began to explain. This pose allows you to quickly run out when faced with danger. It is necessary to be saved. Looking at him, I just laughed. Boss, is this the bear that jazzed you last time? He asked and looked at his pose. Once again, not a very beautiful sight, answered. I'll know when I see him. By the way, boss, is it possible that the bear likes nettles? This man continued to surprise me. It's just absurd. I didn't expect that after spending so much time with me, people would do and ask such nonsense. Making an embarrassed face, I quickly replied, no. I have another question. The man continued and this time only enraged me by making me yell at him. Shut up for a minute. If a bear hears us because of you, I'll throw you out first. The man immediately gagged with his hand and answered in a half whisper as well as almost crying. But boss, you were shouting so loudly that you attracted the bear's attention. Hearing this, I gritted my teeth and said through them, damn, goes. Should you said quickly, continuing to observe the situation. Even though he didn't ask me for nonsense, the bear was growling furiously. At the same time he continued to move through the forest in search of his prey. Suddenly, the growl became more like a cry of despair and he hit a tree. And the next moment he just fell, forcing me to ask the obvious question. Is he hurt? Suddenly the men who pestered me with questions started asking again. Boss, it's a great opportunity. Do to pick up the loot, don't you agree? Well, at least this time, he did not show his stupidity by saying. In fact, suddenly people's voices were heard from the forest. Follow him, don't let him escape. Here, the screams were really loud, and it was obvious that they were chatting someone. The next moment from the other side of the forest, another bear appeared, which was already obviously wounded because blood was streaming from his body. Carefully, I immediately warned my people and that bald man intervened in the conversation again. Is someone hunting him? This question was stupid again. Why ask it if everything is so obvious? Screams of people, a wounded bear. Do I need to explain something else? And turning my head to the left, I drew attention to the forest. Forward. He couldn't have run far. People who were a little further away from the bear that ran past us were shouting. Why are people from the mountain tribe here? The man asked the question again, and I was ready to give him the nickname Question Man. So let's say a new superhero in our tribe, but let's leave in just bold for now. Anyway, this question gave me the answer to my question. Who are these people? Damn, I thought. Suddenly, Hai, who haven't grouped himself, jumped up high shouting. It's time to take revenge on them. An eye for an eye. Hai who? I said angrily, trying to bring the fisherman to his senses, but it was all in vain. The boss of the sea tribe was already fully focused on revenge. Hai, who had already raised his fists to attack, running forward at the people from the mountain tribe. His men continued to sit in the bushes. Hai, who? I tried to reason with the guy again, but I realized that it wouldn't help, so I grabbed his left arm. The next moment, I pulled him towards me. Fortunately, I had enough strength. The man from a mountain tribe drew attention in our direction, but I managed to hide a huge fisherman in the bushes, and we were not noticed. Catch up with him quickly. Thinking that it seemed to him the man from the enemy tribe once again gave the command to his people. Your Majesty, he started to address me. Hai, who, and after making sure that I was listening, continued. We can just watch when the chance has come. But I said in a threatening tone, the blockhead, don't let hate cloud your mind. The enemy's forces are superior to ours. Rationally attacking them is the same as giving yourself away for nothing. Our only advantage is that the enemy is open and we are in the shadows. I explained to Haiku, watching as a crowd of men from a mountain tribe continued to chase the bear, and continued. Even if we want to join the battle, we need to wait for the most appropriate time. Follow me quietly. I gave the command to my people, moving towards the enemies and assessing the situation. The bear continued to run and growl in panic, but the next moment he couldn't stand it and just plopped down on the ground. Apparently the wound on his body was too serious, and as soon as he fell, the people from the mountain tribe caught up with him. Ha ha ha, he can't run anymore, they rejoiced, but the bear only sighed heavily, realizing what fate awaits him. Hey, run on, keep going. The men openly mocked a poor animal. Suddenly, a huge hand fell on his head, silencing him. He was eating venison mixed with white flowers and was wounded in the stomach. It's amazing that he was able to run so far, said a huge man 3 times bigger than the one who sneered at the animal in a ferocious tone. His eyes were red and his skin was as white as his zombies. Apparently this is their leader, because his aura alone made everyone shiver. He must die with dignity. The bully finished, and the bear, hearing his words, opened his eyes wide. Throwing his subordinate with all his might, he flew into the nearest tree, and it's not a fact that he remained intact. The men said, is it your turn to mock him? Still, the throw for the subordinate did not pass without a trace, crashing into a tree. He spat out a huge amount of blood. I don't think he will be able to continue hunting with the others. Step back, said the bully to his men, looking at the lying bear. I promise a quick but painful end. He stretched out a huge spear towards the bear. After all, it wasn't a spear in the man's hand, because after looking at it, I got a message from the system: an obsidian blade. Obsidian has a natural volcanic glass. The fracture site is very sharp. Listening to everything they said, I thought venison was mixed with small white flowers. They're really good at making poison. Suddenly, the system decided to remind itself again. Launching a side mission: salvation task, save the dying bear, reward performance points to bear sympathy. Accept a mission. I was surprised reading the text again, forcing me to take a chance and start a war with a mountain tribe with a numerical advantage and save a bear that recently almost killed me. As this system completely crazy? Despite my indignation, the system has updated its message. In case of refusal of such a one-time rare task, it will never be launched again. I was surprised rereading the text again. A rare task? While I was thinking about the task, the leader of the mountain tribe had already swung his blade. It's a bad thing. There is no time to think about it. I stated the fact, trying to make a decision in a split second. Shirt Vav, I started talking, already halfway to saving the bear. System, I finished loudly when the enemy's blade was already flying at the animal. Fortunately, at the last moment, I managed to materialize my axe and block the enemy's blow. It was a really strong blow that I already crouched down holding his blade. The blow went through the wall and caused a strong grinding of metal on metal. Bastards, who are you? The people who were standing around the big guy exclaimed. They dared to take away our game. Do you want to die? They kept complaining as my people approached me. There were 5 of us together. Bald or otherwise a person is a question. Sugar High Who and another fishman. How trust is broken system for now. I hope the bear's sympathy is worth the risk. I thought, still trying to find the advantages of this task. And while I was thinking, the system kept notifying me. me. Have you accepted a side mission salvation? The bear was poisoned with ordinary detour have been wounded in the stomach. Please stop the bleeding and neutralize the poison within 10 minutes, otherwise it will not be possible to save him. She spoke, which surprised her since now the task was even more complicated. I forgot that he was poisoned with this plant. I thought after reading the message and continue to assess the situation. The task is only to save the bear. It is better not to enter into a fierce conflict with a mountain tribe, but I only have 10 minutes to complete the task. There is no time to scratch my tongue. While I was thinking, the man next to the leader of the mountain tribe continued to shout at the top of his voice, "Did this group of geeks take away our game? How dare you?" Meanwhile, the leader was silent, but surprise appeared in his eyes. "And he is familiar to me." The big guy thought and looked closer to us, said, "This huge guy is nearby." He began quietly and added louder, "Are you from the sea tribe?" "Sorry, I don't remember, weaklings." He finished, which angered Haihu even more. The boss of the sea tribe was already fully prepared for battle, asking me, "King Chen Li, how much longer are we going to endure?" I didn't answer him because I have already read a new message from the system: penalty for failure to complete the task. Your little friend will be reduced to a widow. I hope everyone understood what I was talking about. Ha ha ha. The system openly mocked me. And when I finished reading the message about the fine, I was electrocuted. Then I immediately imagined the situation with my wife. Ha ha ha. Little Chen, eat millet as it becomes more cum. After that, I almost cried. Suddenly I screamed at the top of my voice, "That's really into everything." I not that my cry made my people confused and scared of the enemies. What kind of fly-bitten people from the mountain tribe wondered. Pulling myself together, I turned to my men and commanded, "There are a lot of opponents, be careful." After that he said it so that only they could hear, "I have only one requirement, don't die." After these words, everyone broke loose, pouncing on each other. I didn't get into a fight and immediately ran up to the bear and materialized a healing potion, which I poured over the bear's body. Fortunately, the wound is not deep, not fatal. I was delighted, realizing that my for now big friend will remain so. The system window appeared next to me, which said that there were 9 minutes and 11 seconds left until the end of the time to complete the mission. But I was already breathing out with relief. After all, the next moment there was no wound on the bear's body. The next step is to neutralize the poison, but I do not know how. Damn. I panicked again, realizing that my friend was not saved yet. Suddenly next to me, the body of the man from a mountain tribe fell head down. I turned around to see what was going on. My men were on their feet and ready to continue the fight. It seems that we are in an advantageous position so far, I realized after assessing the situation. But they were all injured. I don't have much time. I finished thinking as the leader of the enemy spoke. "Enough. You are really capable, but time is up." He got angry and it seemed that his so evil eyes began to emit even more red light. The leader immediately began to show his superiority over us. "For a bunch of tramps that just got together, you performed pretty well," he said confidently, raising his club up, which raised the morale of his people. "If you leave now, I will save your lives," the big guy suggested, while we were reflected in his red and pupil. He was clearly ready for a battle to the death. The leader of the sea tribe was clearly not going to retreat, remembering all the grievances of the past. "Don't gurgle. We have an old score to settle," the fisherman said confidently, also ready to start a fight at any moment. The typical shouting before the battle began, where first one side speaks then the other. The so-called trash talk. "We've just warmed up and you already want to leave." That's right, he still has strength left, even though it's evening, but we are full of energy." Suddenly Sugu turned to me, covering me with his back. "King, don't worry, the situation is under control." I chose to remain silent, focusing entirely on the treatment. Time is running out, I thought, looking at the timer from the system with 6 minutes 21 seconds left, but I do not know how to neutralize the poison. I kept thinking, touching the animal. I turned my attention to the others. Sugar is already barely holding on. If this continues, I will not only fail the mission, but also I can already hear the malicious giggling of the system. I am in the greatest danger in history. I have to protect a little friend. Suddenly the leader of the enemy tribe raised his leg and everyone paid attention to it. The next moment he stamped with all his might and exhaled heavily. Apparently it took away some part of his strength. Nevertheless, his trembling on the ground caused a gap that caused my people to panic and lose their balance. The bully grunted angrily, looking at us. They was already in a fighting stance and snorted continuously, holding an axe in my hand. "It looks like a showdown cannot be avoided." I thought title said one word, bully. With that it was not a question but a statement of fact, which confused me a little. Name. The name of what I was surprised, standing proudly in front of the enemy. "What is the name of your tribe? I thought you were a bunch of bums, but I guess I was wrong," the enemy already said with a grin. "I am the king of the mountain tribe, and you finally," the big guy clarified, pointing his weapon in my direction. "A tribe of newcomers, King Chen Li," I also said confidently without showing a drop of fear. "It's not my style to attack a couple of people in a crowd. Will settle with you another day. But today I liked everything." With a face full of satisfaction, the big man said, looking at me. I saw how his eyes were burning. He wanted to fight, but respect for us played a role. He wants a fair fight. Finally they began to recognize us. "Take the one that passed out. We're coming back." The leader of the mountain tribe turned in the opposite direction, saying to his people, Meanwhile, the man he was talking about was coughing up blood from his mouth. "Stop puking, we're leaving," the leader said as he passed by this man, and he barely answered. "All right, King." It was obvious that one more word and he would start vomiting again. We continue to stand still watching the crowd of people of the mountain tribe leave us. Finally, after a while, Shidu started talking to me. "Looks like we got away with it." I saw him exhale with relief. I myself understood that if a battle had started, it would not have been without losses. Finally, I turned around and looked at the bear again, saying there is one more unsolved problem. There were 4 minutes and 12 seconds left on the timer. There was a full moon in the sky which towered majestically over the mountains in the forest. The mountain tribe was walking towards their home. One of the people decided to ask the king, "Are we going to leave like this? It's too easy for them." He was at a loss in principle like everyone except the king, but the king did not leave them without an answer. "Today I took only a white flower with me to hunt. I did not take Jensen. Besides, the supernatural power given to me by the sorcerer will soon run out." He spoke while looking at his hands which were glowing with purple flames. Suddenly he remembered our brief encounter continuing. "This kid is not easy. He was able to hastily block my punch, which I put 70% of my strength into looking at his relaxed posture. I'm sure he's hiding a lot of things, and he has an unusual weapon. Where did he come from in the first place? Next time I won't let them go so easily." He explained to his men, looking from his weapon to the moon in the sky, that this time we were already sitting over the bear in a crowd trying to help him. The barrel was poisoned by the poison of white tutura. "Does anyone know how to neutralize the poison?" I asked my people. Turning around at them, I saw only puzzled faces. What to do? I was thinking, and one of my subordinates turned to me. "King, why do you need to neutralize the poison? Isn't this our prey that we sacrificed our lives for?" he asked. "There is no time for explanations. Everything you need to know, that this is a huge problem related to life and death." I already shouted my last words with all my might, which made the one who asked sweat. Suddenly I showed 2 herbs. It was honeysuckle and burdock, after which he began to explain. "These 2 herbs have the effect of neutralizing the poison, but I do not know if it will be able to neutralize the poison of white tutera that remains only to make a death first attempt. You will help open the bear's mouth and I will give him medicine," I commanded. After that, the subordinates immediately began to execute the order, and I was shocked. "It is not necessary to use so much force," I said, looking at how the bear's tears are flowing. The bear continued to lie on the ground, and the timer continued to tick. 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes. We stood and looked at the beast, hoping for the best. There is a second left hand. As soon as it ends, the system window lights up. The poison in the bear's body is no longer fatal. The danger has been eliminated. After reading the text, I was surprised and exclaimed arbitrarily, "Phew it, I'll finally catch my breath." I breathed out with relief. "Did we save him?" Sure, Gga asked. "So far, his life is not in danger," I answered. Suddenly, the leader of the sea tribe started shaking Sure Gga by the shoulders and shouting, "The mountain tribe couldn't have gone far. Can we catch up with them and avenge my tribe?" I looked at them and tried to answer correctly. "We don't know the details yet. If we act rashly, we will incur big losses. And even if we can win, it will be a victory worth such sacrifices, which is tantamount to defeat. If we lose people because of this, then I am categorically against it. Since they will come to us by themselves, we will think over a plan of action and accumulate strength." As soon as I finished explaining, people started whispering, "You Hank, what did the king mean?" When asked, "Ask less, you anxious," or replied, "Take the nettles back to the camp. I'll take care of the bear myself." I commanded and heard no objections. "There is very well, your majesty." Then I turned to Sheikh. "Tell the queen to send reinforcements to the patrols and post sentries and hurry up. We'll have guests soon." When all my people had already left to carry out my orders, I was left alone with the bear. Having built a fire, I leaned against a bear and closed my eyes. There was still a full moon outside, as well as another moon also full but much smaller than the main one. Suddenly, a sound reached my ears. Opening my eyes in the bushes, I saw 5 pairs of multicolored eyes that looked in our direction with the bear. "As I knew that you would want to take advantage of the opportunity," I said in a voice not feeling afraid of all. "Tonight's dinner is ready," I said, taking my axe in my hand. Sunrise. The sun slowly emerged from the horizon, gradually illuminating the area. Either a wolf or a hyena came up to my campfire growling, surprising me with this because predators are usually afraid of bonfires, or to be more precise, fire. How so?" I exclaimed, surprised. But the conversation I had with him was short, and I quickly decided to skin him. This game is also very tasty. I admired the wonderful taste of the meat roasted on the fire while the remaining parts of the wolf reached over the flame. By this time, the bear began to slowly wake up from sleep and move away from the neutralized poison. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the clubfoot bossing and turning, and then turned his attention in my direction. I advise you to be honest and not refused my offer, they said, turning to him and handed him a piece of freshly cooked game. I didn't know if you were eating cooked food, so I let you live. I sat and immediately turned my gaze to the pile lying not far from us. There were the carcasses of a hare and another wolf laying nose to nose there for you eat up. I suggested it to Clubfoot. Time has passed and the fire has already moderated its order. Around a small fire here and there lay the bones of game that we had already not. They ate too much, I said, for the two of us holding on to the overflowing bellies with him. The food was delicious, and the amount was decent for 2 stomachs. That's what we need. Suddenly, a red system window appeared with another updated text of information. The target bear is no longer in danger. The mission rescue has been successfully completed. The points of the characteristic +2 and the sympathy of the bears were obtained. Please divide the points. Then the distribution went on as usual, where I could add new ones. Physical fitness is 1+, strength 10+, intelligence is 1+, dexterity is 5+. According to his plan, I immediately started dreaming about a wide-toned body. First, I will increase my physical fitness to a critical value. From thinking about the distribution of the points received, I was distracted by my bear, who brought the carcass of the wolf cub closer, holding it tightly by the scruff of the neck in his mouth with his teeth. Hot. I was surprised while my companion was releasing the carcass, laying the cub on the ground. Did you leave this for me? Is this the so-called sympathy of bears? I admired his action, but I shared this booty with you. I decided to immediately explain to him that his act was unnecessary. Are you giving me a part of it? If this is a kind of gratitude, then I like it, I exclaimed, smiling with all 32 teeth and imagining a girl in a less closed cosplay costume for a bear. Yeah, excellent. That flashed through my mind at the moment of enjoying this pretty brunette smiling at me. Since you're fine, it's time for me to get back. I got up and began to shake off the settled dust and dirt on my clothes. I was about to walk away, but I felt as if something or someone was pulling me, although rather holding me. Who? The bear made a noise as if he wanted to tell me something, but he could hardly do it, or rather, on the contrary, it did not work because he held my clothes with his teeth, not letting me go away. Do you want me to take you with me? I asked him a question right there, interested in the opinion of my rescued comrade. The bear smiled so radiantly and began to make eyes at me, looking forward to it, waiting. It flashed through my mind right there. In principle, it's really obvious from him. This clubfoot does not want to park with me. Transform, I immediately exclaimed, taking a stance as if I was conjuring. Well, what about it? It would be quite nice if he really turned out to be a girl in a cute suit. But the bear, on the contrary, looked at me with a misunderstanding of what I want from him. You can't even turn into a bear. I expressed his satisfaction, almost grinding my teeth in frustration and grabbing him by the breasts. What's the use of you? Although in order to feed such a large animal, you need a lot of food, but a bear as a riding animal is very cool. I decided to immediately weigh all the cons and pros in my thoughts. It's decided. I summed it up and decided to announce it to my furry friend. I'm taking you from today on. Your name is Yongda, I exclaimed, which caused the wild delight of Clubfoot. The bear immediately rushed to hug me and lick my face, delighted with this news. Okay, I get it. Laughing, I said in response, since now I have a strong assistant. I began to think, mentally stroking the bear on the withers. Why not go where they went to scout the road? They decided, looking deep into the forest in front of me. Climbing on the back of a clubfoot was not a problem, so my idea of using a bear as a transport was immediately realized. The road was faster, having found at least some kind of transport, and less expensive, so to speak, and the bear's skin is quite soft and comfortable, and the legs do not get tired. Their footprints are getting deeper and deeper, I muttered, not taking my eyes off the string of shallow marks on the path. This means that the ground is getting softer here. The terrain began to change and it bothered me to some extent. If there used to be a forest consisting of trees now, what's that up ahead? Is there a bamboo forest here? I was surprised by the change of landscape. Now on either side of us towered long hollow stalks of green bamboo. Bamboo can be used not only as a building material, I decided to think out loud, but also to create firecrackers. Suddenly it dawned on me. You need to make saltpeter, sulfur and charcoal in a ratio of 75 to 15 to 10 and immerse the mixture in a bamboo tube. If we can make firecrackers, still looking around the area, I thought, perhaps in a decisive battle, this will take the enemy by surprise, even if the power of the explosion is insufficient. Ideas about people fleeing from explosions immediately surfaced in my thoughts. Its sound will remain very loud. We've already found some salt butter, and I immediately remembered the recent finds of the necessary fossils. With charcoal to everything is easy. We use the kiln firing method, and I immediately imagined him in my mind. But things are bad with gray that can only be found near volcanoes. The bear walked slowly, swaying slightly without distracting me from my thoughts. A place that will fit, I muttered, and immediately an idea came to me. System, opened the card. I immediately ordered her. Volcano, volcano. I muttered and ran my eyes over the glowing canvas of the system with the landscape indicated on it, carefully without missing anything. Well, of course, that hit me right away. The place where the giant sleeps. It must be the nearest volcano. If you don't get too close to him, then you can take a chance and look. I immediately remembered the last trip to the snow-covered mountain. Last time I was worried about how to escape as soon as possible, I muttered, remembering again the fragments of that campaign and how quickly I ran away as soon as my heel sparkled and did not consider nearby resources. Xiang da. I turned to my furry friend accompanying me. Turn around. We'll take a chance and go north. I will show you something that is many times bigger than you. I chuckled, smiling. Don't shoot yourself. The bamboo grove ended and the open area of the field began to stretch again. A snow-covered mountain was visible in front of us. But, my exclamations were heard so that the bear accelerated, which in principle helped quite well, and a plume of dust curled behind us. Wait, Shang, duh, I exclaimed, slowing down my furry friend, and he just began to shake off the snow that was flying from the sky on his bare skin. We had a view of a blue lake with the purest water as well as the transition of a field with green grass into an already snow-covered surface submerged under drifts of crystal-clear snow. This must be the same lake that Hai-Hu and Xiang were on. I said out loud. I've been down this road before. I wondered. I wasn't in the mood to look at the terrain then, but this time, I will take advantage of this opportunity. Shang, to slow down. You can take a breath. The bear obediently slowed down and we began to move smoothly through the area, simultaneously studying it. Be careful. Keep your eyes open. I warned the club for 10. We tried to hide in the grass even though it's a little complicated with his size. Nothing special, I muttered. It seems that the sea monster can be seen only by chance. We were still standing among the tall grass, not taking our eyes off the lake on which only occasionally there were small waves more like ripples. Woo. The bear came from a distance and he was immediately struck by a small tremor as if he felt something bad. But surprisingly, the sea monster was still not visible. Only animal instinct worked here. Did you notice something? As soon as I asked this question, I noticed a blurring darkness in the lake, and after that bubbles of different sizes reached the surface one after another. The huge mountain began to emerge from the lake and large splashes began to fly in different directions. We were a little stunned by what was happening for a while and we immediately became alert to be ready for everything at once. Gray area. There was a growl of the creature that appeared immediately. A huge bald head with shiny skin from water bulging. Small eyes relative to the size of the head and 2 rows of sharp white teeth. Damn. We were taken aback immediately by what we saw. The huge creature was now standing in front of us and water was dripping from its skin in large drops. TT, the Tyrannosaurus, I immediately exclaimed. There really is a huge dinosaur in front of us. A massive body matching his large hind legs, tail and head. Only the small shortened front paws stand out from the whole picture them. He has a piece of rope hanging around his neck in the form of a broken lasso. Apparently they wanted to catch him without us. We were shackled by the horror of what we saw. Dar. There was a loud growl from the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus. Large drops of water continually descended from his body and splashes of water spread in different directions due to his movements. We were no more than fleas to him, that's for sure. Sienda, hurry up, get down. I ordered the bear and only pressed closer to his firm. We remained silent so as not to attract this creature to us and stay alive at least for now. The collar. I spoke out loud, drawing attention to the broken rope in the form of a lasso. Could it be that this animal is the giant's pet escaped from while he was sleeping? I thought, still watching the creature which looked around and seemed to be waiting for a trick. It is possible that the monster that scared off the saber-toothed tiger was just as Tyrannosaurus and the huge footprints seen earlier were also left by him. I muttered and thought, remembering the huge depressions in the ground when I first arrived here, that if this is the case, then the giant on the mountain has already fallen asleep at least more than 15 days ago. I thought about it right there. Let's go around him quietly from the side. I began to whisper my proposal in the bear's ear, and no case should he be disturbed. While the Tyrannosaurus Rex was still looking around to no avail in anticipation of the danger, he felt we quietly trying to get lost among the grass, walked away and found the right way option. After making a loop, we came to the end of the grass in the clearing from the other side, and then we switched to snow covers and continued our way towards the mountain covered with a snow blanket, our original goal. It was getting colder and now and then steam was coming out of my mouth. I began to look around what is around us for meters and how best to follow further. We won't go any further. I decided the snow is getting thicker, and if something happens, I stopped looking around once more. We can't escape. I summed it up by finally analyzing the terrain. I tried to get off the back of the club foot without consequences, jumping off it into a snowdrift, and we began to walk separately. The bear in front of me was crushing the snow into a denser surface and I tried to keep up and walk along the beaten path. Although sometimes I was drowning up to my waist in this miracle of nature. Don't worry, I will walk behind you and in no case will I leave you here alone, I assured my club-footed friend. Just be careful and watch your surroundings. Soon walking after the bear, I noticed something in the snow and decided to take a look. The snow in this place was a yellow shade. I took the piece in my hand and chuckled, wondering what it could be. That seems to smell of something. I immediately thought about it, feeling another distinctive feature of my find, namely a specific smell. Under a layer of snow, I muttered. What is that smell? It didn't feel very bright, but it felt like something familiar. The smell is getting stronger. You can't make a mistake, I said, and catching up with the bear. This smell only hit me harder in the nose, which only made me hurry after him faster. I began to dig through the snowdrifts in search of the find I needed, and here it is found, I exclaimed, immediately having found what I was looking for. Shonda, I called the bear to me when I got to the yellowed ground. We found sulfur, I exclaimed louder and rejoiced like a child throwing handfuls of snow into the air. Excellent, I said, still not happy with my discovery. There can be no mistake, I said, picking up handfuls of the sulfur I found and not moderating my order. With such reserves of sulfur, the production of firecrackers is not far off. A sunny day, the bright circle of the celestial body illuminated and warmed the earth. Soon we returned to our settlement. The settlers immediately came out of their huts and began to surround us slowly. King, the king is back, Hunter Xiang exclaimed and pointed in our direction. Virginia, what a huge bear, King Wire. There were exclamations of admiration from one or another member of the tribe. Actually, this big guy's name is Yungda. I introduced my escort to the inhabitants, and from now on he is our friend. It's so cool, Xiang exclaimed admiringly. I want to be as majestic as a king when I grow up. The boy was dreaming right there. Not a question, I answered, getting off the bear's broad back. In the future, I will definitely find you a cool riding animal. Hooray! Showing exclaimed joyfully, hooray, 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 I can teach him to ride for free. A thought flashed through my mind as I watched his joy. Dry these bamboos. They will still be useful to us, I said, handing the blonde with horns the medium-long bamboo stalks I had collected in the bamboo grove. This bear is so strong. The girl with long hair of a light green shade was amazed, looking almost closely at the muzzle of the clubfoot. Can I ride it? Sure, I immediately agreed. My queen. Bad, bad. Suddenly there were screams from somewhere, and we immediately turned in the direction of the sound. King. One of the subjects appeared on the horizon with skin and gills of a blue shade and a light blue stripe. Tell me calmly what happened, I immediately asked the out-of-breath news bulletin. The man breathed deeply for a while, and then, having leveled his breathing, decided to tell what he saw. A huge monster appeared in the scene near the shore. He began to tell me it is very violent, so much so that the waves that trace is destroyed all the salt on the beach. The monster is very strong. We cannot cope with it. The men panicked. Having imagined this creature about which there was a story, I immediately tensed up. Don't worry, I assured him immediately. I will personally go to the beach to assess the situation. The day was sunny without a gram of clouds on the horizon. Only a light breeze stirred the leaves of the trees. I drove the bear and we tried to get to the place of events on time. As soon as we reached the beach, an unflattering picture opened up to us on the snow-white sand. Here and there lay fragments of trees and the exhausted bodies of my tribesmen who fought back against a monster. I was immediately struck by the picture that opened before my eyes. Who is Aya? There were screams of other people of the tribe who tried their best to deal with the monster, but they did it badly, or rather, practically in no way. Such a huge thing. Gritting my teeth, I said, amazed at the size of our intruder. I'll check out what kind of monster it is. An emerald screen with information and a photo of the sea beast immediately popped up in front of my eyes. Ichthyosaurus, the large predatory marine reptile similar to a fish, aggressive, lays eggs. This individual is at the stage of development. The length of its body is about 7 meters. Adults can reach more than 10 meters. The information canvas of the system read, and it's bizarre. I was surprised by the information I saw in photos of a huge fish with 2 pairs of fins, a long beach-shaped nose and gray coloring and light brown stripes. We cannot leave him unpunished. Otherwise there will be consequences, I said, trying to hold on to the fear of the club foot as the wind currents from the sea tried to throw me off. If we can get him ashore, we'll win. Shonda, I called out to the bear. Do you understand me? I asked him, to which I received a voluntary growl in response. I'll kill you, I shouted loudly, and riding a bear rushed towards my opponent. The AYA with a run, pushing off from the surface of the earth. We started a jump on the sea monster. Die already, I shouted menacingly and swung my axe. The shrewd fish swung its tail in time, thereby knocking the club foot out from under me. But I am not a timid person, and heading in accordance with a precisely adjusted course, I plunged the axe blade into the back of the sea monster. Yes, 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 I exclaimed, rejoicing early in what had happened. But before I could react, the sea monster immediately twisted and rushed at me with its mouth open, showing its sharp teeth. Quickly orienting myself, I stood across her to the mouth, thereby preventing me from eating as well as closing her mouth. The fish immediately went under the water. Only the tail flashed over the raging surface of the water, but I didn't calculate that. There's nothing to breathe under the water. I immediately tried to hold my breath and not waste crumbs of air for nothing. Damn, I thought it wants to drag me into the depths of the sea, and the sea monster sank lower and lower under the water. The monster was rushing to the bottom faster and faster, you know, and in the photo it looked more harmless than now, this wound-up killing machine. skin. There were bumps along her spine, one after another along the length of her body. She seemed to be ribbed and her eyes burned with bloodlust. But only the lack of air and a lot of small sharp like needles teeth did not give me rest. Damn, I cursed mentally. If this goes on, I'd rather drown than be. Suddenly the fish jerked and abruptly stopped swimming. Something alerted her, frightened her, moderating her ardor and exuberant mood. Who? A clubfoot roared on the shore, holding the sea monster by the tail and not letting him move on. RR. RR. The bear seemed to be possessed by an unknown force and straining all the muscles of his body. He seized the monster. RR. The clubfoot growled again and rushed to the body of the fish, sharpening its claws. Shonda, still following our plan, flashed through my mind while the fish was trying to figure out what was going on. Which means I can't give up either. But damn it, I was still mentally cursing, looking at the rows of sharp teeth pointed in my direction. I can't take it anymore. I was still trying to hold on with the last of my strength as a shadow appeared behind me. Another moment and then someone swam next to me in the monster-only snow. White hair and bluish skin color I managed to notice out of the corner of my eye. It was a girl with 2 blades at the ready. The moment and she immediately twitched like lightning. The girl ripped open the monster's mouth, releasing streams of pitch black blood. The grip of the mouth weak and then I was carried away from the fish. Alas, the fish kept me for a considerable amount of time. I had needed the strength nor the air to get to the surface of the sea myself. Appeared, I thought, seeing how this girl began to swim in my direction. Once again a thought slipped fragmentally through my head, an enemy. She was almost right next to me when suddenly my eyelids closed and my body softened. Cough. I coughed, opening my eyes and seeing familiar faces. Well, the muzzled bear looked at me without looking away. The king came to his senses. One of the subjects exclaimed joyfully, "His Majesty is awake." Another exclaimed, "Alan, come here," they exclaimed, addressing the girl who was sitting on a rock near the shore. "King Chen wants to see you." The girl turned her attention in our direction. As I managed to see under the water, her hair was almost snow white, but closer to a grayish shade and gathered in a tail with strands escaping from it at the face. Her skin with a shade of blue where people have ears. The girl's gills are visible eyes. The color of the sun are so pure and look as if into the very soul of the clothes. Only a pair of bandages. One covered the chest, the other swayed on the hips. The girl came down from her perch and approached us, but before she got a couple of steps to me, she immediately sat down in the lotus position and began to look carefully. Hey, gee, why? One of the men exclaimed. This girl's name is Alan. One of the men present continued to introduce my savior to me. She is the best swimmer in the sea tribe. The little girl killed that monster and pulled you ashore, the men informed me. Although we, the people of the sea tribe, of course, are not famous for intelligence, but Talon in comparison with other tribesmen is quite stupid. Therefore, the men continued to tell me about this person. The girl, on the contrary, did not care. She sat as if nothing had happened and picked her nose home from a different angle of sunlight. I saw a growth on the girl's forehead. "Don't worry, she's my savior," they said calmly in response to their information. "I can be angry with her for a little oversight." "Where did you get this obsidian dagger?" I immediately asked Alana and showed her a dagger of a black shade slightly glistening in the sun. This one followed me in response. "The brother took it away from the bad guy." The girl continued her answer. "The bad guy?" I was surprised. "Have you left the mountain tribe territory? Who is this nasty guy after all?" Suddenly, my savior asked, pointing at me with her finger at the men standing next to us. "Can I have a fight with him?" she asked again without shame. To which, in response, a man with a blue skin tone waved his hands, hinting that it was better not to. He approached her head and whispered something in her ear. I didn't quite get it now and exclaimed again, smiling broadly, "But you came to help us, didn't you?" "Almost," I muttered back. On that day, a crowd of bad guys penetrated our lands, blushing a little with excitement. The girl began to tell. Very soon I lost consciousness. When I woke up, Brother Fong and other members of the tribe were locked in a cave with me. She remembered sitting handcuffed with her tribesmen in a dark cave behind a fence in the form of pointed, elongated stones. Or rather, it was the large fangs of some animal, behind the fence. Outside the cave, people with batons and animal skins walked and guarded. Yesterday when we were working, Alan continued to tell, remembering how people forced them to drag animal carcasses from one place to another. My brother quietly told me, "Soon I will deal with one bad guy and I will give his weapon to you. Use it to cut the rope and then jump off the cliff." The girl repeated the words of a relative that he said during their break from work. "Straight into the river. Only you can get out of there alive." He said the same thing, but Alan wanted to resist his brother. "Hush, listen to me," he interrupted her. This small plot of land were under the strict supervision of 4 guards with batons. They carried carcasses of dead game. After you escaped, find Haishi. He's a lucky guy. He should still be alive. My brother continued to instruct me. When you meet, do whatever he says. Understand? he asked, looking at his sister. Yeah, that was all, Alan answered. Suddenly there was a shout from one of the guards behind them. What the hell are you doing there? He shouted a question loudly, thrusting his sword forward. That it's time, her brother said, not at a loss. He threw the carcass he had been carrying the ward and all this time, thereby knocking the men down. Take the dagger, the brother exclaimed in the direction of his sister, and run. Therefore, returning, the girl told me in the present time, I ran into a huge monster that was going to devour you. That's it, I muttered, comprehending the story I had heard. In that case, you can come back to the camp with me, but before that, I will take you to Haishi. I got to my feet and, shaking myself off, straightened up. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Suddenly, I remembered something. We need to take an axe and this monster with us, I said, the thought that had just occurred to me. Bright sun on the background of a rich blue sky. Every now and then seagulls fly and dilute the sounds of water beating on the shore. And I, Alan, and the men from the sea tribe were walking a little ahead of my club foot, two which are huge catches tied with a rope. A Haishi Sugu. I was surprised to see my fellow tribesmen who, as it turned out, were going to meet us. This is the king, they exclaimed in response to me. The king Sugu, exclaimed Helen. Hi, she exclaimed. They were as surprised as we were, but they smiled contentedly at this turn of events. Why are you together? There was a question first of all that interested them, but I just put my hands on my hips and, smiling stupidly, answered, that's a long story. As a result, I, Ellen, our escort Sugu and Haishi, who came to meet us, and a clubfoot with our huge prey tied to him. We're standing on the sea beach. So it turns out that about 10 people from the tribe, including Fong, are still alive. I tried to digest the information Heiko had heard. We must release everyone immediately. A second later, he immediately panicked. Saving people, of course, is important, I agreed. But am I not the one who needs to be saved? I immediately retorted. Suddenly, we noticed a column of smoke coming from the mountains. Lighthouse on the western mountain. What happened there? The sunny day, which was more or less going well, but there is one but a column of smoke was coming from the side of the mountain. I told them that simple animals can't light a lighthouse. I said indignantly, what's going on? When the king of the mountain tribe was leaving, I muttered while in thought, but then I remembered how before leaving he said, cheating is not my style, I will deal with you another time. He was really talking about revenge. Suddenly, it dawned on me, has a mountain tribe descended on us? I was puzzled and all tensed up from the situation in my assumptions. This is not the time to panic. I have to personally check. Take them to the coastal fortress while we gather and strengthen the defense so that they cannot attack us. I gave instructions, immediately turning to Sugu. You can rely on me. His answer followed in the same second and he immediately set off on his way. And with Alan, immediately go to the western mountain to take up a position in an ambush. There, the patrol team will help you, I said, already turning towards Haisho and my savior. Let's not be amateur. Wait for me near the trap zone. I shouted one last time and accelerated towards the incident. That's right. This time I will not be led by emotions. There was a response from Haishi, who was looking after me. I hurried as fast as I could, trying to speed up every second. God thought slipped in my head at the same time, thinking about the worst. Just don't let anything happen. Time passed, and the smoke still rose from behind the mountain to the bright clear sky. That took me a long time, but I jumped as fast as I could to my settlement where the people of my tribe were already crowded together. Xiao Wang. I called the queen and the girl immediately responded to my call. King. She immediately raised her voice. Are you back? The girl immediately asked, smiling contentedly and a little embarrassed. That monster on the shore. She wanted to say it but she didn't have time. It has already become a delicacy. I answered her immediately. Sean Dai's already dragging him. Your rest and I'll take people and go to the west to check the situation. A girl with loose green hair said no. No. I stopped her right there. If he or she goes crazy, then you won't be able to subdue him. I looked at the inhabitants of my tribe, then immediately called the fighters who would go with me to the scene of the incident. Yuang Xiao Yang Gushi Xiao Shang A, and you're all coming with me. The rest and Shangda are on you. I turned to the queen and slapped her lightly on the shoulder. Xiao Xiang has found a hill from where you can observe the situation, so we will be in touch. I want to go to channeling dogs, claimed, clenching her fists with impatience and a bit of indignation. You have never taken me with you, but this time I will follow you anyway. The girl is short of her intentions. Okay, I chuckled and smiled. Even so, you will unconditionally follow my commands. Yes, channeling, exclaimed, rejoicing like a little child. Lu Tang, you will stay to protect the queen. I continued to give orders. There is only briefly followed in response. It was getting late. From the setting sun, the sky and the terrain acquired a yellowish hue as if the sun had covered them with its veil. The situation was heating up second by second. We set up an ambush and waited for the right moment. Who's where I and you hang? She settled down in the bushes. Xiao Shang took a branch of one of the trees and A and took a branch of another tree. We waited for their arrival, keeping our weapons ready. Your Majesty, they have come. You and she informed me immediately, to which he received my meat yes. In response, that really was the king of the mountain tribe with his tribesmen, a man with tattoos and bandaged hands to swordsmen behind who held torches to light the way for the king, a short boy and a big man to match the king. Hey, the king of the mountain tribe was surprised and immediately stopped. Stop it. He immediately gave a sign to his own, raising his hand in the air. I know you're here. The king of the mountain tribe's folk looking deep into the forest. Come on, come out. We'll find out everything in a duel. Did he notice the trap in front of him? I immediately thought about it. After all, it would be strange to just stop and turn to an invisible enemy. You can't fool me. The king of the mountain tribe spoke again. It's too quiet here. He continued his monologue. Birds don't sing. Insects don't chirp and toads don't croak. He put his hand to his ear, pretending to listen to these voices of the inhabitants of the forest. If they don't show up, then I'll have to use Tashanka's force. To be honest, I don't like this approach. The king of the mountain tribe grinned, but there was only silence in response and not a single leaf moved. It seems that the only thing left for us is to face the enemy face to face. I thought we did not sit and hide for a long time after the words of the king of the mountain tribe and decided to come out from behind the bushes. In an instant, if you hang up and land Gotchi immediately appeared in front of them. Behind the back of the king of the mountain tribe, there was a lake from which Haishi and Alan emerged. We surrounded them on both sides, and they slowly moved closer and closer, narrowing the space between us. But this did not frighten the king of the mountain tribe of all. Great, we have the same number of people we can safely fight. He spoke in response to the situation that had just developed. He grunted and immediately thrust forward the sharpened blade of his sword. I challenge you to a duel. He spoke in my direction. I watched Haishi out of the corner of my eye. He was breathing shallowly and very often, as if he was about to reach a boiling point and succumb to emotions. Even though he promised me the opposite. Bastard. He shouted and clenched his teeth in outrage at this situation and the reaction of the king of the mountain tribe. Defeat me first. Hish shouted again and immediately jerked from his seat, rushing in the direction of the king of the mountain tribe. But it wasn't there. Out of nowhere, the back of the king of the mountain tribe was immediately covered by his henchmen. Like lightning, he appeared in front of Haishi, smiling contentedly with all his 32 teeth. They went at each other, and immediately clasping their hands, they began to lean on each other, resting on the loose soil. There was a scream and gnashing of teeth from the collision of Haifa, and a bald man with tattoos on his body. That seems that someone is impatient. The king of the mountain tribe grunted when he saw this picture. Mudzi, go play with him. He immediately gave instructions to his subordinate, and he just smiled contentedly. Hey, Motzi exclaimed, and twisting around pulled Haishi's leg so that he lost his balance and fell. Hishi. She did not count on such a turn, and with all his strength flew backwards onto a stone standing by the lake. Haishi, I exclaimed immediately, watching this fight. I was puzzled and couldn't even move. Did Haishi lose with his strength? A thought immediately flashed through my mind, and I gritted my teeth. They-in is not a timid person, and without wasting time, immediately cut the rope stretched next to her. The mechanism immediately began to move, and a large round piece of a tree trunk tied on ropes flew towards the view guy who was standing in the company of the king of the mountain tribe. A kind of battering ram method. The tree immediately hit the big guy, and he didn't even move in here, let alone react. It was as if he didn't care, or he was just slow in reaction. But alas, only a couple of wounds remained on the big man after the blow. He stood with an impenetrable expression on his face, and just simply pushed the suspended part of the tree as if nothing had happened. Damn, I started mentally in response to this. This is the second jam and not in our favor, which is very wrong. And again, the unknown. It looked like we were destined for a battle. Thoughts flashed through my head and I swallowed nervously. That huge fishman was laying on the ground, leaning against a massive stone, and his chest was agitated by a storm of indignation and pain. The battle he had entered had left merciless traces in his body and soul. With every breath, every cough, he felt his strength waning. But his determination did not weaken. Every blow, every scar on his skin reminded him that he would not allow himself to be defeated. Kaka the fishman cleared his throat, forcefully wiping the blood from his jim. He had already suffered enough damage, but he wasn't going to give up in front of his enemy. Through the pain and difficult breathing, he saw his goal and moved towards it as if despite physical suffering. A man from a mountain tribe was rushing straight at him. His eyes were burning with rage, and the words "are done with it. Fish scum" sounded like a challenge. However, the fisherman knew that he was facing a dangerous opponent and he was not going to give him at that moment. Adrenaline forced him to focus on the fight. The fist of the man from the mountain tribe flashed over the head of the fisherman, but thanks to his reaction he dodged. The fist slammed into the massive stone with force, causing a crack and the formation of a small hole. This incident gave the fisherman a new energy and faith in his own strength. Here's a chance opened that flashed through his mind. The fisherman using his weight and strength kicked the attacker in the side. The opponent's hand got stuck in a rock and a member of the mountain tribe lost his balance, which gave the fisherman another opportunity. Grabbing the attacker by the belt, Heishi rushed to the nearest water. "Let's go for a swim," he shouted furiously, trying to get to the water where his strength would be more equal. But the joy was short-lived because the mountain man was not going to give up. He was aware that he was inferior in strength in the water, but his audacity knew no bounds. "Your mother." The Highlanders wore in despair, bracing his feet on the ground and trying to fight back. The earth trembled from the intense struggle between them, and it seemed that it was about to open up from their mighty efforts. And at that moment, like a tornado from the sky, the shadows slipped behind the mountain men. A girl from the sea tribe with a knife in her hand was approaching the wrestlers. Her eyes burned with painful determination and rage. Nothing could stop her now. Here he is, the enemy, and it remains only to finish him off. Her arrival warmed the heart of the fishman, giving him the strength to continue fighting despite fatigue and pain. The battle has just received a new round and its outcome has become even more incomprehensible. And so in the blink of an eye, it seemed that events unfolded so quickly that the brain barely had time to capture every moment of this epic battle. The people from the mountain tribe who were watching this fight were just on the verge of their feelings. They not only watched but also lived every movement, every detail of this drama. The girl, brave and determined, rushed to the aid of her friend, and her aggressive decision did not go unnoticed. One of the mighty mountaineers who seemed to have come straight out of fairy tale legends was like a giant bear. His muscular figure rose above the others, and he grabbed his less massive companion like a toy bear and threw him towards the girl. This moment was so spectacular, as if it was an action from a circus performance. The smaller Highlander was spinning in the air like an acrobat on a high trapeze, performing pirouettes and spins before approaching the target. Suddenly, he turned around and put out his hands as if he was waiting to catch the girl. He just enjoying the moment. Get ready. The girl was absolutely not ready for such a blow. The strength of the Highlanders was known far and wide, and this guy used the inertia of his comrade's throat to strengthen the blow. The collision was powerful, and she flew like a projectile towards the water. She landed in the water, narrowly avoiding a painful impact on the ground. Soon she managed to open her eyes and see that the smaller Highlander was swimming towards her with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, as an observer, I felt almost helpless in this maelstrom of events. My eyes were fixed on the leader of the mountain tribe, who stared at me unwaveringly, as if saying, "You're not going anywhere." His companions continued to communicate with each other as if I were an insignificant spectacle. I knew I couldn't just stand by and watch. However, it was impossible to help them since the leader of the Highlanders did not let me go, and his people were determined to prepare for any of my actions. It turned out that the two Highlanders, obviously brothers, began to change their minds about the battle. "Brother, didn't the king of the mountain tribe promises entertainment?" One of the masks with a grin. "Why did Miyuki and Chu, who starred first? Maybe we can fight this guy too." He pointed at me. His brother replied, "Isn't this game meant for the king?" However, the first brother continued to insist. "Don't worry about it. Who had time, he ate." And so two brothers with eternal smiles on their faces took their torches and knives in their hands and rushed in my direction. My mission was clear. I had to act. However, it was impossible to move as there were adamant mountaineers in front of me ready to stop me at any cost. I had to make a decision, and I chose the path of resistance. My colleagues were ready to defend themselves and shouted, "Are you getting into a fight with our king? Then you have to go through us. Die." "You," the brothers answered shortly. One of them got hit in the side, being in a losing position, and the other lost his torch with one a movement of my warrior. The mountain fighters seemed surprised by this reaction. At first, they were shocked, but soon they had a grin on their faces. These people were used to dangers and were not afraid of difficult situations. There was a challenge in front of them, which they accepted with joy. After a brief pause, during which the mountaineers were satisfied with the moment, one of the brothers said, "Brother, be careful. If you lose, you will disgrace yourself." In response to this, the other brother just grinned and said, "Let's have some fun." He walked towards me, preparing for a fight. "Okay, then I'm having fun with this guy," the first brother said, expressing his willingness to go to the fight. "I want to bathe in his blood." This change of events filled the air with tension. I was seized with indignation at the brutality that these mountaineers demonstrated, as if killing was something entertaining for them. They clearly didn't know the word pity. While the guy wielding the wooden weapon continued to approach, his muscles tensed. Speaking of his physical strength, with accuracy and strength that were more suited to the hero of the fairy tale, he easily moved the trunk of the tree that we had set up as a trap. Now it has become his weapon, and he has made it look easy, as if the barrel weighed a fluffy stick. Great, he whispered, looking at the barrel with satisfaction. He threw it on his shoulder and walked towards the leader of the mountain tribe, as if showing off his prey. But the leader of the Highlanders was not so simple. He warned, "You can do whatever you want, but stay away from me." "All right," the giant replied happily, and stepping aside head into the place where the fight between Heishi the fisherman and a member of the mountain tribe took place. This was a bad sign because Hish was already on the exhausting edge. He did not not have enough strength to fight 2 mountaineers at the same time, and a giant with a wooden weapon was approaching them to meet with a willingness to destroy everything in his path. I need to help him. I decided. My thoughts were filled with determination and persistence. We had to stand up. I had to think quickly about the strategy. That this time my warriors were starting from their positions and preparing to meet with the mountain brothers. The chief of the mountain tribe continued to watch me with a proud sneer. When I moved in his direction to help him, my instincts told me dodge. It was more than intuition. It was a reaction to danger. I instantly made an evasion, and at that very moment, the sword of the leader of the Highlanders cut through the air where my head had just been. His attack was so fast and strong that it was like a lightning strike. Are you ignoring me? The chief roared, having lost his own control over himself. You're looking down on me. That pisses me off. His scream pierced the air, and he wielded his sword as if he was an angry god of war. His eyes were filled with rage, and he was ready to end this battle with a fatal blow. However, my quick evasion gave me another chance. I instantly focused and prepared for a retaliatory attack. My warriors were also ready to join the battle and support me. The battle became even more heated and everyone moved with their own intentions. At this time, Hish continued to fight with the Highlander. Despite his exhaustion and fatigue, the giant with a wooden weapon came closer and closer to the wrestlers. This moment was critical, and I felt I had to act immediately. Swinging his sword, he carried out attack after attack as if dancing amidst a whirlwind of battle. Lightning strikes fell on opponents and his incredible accuracy made them deadly. Despite all the brutality and speed of the fight, he managed to pronounce the words as if they were his second language. Don't get distracted, he shouted, and his voice pierced the air, breaking into the winds of war. Show me your real skills. There was a fire of determination in his eyes to prove his superiority. Meanwhile, I continued to dodge all his attacks, trying in vain to defend myself and keep the enemy's attention on me. Although I continue to skillfully dodge, but I won't be able to help Heishi this way. There was no choice. With the onset of despair, I cried out, "Who can someone help Heishi?" The big man who was heading towards the fighting was pulling a tree trunk behind him as if it were a piece of fluff. His muscular body perfectly coped with this task as if even nature was on his side. However, suddenly he slowed down. What he spoke absurdly and slowly. His eyebrows curled in perplexity. Has the tree become heavier? And then he turned around and saw Data holding the barrel on the other side stand still. She cried with pride and precious determination. If it's about brute force, then I'm not inferior to anyone in it. Her words were full of pride and inner fire. She was ready to join forces and change the course of this battle to give Heishi a chance to win. The giant, a monster of enormous size, his body as if carved out of a rock, looked at Data with a grin that looked more like a zealot than a gambler. He stuck out his giant chest frame as if preparing for a great game. Him and not a battle for death and life. Do you want to play with me? He asked with haughtiness and added, "You're pretty." His gaze was so vile that it was like shards of ice pierced his heart. Then, like a sudden hail from the sky, arrows flew in his direction. They were precise and fast, creating many sparkling metal dots in the air. The giant had to postpone the attack on Data and go on the defensive. He slowly raised his giant palm, trying to shield his face from the approaching deadly arrows. They dug into his fleshy arm, leaving wounds from which dark blood gushed out. Perfectly, the giant shouted, blood trickling down his arm and splashing on the ground. "Someone else wants to play with me." After that, he shouted in the direction of his king, with whom I had been fighting all this time. The king of the Highlanders only grinned and said, "Sure, have as much fun as you want. Otherwise, when we get back to the mountain, you will be alone again." Meanwhile, the archer and Sean, who were sitting in the trees, were considering further actions. Sean was determined to help his comrades in battle. He repeated, "The king of the others are fighting a bloody battle. You need to help them." The archer was thinking out loud. The trap we said she used to help us bring down a whole bear. And this monster stopped her with just one movement and didn't even suffer from the blow. Even if we go down, there's nothing we can do. After thinking about this situation for a couple of seconds, she said, "I will distract their attention and you go back to the camp and notify the queen of what is happening. Asked her to send us reinforcements." Sean nodded his head without hesitation. "Yes, I understand." And then he added, "Be careful." Meanwhile, not far from the river, the deadly struggle of the fisherman Heishi and the warrior of the mountains continued. Heishi, like a man fish pressed with all his weight trying to pull a person into the water. Water splashes flew in all directions like a fountain of bright watercolor paint. He was in his element, but his opponent resisted like a rock in coastal waters. Every blow that this mountain warrior dealt was accurate and strong, leaving bruises and cuts on his body. "The bastard!" the Highlander shouted, his voice sounding like the roar of a tiger. "Let me go already." After that, a new series of blows followed, including an elbow strike. Heishi was holding on hard. With each new blow, he coughed up blood. It was bad. He needed to throw his opponent into the river where he could use his natural abilities. We need to push him into the river. Such thoughts were floating in his head a little more. "Come on, Gathering all the strength in his legs, he attacked the enemy with a new level of determination and tore him off the ground, rushing to the river. "Let's go for a swim," he shouted furiously, his voice echoing through the surrounding fields as if calling for battle. "On my battlefield," he added with unwavering determination. His face was distorted with burning passion, and his eyes sparkled with a thirst for victory. He forcefully pulled his opponent towards the river whose waters were flowing noisily, creating a backdrop for this epic fight. But suddenly, from the depths of the river, as if from fairy tale legends, Alan emerged, the same mysterious fisherman girl that everyone knew in the area. She exclaimed, her voice sounding alarmed. "Hish, don't come here. That's not safe here." There was fear on her face and it wasn't empty. Anxious chatter. Suddenly, the hands of the guy she tried to save emerged from the water. He grabbed the girl and dragged her under the water, creating a new round of tension in this grim fight. Hish stood in confusion, watching what was happening. Why can't she handle him in the water? This is a riddle that he had to solve. Meanwhile, the Highlander kept hitting him on the back as if he wasn't going to stop. "Stinky fish, let me go," he shouted, tirelessly striking more and more blows. One of them turned out to be particularly strong and fell on her ashes wound. "Ca." Hai Shou blurted out. The blow was so strong that it knocked him to the ground. He was coughing up blood, as if his own body had betrayed him at the most decisive moment of the battle. But suddenly, his eyes turned completely black as if absorbed by a dark force, and he cried out, "Get up," as if breathing in new life. Rising from the ground, Haish picked up the mountaineer like an ancient Greek Hercules, and stuck him into the ground, throwing him over himself. An ordinary person would have been instantly defeated, but Haish continued to fight, squeezing out the last of his strength. Breathing heavily, he lay next to his unconscious opponent. After inspecting the battlefield, Hish thought, "Brothers, I leave the rest of you." His words were full of faith in his comrades who continued to fight for him and his goal. While a fierce battle between two twin brothers and Haishi warriors was developing nearby. The battle was fierce, but neither side was in a hurry to approach each other, carefully studying their opponents. And one of the Haishi warriors exclaimed to his comrade, "Langgachi, use that move." The partner replied, "Understood." They both rushed at the enemy, attacking from both sides at once, striving to use a cutting technique that they knew. The mountain brothers also communicated with each other, and one of them said, "Chow Hu, these two fools are coming at us themselves. Let's deal first with the one with the hammer." They smiled as if victory was already in their pocket and decided to start with the one who owned the hammer. "You're finished," the mountain brothers exclaimed, rushing together at language height, who was holding a hammer in his hands, preparing for a desperate battle. The moment was shrouded in tension, as if time had slowed down. Language. He seemed lost in this situation, and his hands slowly lowered as he clutched his face, experiencing unbearable pain. He let out a loud cry, as if he was trying to tear this painful moment out of himself. His eyes shimmered with pain and tears, and he felt every drop of tears touching his own wound. Such pain was unbearable. Seeing this, his partner shouted at the top of his voice filled with anger and despair, "Scoundrels!" The bitterness of the struggle in his soul only intensified, and he gripped his axe tightly, preparing to repay his enemies for this betrayal. His soul was filled with anger for his comrade. You could see how the muscles of his body tensed, and he gripped his axe with such force that his fingers turned white. He was ready for battle, despite the danger that lay in wait for them. Clutching his axe, he charged without hesitation, as if his actions were filled with fierce determination. You could see the fire of determination and rage in his eyes, and he shouted, "Attacked me." His voice sounded resolute and defiant, as if he was summoning fate. Then, with a wide swing, he threw his axe towards the opponent. The axe shot up in the air like a fiery meteor and landed accurately on the shoulder of one of the brothers of the mountain tribe. There was a terrible scream of pain, and blood gushed out of the wound, painting the surrounding world in gloomy tones. "Bright on target," the warrior said with confidence, his eyes twinkling with satisfaction. But his fighting spirit did not allow him to stop. "Go away. Langgachi, leave the rest to me." He was left with only one shield, preparing to defend himself. His eyes were focused on the enemies, and he was preparing for a new wave of attacks. The brothers of the mountain tribe, seeing that their comrade was wounded, were seriously angry. Their anger was like a raging volcano, and they targeted the attack again. "You take care of yourself first before saving others," one of the mountaineers shouted, and his voice pierced the air like a blade. In response, the warrior with the shield began to read the movements of his opponent, and actively defend himself, as if the shield had become his reliable protection in this deadly dance. "3 steps," he shouted loudly, slowly approaching the enemy. Suddenly he missed one blow because of his small shield, and a wound like a burning flame appeared on his side. But that didn't stop him from seeking victory. The warrior wheezed in pain but continued to stand on his feet. Grabbing his opponent's blade, he said loudly, 2 steps. His breathing was heavy and blood was trickling down his sides, but his eyes sparkled with determination. "What are you counting there?" the Highlander asked aggressively, trying to pull out his blade. But the warrior's hands held him firmly. With a strong movement, he pulled the opponent towards him and grabbed his hands, and then shouted again, 1 step. Looking towards his partner, He raised his voice and shouted Lang Gushi. Let's. And at the moment when it seemed that language he had already been knocked out of the game, he suddenly rose into the air like an experienced circus performer who had been training for many years. Pushing off from his friend's shield, he flew into the air and swinging his huge hammer aimed a blow at the enemy with all his might, shouting loudly, "Right above you, you're finished." The brother realized that in this situation he had little chance to survive and fear was reflected on his face. It seemed that there was no way out, but suddenly the wounded brother of the mountaineer pushed him out from under the blow, shouting, "Shao Hu, get down." A powerful kick severed the bond between the warriors, but the hammer blow was already inevitable. The wounded man with an axe in his shoulder received a powerful hammer blow. There was a loud sound of bones cracking. "Brother," the survivor shouted, and at that moment, the situation changed dramatically. At that time, the archer was struggling with despair, trying to find a way out of this deadly trap. She fired arrows of a huge monster that disguised itself as a human. He was slow and incredibly strong, and the arrows definitely reached him, but he didn't seem to feel any pain. The arrows easily penetrated his flesh, but he continued to move like a death machine. At this time Valika threw a huge log, accurately aiming at Data. The latter was forced to defend himself with the handle of his axe, and a huge log hung over him as if dreaming of crushing him. Data felt her strength running out, and it was clear to her that such a battle could not last long. "What's it?" The sharp-eyed archer carefully examined the surroundings and suddenly noticed something flashing in the tall grass. It was a rope. Exactly so, she flashed in the rays of the sun like a thread of life in this battle on the verge of life and death. While Data was holding on hard, her physical and emotional strain was palpable. Her body was trembling and every muscle was on edge, but an unwavering determination flickered on her face. Panting, she clutched the handle of the axe as if it was the only thing that kept her on her feet. There was a fire of well burning inside her that could not be extinguished, and suddenly she noticed how the arrows released by and pierced the ground very close. But how is this possible? Data couldn't explain to herself how her shots could miss at such a distance, but she didn't have time to think. What did she miss? But that's impossible. Do the skills fail? She mused aloud, her gaze fixed on the place where the arrows fell. But suddenly an understanding came to her. It was a rope. Exactly so, haha. I got an A and you are a genius. The joy on his face was impossible to convey in words. At that moment, she realized what she had to do. With her feet planted on the ground, she instantly threw up a huge log, and her movements were so precise that she definitely dodged its fall, directing her body directly towards the discovered rope. What? The giant asked with a malicious grin on his face. "Hey, won't you play with me?" Data smiled slyly. "Haha, I will." Gripping the rope tightly, she rushed to the giant's back, shouting, "Let's play with you." And now she is behind the giant's back, using her strength to control the rope. It was like a miracle of flexible rope, as if alive, wrapped around the legs of the enemy, creating such a maze in which he certainly got entangled. "Don't hide. We haven't finished playing yet," repeated the giant, not noticing how the rope was around his legs. Data wound a rope around a giant like an artist, creating his work, and every movement was a road to victory. "You want to play with me, don't you? I'm here," she shouted again. A voice filled the air, and at that moment the giant turned around. His huge legs got tangled in the rope, and with a crash and clumsiness, he fell to the ground, creating a cloud of dust and his gun. In fact, just our log trap flew towards the river. At the same time, near the river, the scene unfolds with breathtaking drama. "Rotten fish, I underestimated you," the mountain warrior said, standing on his feet, his muscular body reminiscent of the incessant battles he was forced to fight in this cruel world. Haishi, breathing heavily, slowly got up from the sandy bank of the river. His hands clenched into fists and he looked dried up and exhausted. "Full, so you were able to get up," he said mockingly. The man was smiling, standing in front of him covered in wounds, bruises and abrasions, but the smile did not leave his face, as if he was enjoying the fight. "Haha, you almost killed me, fishman. Well, what can I say? You're just out of luck," he replied, his voice sounding tired, but there was determination in it. The mountain warrior was so confident of his victory that he did not even notice how the enemy was moving his eyes behind his back. Damn it. Ducking his head, he crouched to the ground. The mountain warrior did not expect such a reaction and did not even have time to turn around when a powerful blow with a log directly on the back of his head knocked him unconscious. Haishi, looking at the body of his opponent, said, "That looks like I'm luckier than yours. A series of victories on the battlefield gave me hope, but my battle with the king of the mountain tribe seemed to have just begun. Wielding my metal battle axe, I repelled and parried all his attacks. The situation was a stalemate. My hands are already numb. I'm afraid I can take the next blow." Suddenly, a torch fell between me and the king of the mountain tribe. We hurriedly turned around and saw a small man who threw it, approaching the leader of the mountain tribe. He spoke. "It's time to use this. I know you don't like it, but it's a witch's order." He handed the leader some strange reddish leaves and then added, "I will hide in the water. When the case smells fried, you will be able to return home unharmed. The witches warn you will lose this battle. You know what will happen." The king of the tribe was quiet for a moment and then nodded. "Except I wasn't going to stand there like that. Red ginseng. Is this madcap going to give up his mind to strengthen his body? It's bad. I will not allow this. Gripping my axe tightly, I decided to use my inner strength. Sparks flew from my axe. The runes inscribed on it gave me new energy. My whole body was covered with a bright yellow aura and I was ready to fight for my life and the future of the tribe. Red ginseng, the chief asked in surprise while maintaining an unyielding calm. He looked at the mysterious route that lay in front of him waiting for its fate, but at that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a dwarf holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands. I think the witch has guessed my character, the chief said looking at that one worth. Suddenly, a powerful energy attack lit up in the air directed towards the dwarf. The latter barely managed to dodge, jumping away, and fell to the ground not far from the torch and the king's feet. The trees in the place where he was standing were instantly cut down by a powerful attack. Oh shit, the dwarf dropped, reaching for the torch. Looking at his leader, he added, since you are so indecisive, let me decide everything for you. He had already grabbed the torch, preparing to set fire to the red ginseng. But then the king of the mountain tribe intervened. Stop, the king said loudly and cut down the burning end of the torch so that it went out. Seeing this, the dwarf shouted, How did you manage to resist the witches? Equally calmly, the leader replied, I don't believe it's the witch's order. You can go back and tell her about it. The dwarf was very angry. Then don't complain about the consequences, he said through his teeth, and running away shouted, one leg here, the other there. Wait a bit. We were left alone with the king of the mountain tribe. I could tell by his face that he was analyzing me. The king of the mountain tribe thought, where did he get this destructive power? I analyzed the situation. Having dealt with the itch to soar, he rushed to help. I didn't have time to recover. Even the power was already running out earlier. Everything was swimming in my eyes, and my body was incredibly tense. Even my hands were shaking. I won't be able to hold out for long in this state. I can hardly strike another blow. Even if I succeed from fatigue, I will immediately lose consciousness. The situation of my warriors also did not cause optimism. Their strength must have dried up a long time ago. That if I lose, the leader of the mountain community will swap them all at once. But why did he put out the torch? Maybe this is some new trick. Questions swirled in my head like clouds over mountains. Meanwhile, the tribal leader was standing in front of me. His blade pointed in my direction and he took a defensive stance. I realized that there was no time to think. It was the moment when my fate, life or death, was being decided and I needed to act. Okay, there's no time to think. It's still unknown what's coming. Life or death. Therefore, while we have the strength, we need to end it faster. My axe and his blade crossed in a series of powerful blows. We were both exhausted, but it seemed that my power was higher. Breathing heavily, we both stared at each other, our eyes radiating aggression and determination. Not bad, my opponent said. Why didn't you show all your might before? Looking at my wounds, the king of the mountain tribe realized that such injuries could not have been inflicted by his hands. Perhaps the reason for my strength was the ritual of sacrifice. These thoughts were spinning in his head. I'm afraid you won't last long. He continued to tell the truth. I'm on the edge myself. The divine power bestowed by witches is about to disappear. After these words, I noticed that his hands were shaking as much as mine. The leader continued to say, there's definitely no way to dodge your next attack, so I'll hit with all my might myself. A grin stretched across his face, and he added, I hope the winner will be determined in an honest way. Don't worry, King Shin. If you fall, I won't hurt your people. Breathing heavily, I smiled and replied, it's nice to hear that, but promises are unnecessary. Ready to fight, I gathered the last strength in my hands and pulled the axe on an attacking position. The leader of the warriors shouted a war cry and we both rushed at each other. Enveloped in energy, we rushed as if a collision was inevitable. And then for a moment our weapons clashed. The energy enveloped us and a second later there was a powerful explosion. The whole clearing was locked in a layer of dust and smoke. After a while the smoke dissipated. My warriors, panting and coughing from the dust, looked for me with their eyes. Found it, one of them shouted. When the dust finally cleared, they saw me standing over the body of the mountain chief. A huge crater formed where he was lying. He was unconscious, but even unconscious he was smiling. He was happy with the fight. I turned around to inspect the results of my warriors' battles, but I didn't have time to get enough. The power bestowed by the axe gave a return. The feeling of hundreds of small needles piercing my arm was so familiar. It was the same feeling I had when I defeated the bulking. Damn, I whispered, a little more and I'm finished. You can't use the power of Penghu for nothing. I hurriedly took out the medicine and began to treat my wound. My arm may act as if it had been pierced by fiery arrows, but I knew that I could not allow myself to fall covered with shame in front of my warriors. However, when I was almost ready to fall to the ground, something soft and warm stopped me. It was my faithful companion and ally. The leader of our tribe cannot fall in disgrace, she said with determination. With these words, she took me by the arm with the last of my strength. I managed to say, be careful, they still have one more person. He is hiding in the Rivera. Ian nodded, promising that everything would be fine. The allies had arrived, she added, and I saw the blurred silhouettes of our warriors on the horizon. Make sure that Alan is safe and then you can leave, I reminded him. The main thing is to help Alan remember. With these words, I handed her a bottle of medicine. Yes, rely on us, Amen replied with confidence. After hearing this, I felt that I could finally calm down. My eyes were closing by themselves, and I realized that my brain was going to shut down. Our hero was already asleep, but then he opened his eyes. Some girl was talking to the guard. She said that the guard didn't have to stay the night, because she would take care of the chief. The boy groaned, and in his sleep he didn't realize if he was home. He opened his eyes even more and saw a green-haired girl in front of him. The girl turned around and fixed her collar. The guy asked Xiaowan if it was Xiaowan. Then the girl threw off her outer clothes and walked towards the guy lying down. Our hero had already fully opened his eyes and saw the green-haired girl leaning over him and running her fingers over the guy's abs. And he didn't understand what she was going to do. The girl abruptly sat on top of our hero. After sitting up a little, she leaned over his face. The guy closed his eyes, and the girl continued to look at him and drove her finger over his body. Then she started to fix her green hair and asked him if he liked pretending to be asleep. But then she admitted that she hadn't planned on waking him up. After all, she liked being the initiator better. These words startled the hero. He began to realize that this was not Xiaowan. But then the guy smiled sharply and wanted to change the subject. He asked how Alani was doing, whether the enemies had retreated. The girl put her index finger to his lips and said that this was not a good time to ask questions. The girl began to smile and gave him a predatory look. She assumed he couldn't roll over either, and she really wanted to see what he was capable of in this state. The green-haired female stripped out of her light clothing. The guy has been ready for this day for a long time, but envisioned it a little differently, and we see his perfect night, with two girls at once. They praised him and didn't expect to see how much energy he had in him, and he didn't try to stop. He's going to show them who's the daddy here. But it's time to come back to reality. Now the image of a powerful leader needs to be realized. Let the female command, and then the system window appears. There was a new quest, 7 times a night. The guy was shocked. How can you do it 7 times? The system put conditions. The leader must be the strongest in many things. 1 time out of 7 must last at least an hour. Reward would be 5 gems. Punishment, change of orientation, impotence. The guy didn't realize. There's no quest cancel anywhere. His body still hasn't recovered. He thinks he will die from 7 times in 1 night. Our hero equaled that with suicide in front of a nearly dead monster. It's a stupid idea, so he's going to try to ignore the female. Now it was time to relax. The guy closed his eyes and prepared for a kiss. But then a red system window popped up. It's a warning. Silence is a sign of consent. The guy didn't think the system worked like that. He didn't like it. He started yelling and stopped the female. The girl leaned even closer to the guy, calling him gentle. The guy saw that the evil with green hair was getting closer. So out of fear he started repeating one phrase. Bad day. It's a bad day. And then he wondered who could help him. And then he screamed. There was a hole in the wall of the hut. Someone huge had broken the wall. It was a bear. The girl grabbed her fur coat and looked at the beast in horror. The bear started to approach and then roared. The girl wrapped herself in her coat and opened her eyes wide. The bear grabbed the mail and ran back. The girl didn't understand why the bear wanted her mail. A few hours later, the bear was still running with the guy in his teeth, and he thanked the beast and asked him to stop. Our hero was frightened. He did not understand why the bear did not stop and where it was taking him, only to eat him. The bear did not slow down and on the turns, and the guy called for help. The boy had already resigned himself to his fate. If he only knew how it would end, he would have stayed with Xiaowan. Just then, they began to approach the cave. The bear woman abruptly slowed down and threw the guy near the entrance. The guy started to look closely and then asked what this place was and why he was dragged here. The bear raised her head and began to call out to someone. 2 little bear cubs came out of the cave. The boy was surprised at what he saw. What other bear cubs? Why is he here? The babies started running to their mom and roared happily. They ran up and started hugging and rubbing their noses. And then the kids turned sharply toward the hero and headed in his direction. The guy leaned over to the cubs and started stroking them, and then asked if they were hers. That's when the system window popped up. It said that 2 cubs influenced by their mother were ready to join his community. Guy didn't understand why the bear ancestor spirit was so favored, but he agreed. The system continued to give information. It said that 2 bear cubs counted for 20 people. Now, it turns out that out of 98 people, 68 are pure primitive military might, and the other 30 are these 3 man-eating bears. This was followed by the next notification that the community had passed the 90-man mark, launching a new main quest, expansion. The first goal, you need to increase the area of their possessions to 10 square kilometers, provided it is effectively used. The second goal, you need to conquer 3 tribes or clan communities, with basic attribute 10, heredity 3, with smelting equipment, perfect trade, science and technology. All need to be done in 180 days. It's been quite a while since the last main quest. If the system didn't warn us, our hero would have forgotten. The guy decided that the list of rewards was pretty tempting. But what does it matter when the quests are so hard? He decided that he would have to speed up the training of warriors and attack the mountain tribe. The travelers continued on their way. Our hero was bored and decided it would be a good idea if he thought of names for the bear cubs. He looked at them carefully and pointing at one of the bears said that he would call him Shunner and called the other one Bald Head. But then he changed his mind and called the other one Shuansan. The cubs began to growl happily. They now had names. The guy thought about it. By his calculations, he would have a couple days to recover. And then there were a lot of things to deal with. The hero called up the map window. A huge map opened in front of his face. The settlement had been discovered. Now it remains until it starts to show itself. Here the guy noticed something strange. The enemy was trapped, but he was not even close to their camp. Now the information about the surroundings, guard posts and traps was known. During these 2 days, he would try to teach them the basics of agriculture and then go on a scouting trip. Then the guy wondered if they had eaten that ichthyosaur he'd brought in last time. He hoped they'd left him a piece. After all, everything he cooked was so good.
3 days later. It was almost done. It was time for him to go. The girls approached and addressed the chief. Meza leaves us to them. He'll be back more than a day in 3. He asks to take care of her. Let them not allow the squad to become lax. Catapult more of them to watch Alagni. Maybe she'll remember something. Stop saying that and let him go. Why is she so sad? Already settled in, just like he asked. Farmland, by the way, shouldn't have to take care of the problems. Let her find out the news. The hill tribe people are quite unreasonable in the extreme. And nonsense. Their water won't last, especially not with a bear with them. Chen Li said that he would be back soon. The girl hopes he'll be okay. That's the moment it went somewhere. Then she turned her attention to something. They don't know what to do. This was the moment 3 people stood in front of her. Let her be calm. She gives her word. The task will be accomplished. After that, the girl told them to try it. Last time, after almost getting to the point, the bear took her away. She would have to see if he really went on a scouting trip. It would be better if she didn't find out. But some nice secret in the cabin. Chen Li sneezed at this moment. Why is there cold air in here? Had his wound not yet healed? Chen Li noticed a steep slope. If you want to go under such a one, silently climb up. It would be over. Chen Li realized that he needed to move north. Seems like there are only a couple ways to get it in smoothly. No wonder they chose this particular place. It's extremely safe. What if he sends the main force into the forehead? You try to sneak behind the lines yourself. Who is he and why did he come? The main point is something I noticed. He saw people from another tribe in front of him, and they asked him who he was going to be with. Let them calm down. His name is Chief Chen Li. Came to arrange a meeting with him, the leader. Last time he came himself, but now his consideration is a simple courtesy. Do they realize that? He's at that point in the beginning of the conversation with each other. Let him walk there. There will be no talking to him. Otherwise let him prepare to become prey. He pretended to be innocent. Of course. And well, I want to. The sight was supposed to scare the bear ogre. Plus these savages have a drop of education, so he doesn't even want to socialize with them. Maybe just kill everyone and that's it. Right at this moment, Chen Li noticed the people behind were carrying something in sacks. Captives. I don't remember exactly. But one of the locals told him about people bound hand and foot. But these ones aren't. There was a chief of a hill tribe or something. Mutzi was with him too. That's the moment the man noticed something. He immediately recognized Chief Chen Li and asked why he had come. Chen Li said to the bear woman to move forward. People began to speak for Chen Li to stop. Chen Li, of course, didn't listen to them, telling them to disperse. He approached the room. The man said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. How did they guys get down to this? Came to ask for one more fight. The man realized that this was the end of them. Their witch blowing divine power. The loser losing that power becoming as they were now. The man was no longer the chief. The new guy was tougher than he was. And that's just what he needed. This guy at that moment sent his men into battle. Chen Li immediately noticed it. He noticed they had harpoons when they had time to harpoon at all. Chen Li realized that he had to do something about it. Chen Li got on the defensive. He watched the whole situation carefully. At this point, the others came under this attack as well. These savages completely ignored the presence of their former comrades and others. They have the guns right there, but why do they continue to stand idly by, like lay on the sacrifice table or something? This is the moment. The man looked at Chen Li. Chen Li noticed that they were barreling in from all directions. Their new chief refused to come down and fight in person. It would be reckless to use Pangu's power now. Well, The noisy one won't go to the mountains. Let the bear go ahead. Here's the hero, running away for now. At this point, the sunset began to happen. Chen Li was sitting under some tree. The bear was hunting for fish at this point. In the middle of the night, there were still people walking around with torches. It seems that even if we attack at night, we won't succeed. Their real leader is not the new chief, but some which lurking behind the scenes can defeat this one. A new one will immediately appear, changing one by one, will still defeat him. Intelligence is better lacking right now. If he finds out where the witch is hiding, he'll just kill her. Chen Li noticed that the witch was changing at this moment, reacting aggressively to someone. Chen Li asked her, or did she notice something? He actually noticed too that something was starting to happen in the distance. At this moment, some creature was rushing very fast. It was some kind of dinosaur, a lizard. She was obviously scared of something. Chen Li and the bear cub hid. He told the bear cub to only try to squeak. The lizard at this point began to demonstrate its strength. Then someone attacked her. She started to fall at this point. Then she fell. Chen Li was, of course, observing all of this. He couldn't figure out what this herd of weirdos was. But nevertheless, the lizard was defeated. This is the moment. The bear's main breast and made a noise. Screw him. He's noticed. After that, I didn't know you and started leaving. Chen Li came out from behind the bushes. They didn't seem to notice them. Let him stay here. He'll cross to the other side to watch, and he'll be back in a flash. Chen Li lowered himself into the water at this moment. Then he came out on the other side of the river. After that, he started moving very quickly between the trees. How had he managed to drag this Varan so far? How far is their lair from here? Either way, you need to talk to them first. At this point, some movement towards the criminal hero began to occur. Then right behind him someone jumped out at him. Chen Li realized that this was lame. At that moment, the mountain fell to the ground. It was some girl. The girl said Chen Li was caught and called him a lost boy. Then she reiterated once more that he was lost. This was the moment he realized something and asked if he was from the werewolf tribe. It can't be, but a werewolf can't move that nimbly. Honestly, he had no idea what werewolves we were talking about, and he wasn't agile at all, so it was a little early to know. Chen Li told her to wait. He couldn't figure out who it was. That's when someone started to approach him. The girl noticed this moment something too. She then jumped away from Chen Li. The girl said she was mistaken. They were ready to tear her apart. She knows it was unwise to invade and run in and out, but that's no reason to attack either. They'd better get across the river soon. It's too dangerous here. And then don't let them say she didn't warn them. After that, the girl disappeared. Asked if he was okay. Chen Li said he was fine. She asked if the girl was from a neighboring werewolf tribe. The girl apologized and said it was the first time she herself had heard of them, so she couldn't say anything at all. Before continuing to scout the situation, something asks how they got here in the first place. The girl just stopped talking at this point. She was ready to tell him. Chen Li himself knows very well whose handiwork this is. The girl said it was like that. It's too bad that underwater, they are not as tough. The river is big. It will be extremely hard to swim across. Even Xiongde might not be able to handle it. He almost forgot. Xiongde is waiting for him on the other bank. No need to linger. They need to get back soon. Then he noticed some mountains in front of him. He had been watching them for a long time. Its trail leading up the mountain patrolled all night. Have them help him find out if there's another trail here that can be climbed stealthily. What about that girl? She inquired. And they won't put off the problems on the other side of the river. They'll deal with these first. Someone alone has to stay here and keep watch. Hyunda asks to hide just in case, and the rest is entrusted to her. He's going west along the river to look around. We'll be back before sunset tomorrow. Chen Li was near the waterfall at this moment. This must be where Alagni jumped into the river not too long ago and escaped. He wouldn't have thought to jump from here. It's possible to survive from here. This child is blessed. Otherwise, there's no one with him right now. He's perfectly capable of climbing up. The only fear taking him out now is that upstairs is ready to meet his opponents. The current below is strong. In both cases, the outcome is the same. Chen Li said that he would look for another place. Then he started looking for another place. Oddly enough, he sat down and began to survey the area. Then he heard some rustling in the bushes opposite himself. Are there people or what? Are they on patrol here? He couldn't see very well. He'll come closer. A person asked a friend if they could definitely trust what that guy said. It's the only chance. Trusting him is all they have left. If they weren't friends here, he would never help him. He's long since been a member of the mountain tribe. This time, against colossal risks, we'll show what was the maximum. Chen Li recognized that voice. How did the location of the traps get recorded on the sly now? And what a good thing it is that he was the one they met. Today he's going to show them a girl cat. They'll feel the little ears. The girl clearly didn't like it. Chen Li said the verdict is, very soft, but not a face. Better not scatter. If some trap is triggered, he won't be able to save them. The main blood was watching this entire group of people closely. Lu Teng is from the hill tribe. What are his odds that he's just going undercover? They don't seem to be that advanced. Then how could he know the location of each trap? Did you overhear a conversation or something? Better see what they're going to do first. At this point, it was already daytime. Some man was having a very hard time walking. Then he sat down and said he really wasn't going. All that's left is to climb the mountain that they no longer want to kill Chief Chen Li. They traveled the route, which was originally designed for 1 day and 1 night. In just half a day, he realizes that it can be easier with divine power, but they don't have it. He apologized. Well, there's no way. There will definitely be people on guard. There are already detailed. Sooner or later they will get here too. Among them is a big guy. Do they know? Doesn't want to be buried here. If they can't stand it, let them go back to their jobs. Steen was not happy about something. Oddly enough, there's a trap nearby. A little more and it's over. In general, initially it was his idea. Their task is to offer maximum efforts for its realization. Well, if they want to, let them come back. He'll reach the witch and they'll be asked out of them. This is the moment where the man went after the guy. The others got up too and decided to go. The man told Xiao Hu to get up. They wouldn't go, and he asked him if they were coming back. But where are they going back to? They need them here. They can't do anything without them. And why? They also are. This is the moment. The guard was standing on the mountain. Looks like someone's gotten behind the traps. Maybe they were hungry wanderers. At this moment, he noticed Lu Teng. Why is he there? Should he know the safe path? In a moment he started yelling to the man. He said, not a step forward. This area is unsafe. Have him come back the same way. The man thought they had been spotted. It's not too late to retreat. They're coming back. Why exactly is he the sentinel today? And if there had been someone else, wouldn't have tried to save it. I would have called patrol to arrest them immediately. Now we can only count on traps. You have to activate at least one by any means necessary. It's like this moment. It's activated. After that, the ground above them began to shake. And then they started falling into the trap. Afterward, many of them died. It's enough to leave only one witness. Surely there will be a way to reach out to the hill tribe. I also sometimes wondered about the patrol. He wanted them to come faster. Just at that moment he saw the chief. After that, Chen Li pulled them all out of the pit. Then he began to use his powers. The girl asked if they needed to be tied up for sure. Chen Li said that no, he had completely left them out of the treatment. Even if they don't wake up, they won't have the strength to attack. These people can serve him, but first let her deal with the traitor. The girl said he was a devil, a traitor, started beating him up, but Chen Li told her to wait. Let him hasten his gains. Let him wake up and tell it all himself. Only a couple people will be enough for interrogation. You don't have to leave everyone alive. They can't afford to waste so many medications. These are not good gestures on his part. The same type not easily made to betray his community, even if she treated him like a slave. But as far as he knows, these guys are tight with each other. Saves the rest of the former chief of the mountain tribe, humbly submitting. Moreover, he had promised him last time that he would not kill his men, so he would be merciful. For the sake of some savages, he had to spend a lot of money on medication if they wouldn't at least hear a thank you. Have them carry Lu Teng into the house when it starts. Have them call for him. That way surely the nanny will take care of it. The girl at this point walked over to him. She told the chief that he seemed to be awake. At this point, it was just the two of them. What he means to say is that no one has actually ever seen a witch at all. Usually information is passed on through a little girl. Everything was exactly as it should be. The most important sacrifice was being made by her. Claimed to be a witch's messenger. That she was the only one not affected by the curse. Chen Li asked in regards to the curse. Sent the girl. The witch's body is shrouded in a curse, and anyone who comes near her will die. Since they had seen divine power in action with their own eyes, no one would dare to even question at the entrance of the cave. There weren't even any guards. If his words are to be believed, there is a chance to run an offense operation. Only the newly baked Morde of the Hill tribe is not so easy to deal with. A man asked if he was worried about collapse. This is the name of the current leader. All the help no one can match, especially after receiving his divine power. But it still relies on the daily ritual of sacrifice. During this, a fire must be kindled, so it is not performed on a rainy and windy day. The divine power may not reach anyone. On such days, the chief and the entire clan are at their weakest, and they have a lot of vulnerabilities in their tribe. Why don't they still know others? Because on rainy days it is very difficult to move along the narrow paths. Even people who know the area should not go beyond the area, let alone others. In addition, strong winds are always accompanied by heavy rains, so hiding in these places can take a long time. Chen Li sighed heavily at this moment. This is information that others certainly can't know about. He is now a traitor to the mountain tribe. They definitely can't take him back. Let him join him. The male owl looked at him, experienced at this point. After that, he rejected his offer altogether. No matter who asks him, under what circumstances, he never gives out information. Afterward, the man rose to his feet. He doesn't know if he's some kind of special, answers his questions, doesn't want to hide anything. Chen Li looked at him. Afterward, he said it was love. The man came in furious, grabbed him by his clothes and asked him if he was sick of living. Chen Li said it was a joke. He was thankful that he had interrogated unencumbered, with the dignity of a traitor, but he could not accept the offer to join. Chen Li said that he wouldn't force it. Once the others are up, he can leave at any time. He hopes that when they meet, they will no longer be enemies. After that, Gavin Boris asked if he really didn't like him. The man went into a rage again and said he would kill the guy, but the guy said it was a joke. 5 days out, the chief was brought coal at this point. So, there's charcoal, sulfur, saltpeter and bamboo calves. Need more charcoal? The girl asked. Or did he forgive him? Speaking of which, the only thing he can forgive is how he pretended to be a traitor to give out information. If he's cheating, Lu Ting practically lost his life for him. There's no reason to trust him. If the operation on his ability to fake it. By the way, the leader of the mountain tribe left the camp this morning. Have her remind him of what he ordered her to do. Let her worry. Food, water, weapons, not all taken. Suggests they will have to wander for a while. Nothing else is required of them. The rest is up to them. Weapons, shields, armor, poison, food, clappers, everything seems to be ready. We just have to wait for the storm. At this point, work was boiling at full force. At that moment, in one of the houses, Chen Li wasn't happy about something. For 3 instances of ointment, this broken system spent 70 technology points. He thought the price was stable, but it turns out it doubles after every purchase. Such a moment, there was a knock at his door and said it was more them, and the chief told them to come in. After that, they went in. They need to know why he called them here. He won't go around, he'll go straight to the plan. Basically, you have to divide all the soldiers into 4 squads. Haishi let him take 3 trusted subordinate troops and go to the mountain to rescue the prisoners. While Feng discovered the prisoners' holding place a few days ago, at the appropriate moment, he would already be able to guide Haishi on his own. As for him, Shirgu, he will be in charge of leading the main squad. The sun was starting to set at this point. Afterward they went out from the chief's place. Chen Li asked Xiao Wan if she thought there was something wrong with the plan or what. She doesn't know, but it's hard to trust Shig, so let him give up the treasure too, or he'll let Monica stay to guard their house. This time they are in full force. Women, children and the elderly need protection. Besides, Lu Ting's wounds had yet to heal. It would certainly be ideal if he was in charge of guarding the camp. Most importantly, many people, including them, are still resentful of Lu Ting. He definitely understands. In this way, he will be able to show his attitude towards the tribesmen. Lu Ting is not a traitor. If he wants, he can prove it. The girl said it was as he would say, but if he did anything suspicious, her fears would be correct. This time, the opponent would be Lu Ting's former clan. It would be too cruel, forcing him into battles. The girl ran into the chief and said the wind had blown. After that, Chen Li went outside. He watched intently for something. He can feel the heavy moisture. They don't seem to have much time left. The rains will only hinder them. He said everyone packs up immediately. They're shipping out. Then the sun came out from behind the clouds. They came right to the waterfall. Alanya challenged nearby. If any of them fell into the water, she would be responsible for rescuing them. Let her not worry. He asked Sunda to keep an eye on her, but she understood. and the rest let him first cross the river and climb the cliff. Go to the top alone, let him follow the plan, let him be sure of them. Chen Li said that she would definitely be there. This moment was approaching the mountain. They watched the whole situation closely. It seems the chief and the others are already in place. The man told the other man to set that bomb off. After that, he began to create fire. They leave, the louder the better. After that, there was an explosion. Let them all move forward. Let them all clean up in good health. Let him look up. It seems to be driving a hill tribe. Just in time. Their job is to attract as many enemies as possible. Advised. Began to move forward. The man shouted for them to adopt a defensive formation. After that, they all grouped together in a circle, and everyone began to defend themselves as a single entity. Of course, there was animosity between them. It was still a good idea to retreat, but they weren't allowed to do that. Let them hold on. Their leader is still up there. After that, a new wave of attack began. Take it off. Turns out it's not so easy whether you need backup or not. Well, the guy said no. Today the divine power is not received. Let the pancakes first moth them, then enter they. After that, they were taken prisoner. It's time for that bastard to cover his debt with his blood. Everyone was scared, but also motivated by this battle. Pretty brave. The guys still refused to turn around and run away. Why haven't the prisoners been delivered yet? He realized he couldn't wait any longer. After that he went forward and told everyone to go after him. The man told the captain they were attacking them. Let them carry the wounded. He would cover. At this point, he began to fight alone against everyone. After that, the men decided to intervene in the battle. He attacked the man, but the man managed to dodge somehow. After that, he started coughing up blood. Doesn't he need it? I think he'll take it. After that, he started running away and drinking the elixir of recovery. At that moment, the girls appeared. Let's go. It's their turn now. Get them ready to throw. Then the maniacs threw bombs right at them. It was the main part that they flew into the other part. After that, explosions began to occur on the battlefield. All the wounded people were here. We must reorganize the formation immediately. The battle will be decisive. This is the moment. In front of what monument there is. Not a single enemy. Naturally. The wind is slowly dying down. It should be raining soon. This was Chen Li sensing something. A sweet smell, as if coming from a cave. Chen Li, of course, because of the fishing torture, went straight to the cave. He noticed that there were barrels inside the cave. He decided he would move closer. At that moment something was troubling him. The cattle eventually brought honey to the witch. I guess they couldn't wait. Let him go. Don't come any closer. Put back what he took and walk away. Not afraid of the witch's curse or something. A voice that sounded like a woman's must have come from over there. Chen Li went even further. He noticed that there was no sign of him. That's when some girl showed up and started saying that Chen Li was a fool. She asked if he was completely deaf. What idiot sent him here? Let him sweep him out. Chen Li threw back her mask that she threw at him. Isn't the witch that overly talkative girl? This sucks. The girl looked at him unhappily. After that, Chen Li approached her. Then he punched her in the neck. Chen Li with the girl on his shoulder walked out of the cave. The mountain tribe had never seen what their witch looked like. So even if this little girl gets killed, they'll never believe the witch is dead. By the way, since no one has seen her, we can try to blackmail them. Chen Li noticed that the rain was getting heavier. The battle, of course, was still going on at this point. The man fought. 2. No panic. All wounded. The title medicine. The chief had enough for everyone. At that moment, the man noticed something. The man noticed more people and couldn't figure out. Were they reinforcements? All hands on deck. Now is the time for revenge. They were surrounded. Someone noticed that something was upstairs. It was Chen Li who said to let the battle end. Their witch was already dead. We were very much surprised. They were on epaulets and told them to run all of them. Let them come back. The fight wasn't over, but it was useless. Let them prepare to die. The man was ready, so in that moment, the man realized that it was a bad thing. Afterward, he defended the girl. Let him not worry about her. Run after him. Well, at that point, Chen Li told them to leave. Most of them are wounded, unable to continue fighting. The battle is won, but it doesn't become about that. After that, of course, not the same one took some prisoners. A man walked into one of the buildings. The last bottle of healing ointment I had saved just in case had to be used as well. It wasn't a problem if it was possible to save someone's life. 5 died on the battlefield. 4 prisoners too. Understandable, after all, but not sacrifices are inevitable. There are none in the north in the forest at the foot of the mountain. If you factor in the loss of population, grew by 20 people, this time 25 people joined the tribe. The opponents will only get stronger in the future. Afraid of losing to age, the girl said. That girl woke up. She was furious at this point and said she was going to bury them all. She remembered the very bastard who had dared to hit her in the head. Let them let go and gobble her up with all their might. Let Au deal with her. She's the only one who can do that. After a while, the girl said. The girl calmed down. After that, the protagonist came to her again. Then she spat out some kind of sheet. She couldn't figure out what kind of herb it was. Let him bring her some more. The sweetness would quickly wear off. It was licorice. There's more of it around here. Promise you'll be obedient. The girl asked the chief if he could come closer to her. First he'll ask a few questions, then she'll get the sweet stuff. Well, to her surprise, the girl immediately grabbed the sweet. What is she doing? She was a naughty child. Who gave him permission to hit her on the head? Are they using that pipe to trick her or something? All she wants is honey, and lots of it. Chen Li said it was agreed. In the future, she would get it, and at whatever time she wanted. He was weird, but he chose to stay here. Chen Li and the girl were already sitting by the river. Even though it's not the best place, you can get used to it. The important thing is that you don't have to go back to your father. Does she want anything to do with stinky werewolves? Chen Li asked what her father was and what it had to do with werewolves. Her father is the great sorcerer of the werewolf clan. She learned magic from him. He was so strong that he could turn a man into a wolf. Her real daddy had been turned into one by another daddy. Were all these werewolves once just regular people, or what? Except for a few girls and age, they were taken away to force them to serve them. Everyone else was turned. Xiao Yu, so he called them. Chen Li didn't expect to hear such a thing at all. The werewolf tribe of the opposite side of the river, it was best not to provoke them. Either way they're not going to do anything either. Sooner rather than later in the evening. I can't wait to finish my belly off with all sorts of delicious food. At this point, evening came. Of course, everyone was drinking in honor of the victory at this point. Chen Li told her to have a good rest while she had free time. What's wrong with her today? She's all dressed up. She will know when the chief goes to rest. She figured it out. She wants to take the chance while he was happy. But the first one won't be the one with the flowers on his head. So who will be the first to run to him? Paying attention to something, he noticed the girl straight up with her body on top of his, telling him that here she was. He tried his best to stop her. Right at that moment,